Yeah, she's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. Detective 12, take a check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 point star, take your shots.
Officer still stands for talk? No. Offender in custody? Temporary. Thanks. Anyone else close, wait to see result, let me know.
Good morning, early afternoon, maybe if you're across the pond, early morning if you're over there on the West Coast. Very interesting day today. We're going to be having the live court hearing, change of venue. So I apologize for the microphone. I'm at another location here. So I'm kind of like got the bear stuff, you know how it is when you're out there. But we're going to be covering the court hearing today. Maybe even go through some footage, but we're going to be checking out this law and crime episode first, discussing the change of venue. They're going to be having the court hearing on the change of venue. Now, anytime we do watch these court hearings and we cover these court hearings, usually judge doesn't ever come up with a decision. So it's going to be, I'm sure it's going to be an argument. We'll see if there's a decision. I don't know. But usually with judge, he always likes to take his time. So I will be trying to watch it myself. But if you do see it pop up before I do, please let me know and we'll go straight to it. So first, we're going to check out this law and crime episode, uh, discussing the key factors of this court hearing today. I want to say what's up to everybody. Caddy, number one, thank you very much. Mythical, number two, tomorrow is Town Day. What's that mean? What's Town Day? What's up, Busby? Katrina, Bev, JD, thank you very much for the kind words. Norton? Oh, what's up, Mythical? I think June 2025 right now. I believe that's what it is. We're going to be doing some more Idaho 4 shows here again, and some of these other cases too. We're still doing some work for the next week or so, and then after that, we'll be having a lot of studio shows, and then we're going to be doing some more searching shows to live on location. So some of the stuff right now is happening behind the scenes. That's why I'm at a different location here. Some of the stuff is happening behind the scenes, but after all this stuff's done in the next week, something like that, we'll be back to some studio shows quite a bit. I'm going to be trying to do two a day again, and then also we're going to be doing some searches, live searches. Great, just waking up. I know, I was too, man. I slept like a rock. It was, oof, I needed the sleep. What's up, Ruck? Nope, just a regular t-shirt. Sorry, Ruck. Clip-on tie, I think Detective won that one. I think Detective won the clip-on tie shirt. Detective has the clip-on tie shirt, and I don't have a Vicious Pagans shirt. The shirt that I do need to make is the hot dog steak, because ain't that hot dog steak making the rounds out there in the community now? Thank you, Busby. Appreciate that. What's up, Michael? Thank you for hopping in. It's chilly in here, and it feels so good because, man, it is hot outside, y'all. I don't know where you guys are at. What's up, Yoli? I don't know where you guys are at. But, man, it is freaking hot. I'm like a spring, fall kind of guy. I hate winter, summer. It's all right. It's all right. I don't mind being hot in the day, but damn, every day. Definitely can't be hot at night. I got to have some kind of cool on me because I gotta have a blanket on. What's up, Kelly? Mary Jo Reed. What's up? But man, it's hot out there. What's up, Natalia? What's up, Dre? Jacqueline? What's up, Samantha Joy? Kevin Graff with the baby girl Ocean. Listen. Good to see you too. What's up, Jonathan? Yeah, long time. It's gonna be a good one, isn't it? It's gonna be a good one. I had to get the kitty. We had to get her. We had to get her back to the vet earlier this week, but she is doing great from the medicine. So that's a good sign. If any of you don't know, we rescued a kitty from the hurricane in South Carolina a few weeks ago, and she's doing great. She's off in her own little world right now. We don't have a kitty cam while we're out on the road. What's up, Julie? But we do back at home. She's doing great. I've been getting that new tier stuff ready because I'm going to be opening up a new tier here in a few days. Where, if any of you guys know, I only drop like 10% of the footage that I collect. I've been going through a lot of footage, especially from the last few weeks, and man, I can't wait to drop all of it. But I'm just getting that stuff ready because some of them are like 45 minutes long. It's like, geez, GoPro 5.3K. It's just, I just get so much footage. It's hard to, keep steady on this and then try and go through the footage. There's just so much. So it's like, you know what? Y'all are so supportive. I just need to open up a new one and just drop everything. Just drop it. Samantha Joy, contribution call out. 1 second. Let's get that screen up there. 5 gifted memberships. Let me see. Sorry about the squeaky chair. Let me scroll up and see who got it. Oh my gosh, YouTube's not showing me. Did it? Aw. Well, if you were gifted a, hold on, I gotta back out, close out, come back in. My YouTube chat's not working. Hold on. So if you were gifted a membership, I apologize. I can't call you out. Maybe you can just say thank you to Samantha. I appreciate that. Sorry about that, Samantha. YouTube chat. What's up, Nina? How you doing, Nina? Been a long time. What's up, Tiffany? Oh, I had to. I wasn't, see, everybody, I was like going to get a dog again. And I had to, I had to. She's got a little kick-ass pad back home, too. What's up, Thunder Horse? What's up, Nina? How are you? Nina, do me a favor. If you want to join the panel, send me an email. Shoot you. What's up, Tinks? Sharon. Yo, she is hell on wheels, I tell you that. That cat is hell on wheels. Big time. What's up, Jennifer? That cat, dude. That cat, like all she did was sleep for like a week, because she was getting back to health. And tell you what, man, all of a sudden overnight, one night she grew like 1.5 inches. You could tell because she would like put her paw on a certain spot of the cage, and then all of a sudden the next morning it was like up here. I'm like, holy crap. She just blew up. And all of a sudden from there, it's just, she is hell on wheels. But I tell you what though, it's the most chillest cat I've ever met. What's up, Veronica? It's the most chillest cat I've ever met. Like, that cat, well, don't get me wrong. She's, like I said, hell on wheels. Hell on wheels. But when it's, when it's chill time, there's no other kitty that chills better. How long until trial? Almost a year. Yeah. Yeah, almost. Oh, hold on 1 second. Let's have Nina come up here. And then we'll check out this lawn crime. It's going to be starting in about a half hour. Yeah, too damn long, right, Detective? Listen, out of all the court hearings, this is one of the most that I'm ready for, because, man, I want to hear the argument. They already kind of argued it in previous court hearings. They already kind of argued it a little bit, Man, this is the court hearing of court hearings right here. Yeah, discovery. Yeah, new documents too. Trust me, we're going to be having more Idaho 4 shows. Just give it about a week, maybe 2. I'm not even saying 2, week and a half. We'll be having some more Idaho 4 shows. Trust me, we're going to be getting back into Idaho 4. It's crazy. People don't even know we took all this footage from the year anniversary. What's up, Nina? How you doing?
Well, hello, stranger.
Well, hello to you. All-star over there, hopping on.
How you like that new name?
Yeah, I like it. I was like, warning label. Oh, what's up?
I
Yeah.
figure I come with my own warning label since you never know what's coming out of my mouth.
No, but it's logical, It's sometimes we're a little brush or harsh, you know what I'm saying? But hey, it's the truth and it's real. It's the truth and it's real. And that's all you can ask for. Why waste time with the BS? Let's just get to it. Let's just get
That's
to it.
absolutely right, boy. I tell you what, I've learned a lot in the last couple of months.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know, because you started off what? Geez, it's been what, maybe January or
Yeah,
something?
I
When
came
you
in
started?
January.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
now I haven't learned anything. I still don't. I still don't know how to do StreamYard.
What?
Honey, I do all my. I do my videos like JLR.
Oh, really? I've had so many people reach out to me to like make a video. Can you just make a video showing me how you run StreamYard? Yeah, wow. I should, and then I can just share it to you. I'll share it to whoever needs help. Because really, it's so
Right.
simple.
I mean, I
It's
know
so
how to, like, I know how to do my lives and everything, like through StreamYard or my recordings and stuff. What I don't know how to do is like what y'all do, like, the putting the documents up and, sharing the screen and stuff like that.
well. You need a PC for sure.
Yeah, I've got that.
Yeah, that's it.
So,
Yeah, that's it. The biggest thing is the transitions and the layovers and
right.
all that other stuff. But really,
But yeah, getting a channel starting, that's sort of deflating.
why?
Well, I mean, you think you've got all this, and then I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm very thankful for everything, but it's like, no, I want to be famous today.
Oh, no. It's just about putting in the work. That,
Exactly. It's
that
just doing
that's
it consistently, and
yeah,
and the
putting in
thing
the work.
about it is, my subscribers that I have, I mean, I have a solid foundation. I mean, and that's what matters.
I was having this conversation a little bit ago. It's about quality over quantity.
Exactly.
That's what it's about. Jeffrey, what's up, buddy? One of these days, man, I gotta join you. I gotta like just take some time off and hop on. If you're not subbed and you're into video games, this dude's awesome. Great streams. I want to say shout out to you, buddy. Thank you for hopping in.
My
Appreciate
daughter's a gamer.
Oh, yeah. I'm a gamer too. I just barely get any time to game because I'm always working.
I can imagine.
But man, I love my games. Trust me. Like I said, I've been flicking sticks since 6. What's up, Yoli? How you doing?
Hi.
Hey, Yoli.
Hi, Nina.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. I've been watching your channel. You post a lot of things interesting.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
They're pretty bare minimal.
Wow.
No, I mean it's important.
Logical. It's logical. It's logical. You gotta listen. I don't make the thumbnails like the hot dog steak. I don't make that stuff for. It's because there's a lot of trolls out there, and a lot of people are led blindly to where they're like, "Oh, there's cotton balls off this ledge. Okay, let me jump." I hate to say it, but it's almost like there's a lot of backwards happening where the thought processes are kind of going backwards. So you need stuff like that to make people be like, oh yeah, that's right.
I put a little short out the other day, and it was like Kohberger was no, let's see, it was Bundy is reincarnated as Kohberger, being summoned by the spirit box hidden in the Christ Church leading to the tunnels of U of I, and it was an example of clickbait. Oh my gosh, you would not believe the comments. This is crap. It was meant to be crap, people.
Right.
Yeah. It's man, that makes me remember all sorts of conversations from back in the day, huh, Yoli?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I was like, people were actually clicking on it saying, what? And I'm like, no, y'all, this is not real. This it says example of clickbait.
Yeah, yeah. Because it was. I mean, even oh my gosh, like there was so many episodes where we had to do, any of the OGs will remember. There was so many episodes that we had to do.
Oh, honey, in January when I first
just to show
started, I
people.
mentioned something about the tunnels, and Caddy was like, "Don't mention tunnels."
No.
No.
we done went through that. It was great. Like we already did. Like it was like 6 months before some huge creator was putting that out there. And
Dot, and then there was Dot.
oh, there was so
Oh,
much. Oh my gosh.
And they're still talking about Dot.
Are you serious? No.
Yes, I was in Lana's chat just listening, and somebody
hell.
brought up,
Shout out
did you
to
know that there was this girl that saw them smoking in the morning?
yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, this is still going around.
You know what I mean? Oh gosh, wasn't that a crazy night when Dot came on the show? It was. I felt isolated, Yoli, because I was the only one on panel that was.
Boy, he
I ain't buying
cross-examined.
this shit. I ain't buying this shit.
No. He cross-examined her very well. Yep.
I didn't get it. Everybody else was just like looked into it, and I got so much hate too the next few days. Oh my gosh, the hate I was getting. You should have treated this person better, and it's like, what are you talking about? It's a hot dog steak. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like when you see a wolf amongst the sheep, you gotta say, hey, guess what, people that I love and care about, there's a fucking wolf over there. You don't want me to do it? So, man, a lot of memories, though. Holy crap. Yeah, we're definitely going to be getting back more into the Idaho 4 stuff here very soon. So what do you guys think about this change of venue hearing? We'll go ahead and watch this episode later on. What do you guys think about the change of venue hearing? What do you think the argument is going to be from Bill Thompson? We already know what it's going to be from Ann Taylor, but what do you both think of the change of venue hearing itself? And what do you think Bill Thompson's argument would or could be?
Go ahead, Nina. Do you have thoughts?
Well, I think, me personally, I think it's a mistake to even try to go to Boise. The reason why for me is because that's where the Board of Regents is. I mean, they think that getting away from Moscow sort of gets them away from the university. It actually puts them right in the middle of it. They think that getting away from Moscow sort of gets them away from the university.
I think you got your YouTube. Oh, I think close out your YouTube feed first. She'll be back up too. Shout out Commercial Zone. Have you guys checked out her breakdown of the PCA? Oh my Lord. Have you, Nina? Have you checked out Commercial Zones?
No, I have not.
Oh my gosh. She's got her own podcast going now with it. And she breaks, or I should say Exhibit A from Brett Payne.
Yeah.
She breaks that thing down. But I do apologize about the audio issues because the echo, I couldn't really hear what you were saying. Could you say that again, please?
Well, I mean, like the Boise, what I was saying is, the Board of Regents and, putting it in Boise actually, to me, puts it in a higher level of the university's backyard. You know what I'm saying?
Why? Why do you think that?
Because, like, the Board of Regents are the people that look over the universities, right? That's where they're located.
Yeah, the University of Idaho was created to keep the panhandle for Idaho before Idaho was even a state. That's weird to me, too.
So, to me, sending it to Boise doesn't get it away from the people involved with the university.
Yeah, but I think what it does is because Boise is a more... When I was in Idaho, one of the things that I know, or I should say Moscow, one of the things that I noticed is it was very old tradition. We do things like our grandpappy's grandpappy did, kind of thing, and you don't tell us any different. Boise is more progressive, so I would think that Boise would have an actual jury pool that would think outside the box and
Right.
not what they're kind of um, what they've kind of been bred to do. I guess is the
Right.
keep it isolated, or keep it tradition. You know what I mean? Keep it strong, or whatever you want to
Right.
call it. Now, do you think that Boise is it just do you think that just because it's in the same state, or in that they would kind of, hey, this is Moscow, uh, we need to save it, kind of thing, or
Well, I mean, my big thing was, if you were trying to get away, you got to consider, um, that's where Dylan's mom lives. That's where Jake S lives. That's where Lake Campbell. I mean, yeah, dang, what's his name? It's Campbell, Lake Campbell. That there's a lot of them that live there. You know, and that and some 6 degrees of separation were involved, which I think everybody in the world has some kind of 6 degree of separation to Idaho for. I
right,
mean, you could
right.
connect everybody, but and I think too that, and I know that we're not supposed to be like emotional when it comes to it, but one thing that I did hear Christy say the other day was that it happened there and that she thinks that it should be taken care of there, and it was an emotional, you know what I'm saying, that she felt like, and that sort of resonated with me,
But Nina,
but if
she's
you
so
think about it, CJ, they can send it to Alaska. I
Nina,
mean,
but
this is
she's so
worldwide.
yeah, but she's so Nina, you gotta be honest. Christy is so sucked into BK being guilty regardless of the evidence. What if I already know, even if they have these court hearings and the trial, and really, like, all of us would get to a point where, yo, this dude is being framed. She still wouldn't accept that. She would still say he deserves the death penalty.
Yeah, and that's true. I mean, but if you think about it, CJ, his life's over anyway.
No, I wouldn't
I
think
mean,
so.
I honestly believe even if he
Not
gets
this
found
way.
innocent, he can never have a normal life.
Oh, I think he could. I think he could become an author and a detective. I
You
think
think?
he, yeah. I mean, we're talking the social media age. You know what I'm saying? Like, he could literally, I mean, how many people are successful off of books nowadays, and they're like Timbuktu from down the street writing about his bicycle. I mean, there's a lot of people writing books nowadays, and a lot of books are getting sold. So it could be one of these things where it's like, yo, I was framed in the biggest cover up, whatever. He was already going that path to be a detective. He gets a front row seat. Who can sit there and say, yo, your knowledge ain't there? When it comes to all of this stuff, like, you're being framed for it. If he is, innocent, you're being framed for it. Like, that experience right there, plus on top of your schooling, and then you could even become an author. I could see this dude taking this right here. Listen, I'm not saying he'd be kicking it in Idaho and Washington. He's probably going to go back to Pennsylvania, out in the woods, chill. And I bet you this dude, I mean, look at how popular OJ was, and we all know OJ did it.
Right.
Take that times 10 if he didn't do it. I mean, huge speaking engagements, uh, talk shows. I mean, who says he wouldn't even have his own podcast? I
Well,
mean, I could see the dude being very successful.
but see, I can also see him being guilty.
Oh, really? See, I'm looking at it. I haven't seen the guilt, because I can explain the DNA on the sheath as it being
Right.
another
And I
way.
mean, y'all know, y'all know me better than anybody on YouTube knows me, I mean, thank God, because I just said that. I said it in front of family.
Yeah. You
Anybody else, I would have already been kicked off the panel.
No, no. I want to hear, like, what do you think is the evidence that makes you think he is guilty? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, from the beginning, the first, I don't know, maybe week when he was arrested, I was like, oh yeah. But then as time's gone on, I just keep seeing less and less and less, and it leads me further away. And the only thing that I see is the sheath, and I've already explained that. So, what of the
Well,
evidence do you think? You know,
I think where mine comes from is I did a 3-part series where, I mean, I dove so deep into research on him, and y'all know how deep I can go. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
and I mean, I learned so much. I mean, I read everything he wrote. I read everything I could find. I mean, I was up at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning reading Sigmund Freud. I went so deep as I was picking out the book and exactly what I thought he had underlined. I mean, that's how deep I went, based on, him with the Darwinism and the, stuff like that, by his own beliefs and, stuff like that. And then, it's so, oh my gosh. It maybe it's not the point of I see where he could be guilty. Maybe it was the research I did on the possibility of a one perp doing it.
Well, I have the theory of a incel
I
from
do
Queen.
see. I don't see him being incel.
No, from
No,
Queen
not at all.
No.
The problem is
No, not BK. I'm not saying BK. I'm saying
oh,
that's who I think did the crime is an incel like Queen Road
oh,
Apartments.
right. Because I mean, he
Yeah.
doesn't. I mean, after everything I learned from with y'all with the incel, they mention incel anywhere, and I'm like, no,
Well,
he's
just
not
think
an
about this.
incel.
Just think of, no, not BK. I don't think
Yeah,
BK is. But think about this. It happened in 2022. It was a couple months after the semester started. That's when we got locked down in COVID in 2020, the end of 2019, middle of 2020, I'm sorry, the end of 2021 into 22, it was starting to be kind of lifted, as in masks and restrictions and
right.
stuff like that. So that semester right there is like the first full semester where there's like no COVID restrictions whatsoever. You already have an incel before the COVID starts that's already inside of them, and then COVID just magnifies that. Then you look at the time of period after that is opening up. You look at when you park back there and you're just going home, you can see all the fun that's going on. You can see inside Kaylee's room. You can see through Maddie's window. Nobody could even tell that you're looking there. To me, it just, you look at the passion that was done with the crime and what took place, when it comes to what has been reported of the injuries. And it's like, that's a lot of passion. That's a lot of passion, a lot of anger, a lot of emotion. And I don't even really see that from him.
Right.
Because any of these court hearings, I mean, I give him props because I don't know if I could be chilling like that. Really
I don't know.
don't.
When I see him, I see anxiety, but that could just be my own projection. I'm
Yeah.
projecting onto him what I feel. I don't know. When I see him, I just see like he's a very anxious and very OCD type of person. But that's just my opinion.
Mm.
See, my thing is like, with the visual snow, I mean, and then everything falling apart, with all the complaints and stuff with Washington State and all that, because I went down the road of, ego depletion, because if his visual snow came back from the stress and stuff like that, the visual snow causes dissociation and depersonalization. It causes all kinds of,
How do you
just
think that
all,
drive back home then, if he was dealing with visual snow?
right.
That's a long drive to be dealing with visual snow, and Daddy didn't drive at all.
Oh, yeah, I did. I thought about that too because I'm like, man, night blindness comes with visual snow, and I thought about all that, and I'm gonna tell you the one thing that I don't know. I mean, not going into my videos or anything like that, but I ran up on the girl that introduced him to H, and Yoli, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but to me, she looks just like Xana.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yes. And she OD'd, are y'all ready, on Lindsay Lane.
Oh.
Lindsay.
I haven't seen
I
that.
kid y'all not. This is the girl that he's like he had an infatuation with, and she overdosed on H on Lindsay Lane, and she looks like Xana.
Huh. Interesting.
And I'm like, okay. And that's my 3-part series and it's called Ego Depletion Escalating to Threatened Egotism.
Whoa, what? I have to look that up. Say that again one more time.
The video the series is called Ego Depletion Escalating to Threatened Egotism. And what happens is when you're in ego depletion and everything's falling apart around you, that common, hey girl, how are you? And her brushing you off may not be nothing. But when you're in ego depletion, it turns into everything, and it can turn into what they call threatened egotism. And that's where it becomes a threat, and you have to retaliate.
Well, you're talking Freud, huh? I mean, this is like Freudian theory.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So the Freudian theory, if you apply it to this case, you could see that possibly Brian Kohberger could have had those tendencies, but the real thing is you got to prove the case. I mean, you can prove his personality, but that doesn't mean that he did the crime. But
right.
So,
and
yeah,
that was my thing, and I made it perfectly clear in every one of the videos. I am not at all accusing anybody. I am only looking at this as a single perp. Could a single perp have done it? What could push a single perp to do it?
Well, do you think it was, here's my question, because this is how I think the crime went down. I think it went down. I think one person definitely could have done it. I'll get to your question here in a second, Kylie. I think one person definitely could have done it because I don't think they were done at the same time. I think they gained access from the 3rd floor deck into Kaylee's room. I think that's how they got it. They went up, they were obviously on the 3rd floor first. They started doing the 3rd floor. People downstairs that were, quote, making noise were then, that person went downstairs and did what they did on the 2nd floor to who was making noise. And then the reason Dylan saw the bushy eyebrow was because they had to go back upstairs to finish the injuries that we know took place on the 3rd floor when it comes to somebody's facial. And then that's how they left, I believe. That's why I think that they didn't even know how they exited or entered, because literally the only trail was from the 2nd to the 3rd, and that was it. There were any other trails would have been students that came in there to see what was going on already. And I can't imagine the trail from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor,
right,
between those two. Do
you think
I've
got Xana being first?
So you got, what, do you have it separate times or all at once?
I have Xana being attacked, and then
First?
Ethan,
Okay.
and then going upstairs. Okay. And then I think what happens is he hears the whimpering and realizes that Xana is still alive. And I think that he, being he, not he, I'm not, the perp. I
Mhm.
think he realizes that she's still alive. He goes in there and it's like giving her that false hope of it's okay, I'm here to help you. You see what I'm saying? And then
So, because the first thing from Dylan was she thought she heard somebody on the third floor playing with the puppy. So
right.
do you think that he committed that crime in the second floor where Dylan didn't even know
Yes,
until that person made it upstairs
yes.
to
I
do?
think that he got Xana when she bent over to get the DoorDash.
Hmm, that's interesting.
I think that when she bent over to get the DoorDash, sharp edge to the throat, take her to the bedroom, not realizing maybe that Ethan's there. Maybe Ethan is in a stupor, you know, they've all been drinking, whatever. I mean, and so he takes care of Xana, takes care of Ethan, thinks that they're both expired, and then goes upstairs because he hears ruckus, not ruckus, but the dog barking. And so he knows that somebody may have seen him or whatever. This also explains the statement he didn't have to go upstairs.
Hi, Rosie.
Hmm.
Hey
Well,
everyone, sorry I'm so late.
that statement has always made me question, didn't have to go upstairs.
Mhm.
Because
But
if the second floor was the target, then he didn't have to go upstairs.
Well,
but
also,
when you,
what about right? What about the changing in the PCA of the witness testimony? I mean, this is where Nina may have a point here. Of course, we don't know because of the mountain of evidence that has been hidden from the public for almost 2 years.
Exactly.
You know, there's no getting around the fact, as much as Mr. Thompson wants to distance himself from the affidavit of probable cause, that Detective Brett Payne did change the witness's testimony, in my opinion. Of course, I'm giving my opinion here, but he did say, although the surviving roommate indicated that she thought she heard Kaylee saying someone's here, it could have also been Xana. Now,
Right.
I believe that may have been to support the timeline, the mind-boggling timeline of 4 to 4:25, and we see suspect vehicle 1 still in motion at 4:04 and seen speeding out of the neighborhood at 4:20. He's got to have it be that Xana and Ethan are last, because if Kaylee is saying from the upstairs there's someone here, then they'd still be alive today.
what's that, Mark? Ready? Yeah, because I think they would have been able to make that call.
But
Well,
could she have said someone's here because the DoorDash came up and she didn't know that she had ordered DoorDash?
I mean, anything's a possibility.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I just think that's why I feel like when I parked in that back parking lot and I saw how easy it would have been to hop up on that third floor deck from the back right corner, and how nobody even looked twice at me when I was a stranger there for a week. To me, it says to me, I could have literally right up the third. I mean, there was cinder blocks laying on the ground. You know what I mean? So it's already elevated in that back corner. There's already cinder blocks or landscaping blocks that are sitting there. And you can literally just put yourself up there. We all know that Kaylee came back. She already moved out. So that room up there, how would anybody even notice that somebody even got in there? Because it was probably empty for that short period of time. And that person could have hidden the closet. They put the dog in the room to go to sleep.
Mhm.
And then they think somebody's there because all of a sudden they hear somebody playing with the puppy. They're coming out of the closet. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Shh, 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 shh. Petting it. You know, it's a party dog. It's not going to go crazy. It's a party dog. It's used to strangers. So it just play with them for a second, and then Kaylee all of a sudden hears something, you know, slightly. Is that? I think somebody's here. Like, wait a minute, what? I didn't remember anybody coming over or coming upstairs to play with the puppy. And then all of a sudden, swish, swish, swish. And then Matt wakes up downstairs. What the heck is that? Stop playing around. Stop fighting. Dylan yelling stuff. Quit being loud. Like somebody's roughhousing. And I mean, I can't imagine. That's why I think the knife sheath was there on the bed between the two victims, because I really feel like that knife sheath was pulled out for protection. And I really believe Kaylee's the one that was holding the knife in the sheath. And
I
one
do
hand,
believe that.
you know, waiting to see, oh my gosh, is this just Jimmy playing a joke, or is it somebody really in here? And then all of a sudden, that person walks in the door and she's froze, and then quick as heck. And then Maddie's already passed out, and she's on top of Maddie at that point. And so, you know, so it could be very, very quiet and calculated up there, which would just raise, you know, people downstairs, you know, hey, this and that. Dylan, she was doing this. She wasn't saying nothing, right? Doing this. And I think, you know, that's when Ethan and Xana kind of made some noise, and that's why nobody else was unalived in that household, because I feel like it's because those two didn't make any noise for them to even be noticed. And I think Xana and Ethan did. I don't know. It's just how can this crime take place and there not be any trail? That's got to be a lot. And the only thing I can say to your question, Kaylee, the only thing I can say is that there was so much contamination already. There was so many people that had probably walked through inside that house to try and find out what's going on, being somebody experienced that has smelled those, you know, I'm just going to call them chemicals, fluids. It's something that, you know, makes you step back. And so I could see if somebody doesn't have the stomach to handle, I could definitely see multiple people going in there to make an attempt. You know, I'm a tough guy. I can go in there, and then they make it 10 feet and they're like, they can't even breathe. And then they got to get out. No, Bobby, you go in there. I can't make it. You know, I could see a lot of people trying to go in there to see, you know, what took place. And that's the crazy thing. Like, how would you not know what took place? Because there had to be, especially with the injuries that have been reported upstairs, there would have had to be an obvious sign as soon as you opened the door, Dylan. As soon as you opened the door, there had to be a sign. So I don't understand.
For sure, there would have been smells.
Had to be. When you're talking that kind of injury, and you know, typically, yes, it takes time for those fluids and those smells, you know, to take place. But when you're talking about those kind of injuries, you're fast tracking it to right now. Because what's, you know, all of those fluids that are mixed together and create that toxicity, you've already fast tracked it because it's all coming from your organs. And it's not having to take the natural process of exiting the body. It's already right there. So as soon as you opened the door, you had to know. And I think, you know, when it comes to the 8 hours until the call was made too, how?
Right. And then another 4 until Detective Payne shows up, because he's probably down at the police station. And he interviewed Jack D. I mean, Jack DeCour is the only person who is fully named in the PCA, with the exception of the victims. So he's coming in. It's literally now 12 hours, if you believe the timeline is 4 to 4:25, as the Moscow Police Department has asserted. What did he have to walk into when he entered at 4 o'clock? And he's escorted by one of the first arriving officers.
Yeah, that's what doesn't make sense either, Commercial Zone. You had Lanier, one of the most highest ranking officers on that force. Lanier pulls up and says, as soon as I pulled up, I knew we wouldn't be able to handle this situation. So I contacted ISP, blah, blah, blah. Like, as soon as you pulled up, you didn't even get out of your car. You saw the amount of people that were standing out there, and you already knew we don't have enough officers to handle this. So, why Brett Payne? Why is Brett Payne being led and shown all of these different things? Why isn't one of these other officers? Because usually when it comes to these reports, it's one of the 90% of the time, it's the first officer that's responding. Then you might have some other people that are coming in a little later that are adding to that, but you're not waiting 4 hours after you have multiple officers there to then have this guy be led and shown all of it. It's like they had to get the movie set ready to then show this guy that can have plausible deniability.
Yeah, exactly. And like Commercial Zone said, I mean, that is also, if you agree to their timeline, it was probably actually a longer wait as well, which would have affected the evidence that he was walking into.
Right. I mean, you're talking, if it really was. Oh, sorry. Something was playing in the background. I'm double checking to see if this court hearing's live. I don't see it yet. Yeah, the timeline too. Like, you're having somebody look at evidence that's been there since 3 a.m.
Yeah, and hi Rosie, and to just to point out, originally, and you pointed this out, CJ, a long time ago, that they were looking for suspects, people, occupants, plural. 3 a.m. was the original time, and I think that's closer to it, maybe even earlier than that. So by the time Detective Payne's brought through by his personal escort, Corbin Smith led through the building, and like you say, Lanier is outside. What did that building smell like at that time? I'm telling you, it had been horrendous.
You're talking, it's the only thing I can, there's no smell that I can't compare it. I can't compare it to you. The only thing I can tell you is the potency of it to your nose is like a handful of smelling salts cracked open at the same time. Like that, I can't give you the smell. I can't, there's nothing I can compare it to. But the potency of it hitting your nose and the hairs in your nose, a handful cracked open at the same time and you shoving them in your face. That's how strong it is. There had to be. And when it comes to, the amount of time, again, why is this guy being led and shown all of these different things? Yeah, here's this, here's the sheet, here's this. Wow.
Yeah.
Even on body cam. Oh, I had to look at Nunez's body cam to know there was a dog there. No. So I don't even, it's so they could have plausible deniability. It was a movie set. To me, they were setting up a movie set. So, I'm not sure what's going on. This is supposed to be live already.
On the Judge YouTube channel, where the only person you can see is Judge.
I know.
Witnesses for the witnesses.
And why don't they put like notifications out too? It's just
right.
Yeah,
it's like they don't want people to watch.
Yeah, it's just blank. Now, do you guys think? I've always kind of felt that the statements that were in the PCA actually came from counselors from the school based off of the wording, and that's why you get the wording of clad in black, and that's why.
I totally go with that.
Yeah, I don't even think that any of them talked to the officers.
I mean, and the one thing that, November, I think it was November the 17th, Miss Chapin, it was their first interview, and it was with the local reporter that resembled Kaylee. And since then, there is a whole section of that interview that has been cut out. And it's, I mean, I have searched high and low, and I have not documents, but I have all kinds of stuff where other people have hunted the same thing I'm hunting and everything, and in that interview, Miss Chapin talks about Bethany yelling up from the first floor because she thought it was okay. See, every bit of y'all know what I'm talking about then.
Yeah.
Okay, every bit of that's been cut out now. You can't find it anymore.
Really?
Yes, it's gone. It does not exist. I mean, the only thing that you can find now is like 10 minutes and 21 seconds. If you find anything longer than that, please let me know, because I have searched and searched and searched.
I'm sure.
And the reason that I remember it is because my daughter had told me about this case when that's how I started watching and everything. And so I went through and I was watching that interview one night, and everything she said, I went running in there to my daughter, and I'm like, did you know blah, 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 blah. And she's like, what are you talking about? So I had to send it to her. And so that's the reason I remember it so vividly of everything that was said. And so I'm like, why is that cut out? There's something to that, I mean, it does not exist. I mean,
right. And what's her exculpatory evidence, too?
Exactly. And see, the exculpatory evidence to me is her screaming upstairs for Ethan to shut up and be quiet, because Miss Chapin talks about that the girls heard the rummaging, she heard the arguing and the fighting and the furniture being moved around, but that they thought that it was a continuation of the frat fight. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I always felt that was connected somehow too.
Right. And so that's the reason that the girls didn't panic. And that was the texting they were doing was, hey, did you hear that? And, and I'm just making this up. I have no proof of anything that was said, but it's like, yeah, I cannot believe that they brought the fight to our house or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And so what happens is when she sees him leave, she goes running downstairs and gets in the bed with Bethany. And that's the reason her statement is, I originally went to bed on the second floor. You don't originally do something unless you change it.
Yeah.
That's true.
And so she went and got into bed with Bethany. And the next morning when they woke up, she went upstairs and was like, oh crap, they must have beat the crap out of Ethan, And so they couldn't get the door open. And that's when they called Hunter, and Hunter came over to try to get the door open. Now, the ladder laying down is not laying down anymore because they can't get the door open. He uses the ladder, climbs up on the thing, and looks inside the window and says, call 911. So when they call 911, if you'll remember, somebody passed out, somebody went to the hospital and all this, right? Well, Bethany was hyperventilating and Dylan is the one that passed out. Now, to me, that is reactions to seeing something.
Oh, of course.
That's not 8 hours later of cleaning up a crime scene and stuff like that.
I know, everybody. We have it up right here. It should be showing. It's showing, ain't it?
Mr. Kohberger's not there yet, though.
No, the judge is not here yet.
Judge is not taking the bench, yes.
No.
Oh.
Sorry.
Whoever, somebody adjusted something.
No, I saw a bunch of people saying it was on, but they're not even.
Yeah, and I did catch that where the PCA said that she originally went to bed
on the second floor.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Yep, here we go. Hold on one second.
So let's get on the record, please. We're now on the record. This is State versus Brian Kohberger, case number CR 29222805. Mr. Kohberger is in the courtroom. He is represented by Ms. Taylor, Mr. Logston, and Ms. Nassif. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson. Ms. Jennings, okay, I didn't see you immediately. Ms. Beatty and Mr. Nye. We're here on a motion to change venue from Latah County to Ada County, filed by the defense. Preliminary, anything, Mr. Thompson?
In your honor, not from the state.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Your honor, just that there is a stipulation that the court received the exhibits that were filed along with our declaration and our memorandum in support. That's correct, your honor.
All right, so we're talking about all those slides? There were like 100 slides.
There were 100 slides, your honor. We're talking about those, but in particular, the references to all of the media coverage, the articles that were contained, the table with the links to all of the articles that depict all of the media coverage.
So are you going to show those publicly, or those are for me because I'm the one who has to make the decision?
Those are for you. Yeah,
okay.
We'll have PowerPoint presentations today, but we will not be going through the hundreds of articles that have been provided for the court's consideration.
Well, I'm thankful for that, because I did look through all that, and I thought, oh, this would be not a good thing to, push out to the public, because we're trying to protect that, right?
Your Honor, we are, and I think it would take an extraordinary amount of court time to try to read through all of the articles or review all of the bits of news coverage that have happened in this case. We do intend to offer a little bit of a preview throughout our testimony, but certainly not the hundreds of articles and news stories that have existed.
Well, that was my other concern. So, all right. Well, call your first witness.
Your Honor, Ms. Massa, we'll start.
Okay. Mathis, thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Your Honor, as we get started here today, what I'd like to do is provide you with a roadmap of where we're going with our witnesses. The standard here is whether there's a reasonable likelihood that pretrial publicity has affected the impartiality of prospective jurors. To establish the quantity of pretrial publicity, we will call James Todd Murphy with true scope. To establish effect on partiality, we will call Dr. L. Alili to discuss the social science behind juror decision-making. Then we will call Dr. Brian Edelman about the survey and what it means. And finally, we will call Dr. Dare about the validity of the survey methodology. We are not calling today Scott Sunby, but as you listen to testimony today, please keep his sworn affidavit in mind. With his 39 years of studying capital juries and teaching at the National Judicial College, he is considered by the United States Supreme Court an expert in this area. He has published this book. It's called A Life and Death Decision, A Jury Weighs the Death Penalty. And this book is a culmination of interviews of over 1,200 capital jurors and how capital juries make decisions. Research shows that when a small community creates pressure to impose death, an Eighth Amendment violation may occur. Through these witnesses today, we want to avoid beginning a trial with, as Mr. Sunby states, quote, a thumb on death's side of the scale, end quote. And with that, I call James Todd Murphy.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Murphy, come on up this way, or however you can find your way through. And please face the clerk, raise your hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do. All right. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat there. And once you're seated, please state your name and spell your last.
James Todd Murphy. I go by Todd, my middle name. Last name is Murphy. All right. Sir, James Jackson.
Mr. Murphy, how are you employed?
I'm the president of TrueScope. That's spelled TRUESCOPE. It's one word.
And can you explain what TrueScope is?
Sure. TrueScope is a media monitoring and analysis service. We wrap our arms around all the media types out there. You can do it on a global level or a geographically isolated level. Normalize all that data from television, radio, newspapers, magazines, social media, online sources. Index that with metadata so we know date, time, placement. We assign sentiment metrics to it. And from that, we can extract data sets for what our clients need, specific to topics or phrases.
Can you explain how you track this media intelligence that you just described?
Sure. So we have feeds that are coming in. For example, we acquire a feed from X, formerly Twitter. We have an online feed that accesses all available online sources. We have a broadcast feed of TV, radio, and podcasts. All those feeds come into us as they're broadcasted, as they're posted, as they air or are printed. We don't do any modification of the text or the context. We just take it as it was provided by the content owner, index, store it, and then run queries against it.
Where did you travel from to be with us here today?
Our North America headquarters are in Omaha, Nebraska, where I live.
Would you tell the court about your background in media intelligence?
Sure. Might sound cliche, but I was born into the business. My father acquired a press clipping service called Universal Press Clipping Bureau in 1959. Eventually met my mother. Without further detail, eventually I became in existence. That's a technical phrase, I'm not sure. So working alongside my father growing up was just part of the DNA. I studied psychology and communications in college, and when I graduated, the internet was beginning to become a thing. And so I saw a future of data mining and expanding what was a press clipping service into the future. So my full-time employment with Universal at the time started in 1991 and came to today.
Beyond your 30 years of experience that you've described in your educational background, do you have other qualifications in this area?
Yes. So in the mid-90s, I developed a framework for comparative media analysis where we could take those data sets and compare. My first project was letting hospitals compare themselves to others to see how one brand of a hospital might compare to another within a community or market. I also invented the first multi-channel media monitoring software that would let us monitor multiple TV channels on one computer and write the closed captioning text to a database simultaneously. Innovations not quite as exciting as those continued throughout the years. I also made other acquisitions, which I then folded into Universal, buying up other monitoring services in Alaska or Wisconsin or wherever. Eventually merged my company with TrueScope, a technology company out of Australia. TrueScope owns Universal Information Services at this point, and we're adding AI and other natural language processing to what we do.
What about organizations? Are you part of any organizations in this field?
I am. There's a global organization of all media intelligence services called FIBEP. That's spelled F-I-B as in boy, E-P as in Paul. Every continent except the uninhabited ones have many, often multiple media intelligence or media monitoring services. They belong, or most belong to this organization. My peers in this organization elected me president to lead this organization at a global level last year. I'm currently the president of FIBEP.
And have you ever testified related to your expertise before?
I have been asked to do that and have done so, yes.
Before you start talking about the data in this case, How closely have you followed this case on a factual level?
I kind of have a personal standard operating procedure that when a client engages us on a topic that I feel for our company may become contentious or may have downstream effects where I might be called to objectively testify, I purposely remove myself from evaluating the content of the data set related to the subjects they're asking us to monitor. So while I have made myself familiar with the search strategy, the keywords, the phrases, which would include the defendant's name and the family names of the students that are victims, I have done very little. I paid very little attention to the media exposure on this. In fact, I just learned that the judge of this case has a last name that sounds like he was born for this role. That was last night. I didn't know who the judge was. What coincidence. My apologies for not knowing who you were until last night. Thank you.
Are you familiar with Ms. Saucier, who testified last year in this case?
Yes, Jean Saucier is my right-hand person. She's a senior vice president of client success. She has a media measurement background that started years before she came to be under my employment. I would venture to say she's as much of an expert in this area as I am. And if she was actually here, I'd probably say she's more of an expert, but since she's not, I'll tell you that for myself.
So for context purposes, when she testified about data in TrueScope, is it the same set of data that you've just testified to?
Exact same data. We work at the same company. We have access to the exact tools. She works with clients directly as yourself. I work directly with her.
How is TrueScope using media intelligence in this case?
I'll say it maybe functionally. We have been asked by you, our client, to track specific topics related to this case, names associated, and I might say the more unique a phrase is, the more accurate our media monitoring can be. If the name was John Smith and Susan Jones, then we have to do much more Boolean logic, apply more Boolean logic to make sure that we're focused on extracting it's very specific. So for you, we've built a search query using Boolean logic and AI to focus on the stories that are of interest in this case. The second half of what we're doing, so that's the media monitoring. We first capture the data. That creates a data set. Then that data set is analyzed by our analysis team, which is led by Cheryl Lewis, Dheril, Lewis, Lewis. And she has an assistant data analyst who they're trained in a way that we call cross-coder proficiency. So whether Cheryl analyzes a story or Harry, her assistant analyzes it, they analyze it in the same manner. That also creates a check and balance that if something in the media monitoring function picks up a story that matches the name Judge, but for some reason isn't the Judge associated with this case, the analyst then at a human level can say, that's the wrong Judge, and it would be removed from the data set at the analysis level.
What objectives is TrueScope trying to achieve in this case?
We've been primarily asked to look at the without even being hyperbolic, would say an extreme amount of media coverage, its impact on a population or a community, and a statistical volume of that media exposure on various communities across the U.S., but focused on several counties within.
How long has TrueScope been gathering data for Mr. Kohberger's case?
I believe we were engaged on February 15th, 2023. We have some ability to pull some data forward from that time, but that's when technically the engagement came.
And you've talked about the media types and the data that's gathered. is area or location of media coverage able to be determined?
Yes, in most cases, maybe I'll separate that into two areas of media. You have traditional media, which would be television, radio, newspapers, magazines, even online news sources. Those are all tied to a specific city and state. You have the Moscow Daily News, and the metadata that we have attached to that source would say, okay, that publication name is in the city of Moscow, in the state of Idaho, and has a circulation figure of, I'll say, hypothetically 3,000 readers. I don't know the exact circulation of that specific paper. For television, each television news affiliate, local news comes from what's called a local news affiliate. It may be the ABC affiliate, but it may have call letters such as KXLY, I think is one of the Spokane channels. And they may be an NBC or an ABC affiliate, but they're the local affiliates who's in charge of airing local news. And Nielsen media data, Nielsen services, you may have heard of Nielsen boxes and market ranks and things like that. They know that that station is in this city, in this state, and each affiliate is part of a DMA, a designated market area. Stop me if I'm going too far down the rabbit hole, but a designated market area, although the news may come out of Spokane, Washington, the designated market area is a radius around that can take in additional cities, counties, and at the functional level, consumers of news, viewers in this case.
Is frequency of media coverage able to be determined?
Yeah, we, since on television, newspapers, online, demographics can change over time, can change by day. So a good example of frequency, why frequency matters. A local news affiliate might have a 6 to 7 a.m. newscast, a midday newscast, a 5 p.m. and a 10 p.m. Depending on what time zone you're in, those can be adjusted based on network. But let's say that they ran a story about anything. They might run it in the morning where the demographics skew one way. They might run it at midday, which might have a much smaller audience or potential viewership. They might run it at 5 o'clock, which would have people who come home from work early or those who are unemployed. And then at 10 o'clock generally can be the largest audience. So knowing what time they run it lets us know the demographics, the audience, and even a vanity metric called ad values. We won't get into that, but what time a story airs and how many times it runs, we aggregate that and we can say, okay, this story ran 4 times on this channel on one day and had a total viewership potential of, say, 50,000. That doesn't mean I watched it at all 4 times. That just means the viewership at each of those times has the potential to see it. And that's where frequency comes into play.
Are there types of media coverage that Truth Scope does not gather?
We don't track anything that's illegal. We don't go behind, we don't penetrate privacy rules, such as your personal Facebook pages if they're marked to private. We also don't look at streaming entertainment channels such as Peacock, Hulu, where the content on those channels often is broadcast originally in a specific time zone. We call that an ephemeral broadcast, where it aired at 5 o'clock and then was lost to the ether. But Hulu and those streaming channels give the opportunity for that story then to be posted, and you can watch it at your leisure in a time shifting. We don't monitor those adjacent streaming channels, because they're subscription based, demographics are different, and we already have the content as it was aired originally.
I'm going to hand you what's been stipulated and admitted as a part of Exhibit C. I've shown the state, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Can you tell the court what that is?
That is a very base level spreadsheet of all the media exposure. Just looking at some of the topics specific to this account that you've engaged us for, including the topics that you've specified we monitor for your account. It includes various things like the type of media, so it might be Twitter or print or broadcast. It would include the metadata we include, city, state, circulation, viewership, things like that. There's also hyperlinks. As a client of ours, you would receive, if you exported this from your workspace or we exported it for you, you would have a hyperlink. You would click on that. Because we have a cookie on your computer, it would open that hyperlink and you could see the full story. Unless it's an online story or a social media story, then we take you directly to that end source. So if it's MoscowDailyNews.com and it's in front of their paywall, you would click on that link and you can view that story yourself.
Is Exhibit C in front of you specific to Latah County?
Yes, I see under county, spot checking it and spinning through where it can be determined either all Latah County related. Some of them are cities within Latah County.
Is the list of Exhibit C approximately 1,360 entries long?
Yes, I can confirm that's the number of rows, which and each row would indicate a individual media mention, or also known as a media story, an article or a news story on a broadcast.
And Your Honor, I won't have him hand that to you now, but for purposes of the record, that will be a paper copy for the court's file. You have that in an Excel spreadsheet that's much easier to read than what is in that paper in there.
Right, okay, so this was agreed by the state too. So I just want to make sure, because I have the exhibit C also that was attached to your brief,
which is
300 pages. So, but then we have the additional C, which is more I guess thorough.
So this is a part of C related to TrueScope, which is this list of the 1,300 stories. And then I'm about to get into the other part of Exhibit C, which is TrueScope's report.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Just wanted to clear that up.
Did you prepare some other documents that represent media coverage in 4 counties in Idaho for this case?
We did. Once TrueScope had and it's an ongoing thing, we're constantly monitoring your news. So even this morning, you would have received a report of any media exposure that has happened since yesterday morning. It runs on a 24-hour cycle where we pushed out a report to the client, but we're collecting it in real time. So if a client wanted to look at the workspace at 3 p.m. today, all that news would be in there. I may have digressed from your question.
That's coming to hand you an exhibit.
Okay.
This is the second part of C. And I'm going to put that in front of you because it might be easier to see. You've got 2 screens.
Yes, that was the second part of my answer. We did prepare a media measurement analysis. Cheryl Lewis's team, and that's part of the combination of services that we're providing.
Okay, looking at this page here, can you please explain to the court what this is?
Sure. You have 2 pie charts. On the left, you have the volume of media coverage specific to the keywords and phrases searched for our client related to this case. You see on the left, out of all the media coverage between January 2023 and July 15th, 36% of that coverage, or just over 36% of that, was seen or had the opportunity to be seen in Latah County. On the right side, you have another pie chart that shows the population of Idaho, and it shows what percentage Latah County represents of the total percentage of Idaho, which is 2.75%.
On the second bullet point of notes there's some reference to census. Can you explain that note?
Sure. The census data used for this was from, I believe, July of 23. Of the 40,924 people in Latah County, we were asked to look at age eligible to serve on jury duty amongst all of that, the people in the county, which equated to 61%, or just under 25,000 people of the nearly 41,000 all are age eligible to serve on the jury.
Right.
In Latah.
Going to the next page. What does this page tell the court?
This is the same analysis framework performed on a different county. Again, on the left, you see the total media coverage in Idaho for the same date range, but 34% of the media coverage was seen in Ada County, which is just a couple percentage points below that of Latah County. The primary difference is the right-hand pie chart, which shows the population of Ada County relative to all of Idaho, and it's over a quarter of the state population, only Ada, or 26.42%.
What conclusions do you draw when you compare the two counties' data?
There's a lot more people in Ada County, and where I would be going with that as a media analysis, when I would interpret this from a media analysis perspective, is the propensity to dilute the media exposure in a larger population is a factual function of that. If you have a certain number of stories divided by the population, the number of stories a person can see is fewer if the population is larger. Did that answer your question, or was I?
I'll follow up with another specific one. Out of the two counties, where is the most opportunity for a resident to view stories about this case?
It's by far in Ada County. When we did the analysis of the age eligible process, nearly 300,000 people in Ada County are jury age eligible, compared to just under 25,000 in Latah County.
I'm gonna just ask my question again. It was probably inartful on my part. Do more people in Latah County, is there more saturation in Latah County or more saturation with media coverage in Ada County?
Yes. A person in Latah County would be exposed to far more media coverage than people, a community in Ada County.
Can we now switch to the third slide? What does this show?
This adds in 2 additional counties that we were asked to look at. It reflects media exposure specific to Bannock and Canyon counties.
And and then there's also a gray area, rest of Idaho. You just want to explain what we see here?
Sure. So if you look at the volume of media coverage for the same date range that the first 2, Latah, Ada, and then 4 counties we're looking at, out of all the media exposure for the state of Idaho, Latah received 36%, Ada had 27%, Bannock 1.56%, and Canyon just over 3%. The rest of Idaho got just under a third of the meetings. So outside those 4 counties, the rest of the counties in Idaho, for the rest of the people that represent, the rest of the regions in Idaho would have been exposed to approximately 31.53% of the media exposure.
You turn next to, I believe it's page 5. explain what opportunities to be seen are and the differences in the counties.
Sure. So in this pie chart, again, we're looking at the same date range. Opportunities to be seen are maybe best described relative to probability versus possibility. Each person in any of these 4 counties, or the rest of Idaho for that matter, have an equal possibility to see a story. It's like flipping a coin. You can flip a coin 100 times and the possibility of it coming up heads is equal every time. The probability of it coming up heads every time is much different. Probability is a mathematical statement, a quantitative measure. And so opportunities to be seen are dependent on the media type. So we measure opportunities to be seen for, say, newspapers based on their circulation. These are paid subscribers who you then infer pay to receive that news, they consume that news. Television has Nielsen audience figures. Nielsen measures those in smaller markets quarterly, in larger markets 6 times a year, I believe. Any of the broadcast markets we're talking about and the DMAs affecting this pie chart would be measured quarterly. So opportunities to be seen are the possibility that people in that county would see it. It's the volume of those opportunities that creates the potential opportunity or probability that they've been exposed to X number of articles or media mentions, discrete articles, stories about this topic you're having us track. The numbers reflected on the pie chart show that over half of those opportunities to be seen reside within Latah County, nearly 60% or 57.03%. The opportunities to be seen per person in Ada County is 31.2%, not quite half, but nearly half the opportunities. And that's a simple mathematical function of all the media exposure in that county divided by the population, or in this case, potentially age eligible for jury population.
And in terms of the green sliver there, Canyon County is close to Ada. And so if we assume that Canyon County residents might review Ada County news with its population of 180,000, is the dilution of Latah County or the dilution of Canyon County still significantly greater than the saturation in Latah County?
If I understand the question correctly, how I may answer that is Canyon, and I would also say Bannock, unless you don't want me to mention Bannock, but the media exposure specific to those counties is statistically insignificant relative to the rest of Idaho, Latah County, and Ada County. In fact, if you combined all those two and grouped them into either one of those, it wouldn't change the inferences that we make on the data between Ada and Latah.
Can you turn to the next slide now? Tell the court which line represents which county and the color.
Sure, the darker line, the red line is maybe the easier one to see. That's Ada County, and the darker line, it's a blue or might look black on the screen, is Latah County.
And Judge, for your purposes, this is C1 that was filed with the reply, which is an update from the original memorandum to include a more recent date, the date that we filed, August 19th, the reply. So I don't know what one you're looking at, but the one on your computer screen is the one that we're talking about right now.
Thank you to tell me that.
Could you explain, Mr. Murphy, what the purpose of showing this over time does for the court?
Yeah, one of the more interesting charts that we develop for our clients is media coverage over time. And in this case, we're looking at January 1st of 23 through August 19th of 24. If you look at the red line, which is Ada County, you can see that aside from May 2023, it often lags by volume of coverage behind Latah County, in most cases by 50% or more of the media coverage. So if I rephrase that in maybe simpler terms, the media exposure in Ada County for the majority of time between January 2023 and August, continuing into August 2024, has been far less in Ada County than in Latah County.
And what can you tell from the spikes? Have you correlated those with case events?
Sure. It might be convenient to look at it analogous to maybe a stock portfolio. Oftentimes a peak is followed by a valley, unless you invest in NVIDIA. But May 2023, you see 198 stories. I believe that highest peak for Ada County was the indictment is what's driving that peak. Now, when you compare that to Latah County, I can see that moving towards that indictment, there was ongoing media coverage. So while Ada spiked, it had a quick uptick in what I would call a fairly slow decay because of the extreme nature of the topic of the story. When we look at Latah County, it is more consistent. And after the indictment, Latah County surpasses media coverage over time consistently up through August of this year.
And this was filed with the court on August 19th, and we're here on August 29th. Have you been able to review and see what's going on with the coverage regarding this case right now as we sit here?
Yeah, I took a look Tuesday. I started seeing the media exposure ticking up again. It was fairly high yesterday. In my professional opinion, I would wager it's going to be extremely high today. And that's a function of public interest in an extreme news story. A story, you may have heard the phrase, this story has legs. A story that is extreme, unique, atypical, has greater legs than, say, high school football scores you hear on the 10 o'clock news on a Friday night. Those would have a very fast decay of memory on consuming viewers. This type of story will remain on the mind and be of interest up to and beyond the conclusion of this case, however that might be.
Would you flip to the next slide? This green line, what does it show?
It shows somewhat of a similar pattern across the entire country. It's the same date range. It's also showing media coverage over time, but it's looking at all media exposure nationwide. So while you feel things very acutely locally, even a story as extreme as this garners less interest the further you get away from the local community. And to look at this on a nationwide chart like this, you can see it remains in the mind, and these are large numbers. The indictment of over 13,268 or 13,268 media mentions on May 2023 shows that the nation was interested in it, but that decay has been faster on a nationwide level just because, according to the decay of engagement on news stories, the further you get away, the less, I don't mean to sound callous, but the less interesting it is if you're in Florida than if you are in Latah County or something.
So in terms of looking at decay, I want to ask this in the context of the story waning for the court's purposes of projecting, say, months down the line next year at trial. Based on the data that you're seeing, is this story waning in the news?
No. In fact, if we could make one more line on any of these media coverage over time charts, you would see an upslope on the first one, this chart. You already see it ticking up, the one that compared LATOC to ADA. If we could bring that chart forward to today, you would see that going up, and that will be consistent. Anytime this case has significant news or a significant hearing in LATOC and Ada County, it will be of interest. And I would say that the delta or the difference between LATOC and Ada County will continue to be statistically similar. It will probably potentially always be of greater interest in LATOC County than in Ada County. Not to diminish the interest in Ada County, it's just, I believe it's further away than LATOC County from where the alleged crime was committed, or the crime was committed.
Is Nez Perce and Lewiston are they a part of LATOC County's designated market area?
To my knowledge, yes.
What does that mean for Lewiston and Nez Perce to be a part of the designated market area of LATOC?
That's real simple. If the population, those are counties or cities?
Nez Perce is a county, Lewiston is a city.
Okay, so the population of those, I guess, could you rephrase the question?
What does it mean for those for Nez Perce County and Lewiston City to be a part of the LATOC County designated market area?
Okay, so that would increase the population of people that have opportunities to see the story within the same designated market area. So if you're in LATOC County, you have the same potential to see the stories in Nez Perce and Lewiston. Does that change the mathematical outcome of the original pie charts we looked at? Those two counties combined with LATOC County would have to exceed the population of Ada County in order for this dynamic to change. I don't know how many people are exactly in each of those counties, but if together with LATOC County, they exceed 295,000 potential jury eligible jurors, then you might be able to say the impact from the media on those two populations or exposure to media could be equal. But if Nez Perce and Lewiston are smaller counties and together with LATOC are still significantly lower than Ada County, that's not going to change the determination I've made in this data.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. So, Ms. Beatty, here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Just for my own clarification, on those pie charts, when it says LATOC County and Ada County, are you limiting that to the boundaries of the specific county, or are you talking about the broader designated market area?
When what we're looking at is media mentioned that impacted the county.
The county specifically.
Right. So.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So in looking at those line graphs that you presented, I noticed that they started in January of 2023.
Correct.
So December of 2022, Mr. Kohberger was arrested. Were you able to make any determinations of media coverage in December of 2022 at the time Mr. Kohberger was arrested?
We were not engaged nor tracking the media.
Okay. And that's not possible to go back and track that?
We can do what's called a back search, but we can't. Certain media types have expired. online news links, social media might have been taken down. So you can do it. I wouldn't say I would present it with confidence.
Thank you.
I can show you a number.
Thank you. So fair to say, though, that there probably would have been a pretty substantial spike at that time as well.
I would say yes.
And possibly, although you can't say for sure, that spike could have been even higher than any of the other spikes on this graph, possibly.
The possibility exists.
Thank you, sir. So for the first 6 months on this chart of volume of media coverage over time for Latah and Ada County had more intense media coverage in January, February, March, April, May, and then June, and then in July, there's a crossover where Latah County is higher than Ada County. So fair to say for that first 6 months, Ada County did have at times fairly significantly more media coverage than Latah County.
Correct.
Okay. And council talked with you about these peaks and how they correspond with specific events in the case, such as court hearings. Would you expect that if the court were to make a decision to start closing certain hearings, particularly evidentiary hearings as we approach trial, that would be a mitigating factor that would decrease the amount of media coverage in this case?
I can't say yes or no on that. I would say it depends. If those closed meetings were a public record, then the media most likely that's following this would still have a high probability of reporting on it. They may just not have any image or interviews or some of the elements that go into a more engaging news story.
So the coverage might be less intense.
Intense is a qualification that I'm not able to make. I can't tell you how intense something impacts you as a viewer or a consumer.
Sure, thank you. And I noticed in that chart of Latah County and Ada County coverage that in the last couple of months, that coverage intensity in both of those counties has become pretty close again. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Yes.
And so based on these charts, it's really not beyond the realm of possibility that Ada County could again surpass Latah County in coverage, at least at certain points, correct?
Again, there's an equal chance of possibility. The probability based on the data, I would say is no, in my professional opinion. We've already seen an uptick, and it appears that in Ada County, the news is much more focused and attentive, even to what I might consider a less weighted story. I think there was a story recently about a memorial garden or something that this county garnered quite a bit of media exposure. But that's logical. Sure.
Well, in June of 2024, it looks like they got so close that they were just 2 points apart. Is that correct? Latah County just 2 points above?
Yeah.
And you're not willing to testify that there's a possibility that Ada County could potentially surpass Latah County in the future?
I'll absolutely guarantee that possibilities are always equally available.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Beatty. Ms. Matthew.
Mr. Murphy, in terms of this discussion on Ada versus Latah, you mentioned the Nielsen rankings. Could you please tell the court the difference between what the Nielsen ranking is, and then I'll follow up with what Latah's is and what Ada County's is. So what's a Nielsen ranking?
Sure. So I don't want to assume that most people have heard of the Nielsen ratings, but anyone who's involved with selling advertising or the news media knows that Nielsen for more than 50 years has measured the top 200 designated market areas. New York City is number one. It's the largest DMA. The media in that market reaches the most people. And so it's a measure of how many active news consumers, is the way I would describe it, are in a city or a city's area. I know we're looking at counties, but your designated market area here in Latah County fall under the radius, I think I mentioned earlier, Spokane, Washington. In Ada County, their designated market area is Boise, Idaho. A different deal.
And what's the Nielsen ranking of Latah County?
It's ranked 64 out of 210.
And what is Boise?
97.
I have nothing. So I should follow up and say, in terms of how that's measured, 64 mean that is a higher rank than Boise at 97.
The DMA in which Latah County resides has far more opportunities for media stories to be seen based on the strength of the DMA. As you get down to the smaller DMAs, for example, Glendive, Montana, has historically been market 210 last. They have one CBS affiliate. There's just not a lot of news coming out of an area, a DMA like Glendive. But on the two counties you're talking about, they reside in a DMA that's 64 for Latah County. A larger DMA is going to have more media opportunities to be seen and more media outlets available. As you get to smaller markets, you have fewer and fewer media outlets serving there.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Beatty?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
He can, Your Honor, and the exhibits that are with him can go for you for the court's paper file for the record.
Thank you. Okay, sir, you're free to leave or you're free to stay. Thank you. Appreciate it. You being here. Thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and pause it right there. Man, that was a lot.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot.
It was a lot.
Yeah.
So he's basically making an argument that, which is true, when you're talking 300,000, you're talking from 300,000 to 25,000. That's quite a bit of difference.
Yeah, that's the point. I think that's the main point.
Yeah, the eligible people, that's quite a bit of difference. And I would assume if 300,000, and it's got to be mostly city folk, I think, because I mean, when you're talking a county, just one county, it's not a state, it's not a huge city, it's a county. So Ada County, Boise has to be in Ada County, I would assume, because I don't see where there's 300,000 people living in Idaho or anything else in a county.
Let's see.
Now, I saw I think Commercial brought it up about why wouldn't they do any research on 12/30/2022? Why do you think that is? Because it would have affected the data? Because that had to be a spike right there. 12/30/2022 had to be a humongous spike, probably the biggest spike that took place since the crime took place, was when he was arrested.
Yeah, it is interesting why they didn't do that. I wonder. I did hear something about that. A lot of it was removed. There were no more links to it. Was that what he was referring to? Was the date of the arrest?
That's a good point, because when he was asked at some point, when were you hired? I wrote it down now. I can't find it. I think it was somewhere like mid-February 2023.
It was the 15th.
Yeah,
So maybe
February.
it's a little too far removed, but what difference does 12/30 have between 1/1? That's only a couple of days.
Yeah.
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 It's a mystery, like the PCA, big mystery.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
February 15th, I
15.
think, 2023 is, he said, when they started engaging into the DNA or whatever he calls them. I don't know. It sounded to me like he made a very good point about how it could. I mean, really, 300,000 to 25,000. That's a huge number. And you're putting 25,000 in there like 12 times, to get the 300. So quite a bit bigger jury pool. You saw the stuff that Ann Taylor, the defense, was saying about the local justice and stuff
Yeah.
like that. And so, and I believe it. Trust me, when you're talking about these small communities, there's a reason that a lot of them end up getting. It's almost like when there's criminal activity going on, a lot of it is like a peer pressure type tactic where you're almost pressured to think and feel a certain way. And if you don't, you're an outcast. It reminds me of when I had James on the show that used to go to the church and live in Moscow as a child. And
Oh, right. Yeah. I
I
remember that.
remember, and because he felt differently and thought differently, he was treated differently, and it affected him in a lot of the things for him the rest of his life when it came to certain things. So, yeah, if you don't, like I said, it's tradition, it's old tradition. We don't like new ideas. We don't, we do things the way that we do them, and that's how we're always going to do them. And if you don't like it, you don't need to be here. Just like the dude that sells houses in Idaho. If you listen, you need to live like this, and if you don't, you're probably not going to like it. It's like, okay, buddy, thank you for the heads up.
And an observation that you made, CJ, when you did your drive through Moscow was that it appeared to be an economically depressed, I don't know if the words in your mouth. You saw a lot of roofs that needed fixing that weren't fixed. You pointed that out. I would have never thought of that. What is the impact, the economic impact of the University of Idaho if they were to close tomorrow on not just Moscow, but Latah County?
Well, I mean, just think about the mom and pop donut shop. That all the way down to the mom and pop donut shop. They ain't making it. That's why in the very beginning, when Steve G was getting upset because nothing was happening, very, very beginning, and he said, look, I'm not trying to say anything bad. Remember that he was wearing that cat logo, and him and Christy were standing out in the wintertime, and he was like, look, I'm not trying. He goes, I know Moscow would disappear. I don't want Moscow to disappear, but I want people to step up and do something and say something. It was like he was like telling them, do your damn job or I'm going to do it for you. If anybody remembers that, it was like the first month that the crime took place and they were out there being interviewed. Fox News, I believe it was. I just remember the cat logo. And that's when he said that. And it's very true. Like, if the University of Idaho didn't exist, that wouldn't even be Idaho property. Period. And the craziest thing to me is when I seen that the only reason that the University of Idaho was created because they couldn't take that panhandle away from Idaho if there was a university up there. That's the only way that they couldn't lose that land to Washington or Montana. And so when they created University of Idaho a couple years before Idaho becomes a state just to hold on to that panhandle, That's all it is. That's the importance of the University of Idaho in northern Idaho, because without them, there is no Idaho.
Wow.
There. And without the University of Idaho, there is no Moscow. Because the only reason Moscow exists is because the University of Idaho exists. Because if you look when the University of Idaho was created, there was no Moscow. It was a couple buildings, and then a couple years later, some of them caught on fire. Money, money, money. Some of them caught on fire, and then all of a sudden it becomes this extravagant. That's a good question, Natalia. No, it didn't. There's been so much. Now I don't know where it's at now. It's probably fell through, to be honest with you, because I haven't heard anything about it lately, and I know that there was a lot of pushback. I can't remember his name. Idaho statesman, Caddy. What's his name? If you can remember him, I can't remember now. He was doing a lot to bring awareness to the shadiness of the deal. So
Right.
I don't think it did, but I don't know. That's a good question. What is going on with that? But I know there's a lot of pushback from Mr. G in a black cat logo hoodie. There it is right there. Yeah, I remember the cat logo. So you guys can go back to it. You can see a Fox News interview. They were outside in the cold, out in front of a building. We're outside. It was snowing. It was cold. And that's when he said, I know Moscow. I don't want Moscow to disappear, but I want people to do their damn job. Right there. He even knows. Everybody has to know. So that's why I feel like everybody, it's all the pat on the back, because if we don't pat each other on the back, we might not even be able to pat you on the back because we might not be around. Huge influence. So that it was a little boring. That guy was a little boring, and whenever you're talking.
But what did you guys think of the question about the intensity when they were doing the cross-examination?
The intensity of the
coverage, like if they can or can't. I can't remember the exact wording, but they were kind of saying if people can't access the coverage, or if there is more. I'm trying to think of the word. Not.
They wanted to have hearings private.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So they kind of asked him if that would affect the intensity of the news coverage, and I was kind of wondering, like, what do they even mean by intensity? Because
things are already private.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rosie. I'm sorry.
No, I was just wondering what you guys thought of that, because I mean, I was thinking, like, if people don't know stuff, then that's just going to increase the amount of speculation, right?
Right.
So,
100%. And Yoli made a good point too, that because we were kind of chatting that look, trying to close the hearing. I mean, they're trying to use this expert, at least in my opinion, Yoli. Correct me if I'm wrong if you thought different, but trying to use this expert as fodder for possibly closing the hearings again.
Yes.
In future.
Yeah.
What did you guys think?
That's what it looked like to me.
That's what it looks like to me too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's kind of like what anybody that watches this for the Micah Miller stuff. When there was that court hearing for the sprinkler boy, they tried to use that bond court hearing to shut down the protests. The other court hearing, they used that court hearing to then put more negative attention on the protests to then try and get them shut down. You're exactly right. I felt it was the same kind of tactic. It was like, okay, you got us here, but we can get you a little bit right here.
Yeah.
And I felt that's what it was. Yeah. I hope not.
Well, the judge, in one of the documents that I did recently for my podcast, he noted that when he opened up a hearing that was previously closed, he noted that the hearing was closed. I believe it was on one of the motions to compel discovery, maybe on the fourth motion, that it was closed because the parties stipulated that it should be closed. So I just thought that, and Yoli's absolutely correct. I pointed this out as well. They have no expert. There's no expert to counter these three today that are on the stand.
No.
So they're using this to try to gather some information to maybe go back to Judge and say, you know, Judge, the hearing on whether or not the DP should be off the table, that should be closed. The expert here, don't you recall when he testified? You know, that when there's a hearing, there's more media saturation. But I think it was Rosie's point, going to Rosie's point, the reason why there's been, I believe, my First Amendment privileges, I'm going to say right here, this is my thought process, is why there's been so many wild theories and stories is because of the mountain of evidence and information that is closed in this case.
Yeah.
It is phenomenal what the 51 gigabytes, CJ, of information is turned over. You're telling me there's not one photograph of a traffic sign that they in good faith could not release to the public. Everything is under, we've never seen suspect vehicle 1, no 911 call, no, like you said, no picture of Mr. Kohberger going into the house or coming out. Where's the picture of this 3-point turn at King and Queen? That would have been a great opportunity. And then since the case started, until you look at the documents, you cannot fathom the amount of, Judge made a ruling that future exhibits would be under seal without ever seeing the documents in front of them. Yeah.
That's, I don't know. I feel like that is what's fueling the speculation, and you know, it almost seems like they want speculation that you know, that they want a narrative to be put out there, and this gag order sets the stage for a certain narrative to be put out there, because people need to fill in the blanks, and they fill them in however they want. And that's why all these wild theories come about. And then, you know,
well, it's what they usually do up there. When you look at all these other court cases, you know, with similar situations like this, they get the public pressure, which then they publicly convict these people, so that way these people take plea deals. And the only thing is Ann Taylor slipped in there and was like, not with this one, boys. You're not forcing a plea deal out of this guy.
Exactly. When I see the amount of information that has been closed in this case, it's almost going to be 2 years since these atrocities happened. So, right, let's take the focus off maybe the lack of facts that maybe led to probable cause, and let's kind of keep everything under seal so that people can start running with he's an incel, he wanted to see if he could get away with it, he's this oddball, he was stalking, this, that. They've got to start opening up that's my opinion. I mean, the First Amendment has taken such a beating in this case, and I'm worried about the precedent that it's going to establish. You said a long time ago, CJ, what if this was your father, your brother, your neighbor, your friend, and if they can do it to him, they can do it to anybody? That's the precedent that I'm fearful, and they keep bringing up time after time with these misnumbered reasons that they give why information needs to be closed. Not to disclose techniques. Well, isn't that the same in any case, that you have to disclose your techniques? And then there's this, we got to seal it because information, if it got out, could lead to a danger or could compromise someone's safety.
Right.
How many times have we said this question, CJ? How many times have we asked if the sole and the correct defendant has been locked up in the basement of the Latah County Jail since January of 2023, having come directly from Monroe County Jail, whose safety is and how is it? It's not like BK gets day passes. It's not like he can make threatening phone calls that they're not monitoring him 24/7.
Right. Yeah.
This case is such a mystery to me. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
Yep, that's what I say. I'm baffled, and I'm baffled by everything. That's why I mean, I don't know what else to say other than at trial they have to present the evidence. I mean, they can't present the evidence under seal at trial.
Well, they don't even have experts showing up for the court
No.
hearings. So what do you think? I can't imagine what the trial's going to look like. You know what I mean? You have nobody coming up here to argue your side.
Now there might be some strategy to it, but I seriously doubt it. I mean, they may
come
not
on.
want to show their hands like with regards to the technical experts, but that's silly.
Come on.
I think I think I think it's silly. Um, you know, I don't think there is a strategy, and I think
Mm-mm.
that they just didn't think it would be questioned, and everything was gonna, they got the
They,
DNA and and everything was just gonna go as planned, and nobody would
they
be
didn't think
questioning
beyond the
anything.
plea deal. That's what it was. They didn't think beyond the
It's
plea deal.
just crazy.
They
Yeah,
didn't
they
think beyond it.
underestimated it a
Mhm.
lot.
Mhm.
But honestly, I don't think that was a fair question at all. Yeah.
Yeah, it's I hope it doesn't. I hope they don't use this because it's going to take. I want to know what the date is that he's going to have his decision because it
Well,
ain't today.
no,
It's
no.
a month. Was he going to give him a month? October 1st.
He's got to put together a decision that's going to withstand appeal. And if you recall, I mean, he wrote that. Yoli, do you remember that really long 30-page, what was it, the IGG order that came out
Oh
October
yeah.
5th?
Hmm.
It took a while for that to come out. Now, this may not be as
Yeah.
long because it's not a case of first impression here, whether or not to move. But I agree with you, CJ. I think we're gonna be waiting. Meantime, we have discovery cutoff for the state next week coming up.
Well, I thought it was the first, but the first is what, Sunday?
Yeah, it's next week. I think it's Wednesday of next week.
Oh, so it's Wednesday next week.
Yeah, it's coming up, and then the defense's discovery cutoff is January of 2025.
25. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, hell, they just put in another 17th supplemental. They just put another
Yeah.
supplemental request for discovery again, and that's just a few days before the deadline. So, I mean, is it? It's like they would put the public pressure, get him convicted in the public eye,
Mm-hmm.
and then force a plea deal. Because a public defender is probably going to, when there's enough public pressure and there's not, that, and you don't have Ann Taylor, they're probably going to be like, look, man, you're looking at this much time, dude. Here's a plea deal. They're offering you a plea deal. Just take it. And I could see. I mean, look at how successful they have been at. Just look at how they do their court hearing or their court cases, man. I'm telling you, there's so many plea deals. And it's like they use the public pressure. They just didn't expect that the sleuthers of today's generation were gonna do what they did. Let's bring light and truth to some shoddy ass shit. So, all right, we're gonna go ahead and if anybody else, if you do want to say something, go ahead. If you have anything you want to mention about this guy, if not, we're gonna go ahead and get into the next witness now. If there is any graphs or anything like that, I will be taking screenshots and we can always go through them in the future because, like I said, we're going to be having more Idaho 4 shows here coming up here. Is there anything you guys want to mention real quick about?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the triumphant return of Dr. Brian Edelman.
Oh, right.
PowerPoint. I mean, this motion has been pending since January 30th, 2024, and I know a lot of people have said the IGG, that's hot. Nothing beat this motion for change of venue in terms of controversy, fireworks, the survey being stopped, that moment on the stand when Antio, so much. So that's witness number 3. I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, same here. Especially from our last show. I mean, you're all fired up about it. I can't wait for it. It's here. It's today. And this is witness number 2. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you.
Thank you. They're very small letters.
I agree, Your Honor. It was really hard to get them on one page. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Why don't we take a quick break? And then maybe come back at 10:20. Okay.
All right. Well, that's cool.
Get that on the record, please.
Small
That's
letters.
cool. I didn't even know that. We actually talked, and look, we're almost live now.
Yeah.
We got to skip the little break. That's cool. Oops.
Back on the record, State versus Kohberger, CR 2922-2805. Sorry for the delay. I think we had to adjust some mics, make sure everybody can hear. And counsel and Mr. Kohberger are here in the courtroom, so we're ready to go forward. Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will call Dr. Anani L. Alili.
All right, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Please raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury. I do.
All right, thank you. Please have a seat and then please state your name and spell your name.
Her name's Amani Alalili. Last name is EL-ALAYLI.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Good morning. I can see you brought some papers to the witness stand with you today. Will you identify what those are?
Yeah, it's just copies of the slides. It's nothing. None of my piece I couldn't see.
Okay, and the slides, does that refer to the PowerPoint presentation that you for us to share today?
It does.
Okay. At this time, will you place that document in front of you face down? And if you have difficulty seeing the slides, let me know and we'll have you turn it over so you can track and help us understand what you're going to teach us today, okay? Sure.
Yeah, I want to make sure then the state has stipulated to admit that.
That's correct.
Slides. Okay, thank you. So all the slides that we might be considering today, you agree to?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Will you tell us what you do for work?
I'm a professor at Eastern Washington University.
What do you teach?
I teach social psychology, which is the study of how people interact with each other and influence each other, how we're all affected by social situations.
I'm going to ask you some questions so that I can understand your background that led to your ability to teach. But I want to know if you're here today in your capacity as a professor or in your separate role as an expert consultant.
And here's my separate role as a consultant. So what I'll be talking about today is based on my expert opinion, based on the research I've conducted and what I've learned about in the field, and they're not affiliated with the university.
Thank you for that. Now let's go to your education. What degrees do you hold?
So I have a bachelor's in psychology, and I have a master's and PhD in social and personality psychology, with a focus on social psychology.
What does that mean, a focus on social psychology?
So our area, like I mentioned, it studies how we interact with and influence each other, the power of the situation and how it affects us, like how we're all behaving differently here than in our living rooms. It includes things like how people influence us to purchase things. Like I teach a class on social influence, or influence us to donate money. And then my specific area of focus is on social cognition, which is how we select, remember, and interpret social information.
How long have you been teaching?
I have been teaching since before I graduated my PhD, so since the late 90s. But I started my positions as a professor in 2002.
2002?
2002 at University of Florida, 2003 at Eastern Washington University.
In your role as a professor and a professional, have you written articles and been published?
I have.
How many, roughly?
Roughly 15, give or take.
Do any of those relate to human bias?
Yes, most of them. So a lot of them are focused centrally on bias, and then many of the others are tangentially related to bias. So it could be biased perceptions of ourselves, how we tend to overestimate ourselves in a lot of ways. It includes biased impressions of individuals, like you might take one thing about a person and make a whole bunch of conclusions about them when you don't know them. And that could influence how you perceive their behavior later on. It includes biased perceptions of groups, so stereotyping and prejudice. And I've also studied biased impressions of businesses.
Have you consulted as an expert in other cases besides Mr. Kohberger's case?
Yes, I consulted in a case around 2016 or so, and then I was involved in the non-dissemination hearing here as well for Mr. Kohberger's case.
So you're telling us that you've testified before in Mr. Kohberger's case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And have you testified as an expert in any other hearings besides that one for Mr. Kohberger?
For Mr. Kohberger, no, just that one.
How about other people?
Yes, one for, in the case I didn't seek it out. I have a full-time job, plenty to do, but I've been asked to do expert testimony, and I feel like it's the right thing to do to share what I know about bias.
Thank you for that. What is your role today? What did we hire you to do and ask you to do?
So my role was to evaluate how publicity about a case could shape potential jurors when they come in and sit on a panel, and to see if maybe people who were living in Lake Tahoe County or have some connection to Lake Tahoe County might potentially have more problems being objective because of media saturation and other issues.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint to help walk through what you have to share today?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to do my best to open that up. I am trying to find the right.
You just go to slideshow, right to the top, maybe 6 down to the right. One more, right. And then on the left, towards its front beginning.
Okay. I think we're there. Thank you for helping me through that.
I do this regularly. I'm teaching.
All right. I want to know if this is the background of the research on potential juror bias. What do you know about that?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of research on how publicity affects potential jurors. It says roughly 40 years. Really, it's been longer because in the 1960s, there were some high profile cases. And so social scientists wondered, does it matter if there's a lot of publicity about a case? Could that potentially make jurors less objective? Could that influence actual outcomes in a case? And so the research started then, kind of trickled in, and then became more and more popular. And then in 1999, there were enough studies that somebody conducted what's called a meta-analysis. And another one was conducted in 2022. So it's nice to have a recent one. A meta-analysis is when you take a bunch of studies on the same topic and you statistically combine them into one giant study. So they do this in every field. They do this in medicine, every discipline, where you really want to know an overall effect of something. Because I might run a study on the effects of pretrial publicity and find maybe a small effect, and somebody else might find a big effect, and somebody else might find no effect. And it's hard to trust any one study with, a few dozen participants, or even if it's hundreds. I would want to see lots of studies. Just like if I were trying to decide if I want to take a medication, I don't want just one study that tells me it works or doesn't work if I have a serious illness or the medication has a serious risk. But I would be much more confident if there were a whole bunch of studies, dozens of studies combined, and thousands of participants' data. And so a meta-analysis basically does that. It narrows down a specific topic, in this case, the effects of pretrial publicity on judgments, and it examines overall, combined, is there an effect? And so there were, like I said, one is quite recent from 2022. So it's the simplest way to describe this research. It's the easiest way for somebody to know where it stands, even if they don't read all the articles. And what this work has found is that if somebody's exposed to publicity about a case, something about the defendant, something about the case, fact, fiction, that the tendency is, if you look at everything as a whole, for it to affect judgments, and specifically how much you like the defendant, your inclination to say that they're guilty, your judgments of their criminality, etc. And this has been shown with individual judgments of guilt, but even more so with group judgments, with juries. And it looks at participants who are randomly assigned to get pretrial publicity information or not, so that you can really determine cause effect. So this would be a formal experiment. We do lots of studies, and experiments are the ones that I like to look at, because what you do is you hold everything constant except for one thing that you change. You get one people, one experience, another group of people, another experience, and then expose them to all the same things. So all the same trial stimulus materials. And you see, okay, the people who got some information ahead of time that they weren't supposed to pay attention to, did they evaluate the evidence differently? Did they come up with different judgments? And so the meta-analysis in 2022 is based on over 11,000 total participants, and it summed up the studies on that specific topic.
And the sum up, what was the sum up?
Yeah, essentially what's on the slide there are the main findings. The fact that if you get exposed to publicity, you're more likely to render a judgment of guilt, and less likely to, or have lower liking for the defendant, and have higher ratings of their criminality.
Based on your years of teaching and work and understanding human bias, do you know why this happens?
Yes, if you don't mind advancing to the next slide, I have a couple sections here. One is on why we sort of soak up this pretrial publicity in the first place. And then the next section is on why that stays with us through a trial if we are to serve as jurors, even when we don't want it to stay with us. And so if I'm to start with the first topic, why is it that we soak this up in the first place? One reason is because of how we process information. Since the 80s, social psychologists have studied this model that suggests that it's pretty straightforward. Sometimes we think deeply about things and we scrutinize arguments and find flaws in them. And then sometimes we make quick decisions. We like decision shortcuts. And we only have so much cognitive capacity that the vast majority of our decisions and thought processes are more automatic. And we call this peripheral root processing when it involves an influence situation. So if you're making some kind of determination about something, whether you should purchase a certain car or vote for a certain political candidate or something like that. You can go through and you can analyze every single thing and try to be as objective as possible, or you can make a decision in 2 seconds. Oh, my neighbor has that car and they like it, And so the problem with peripheral processing is sometimes you're going to come to a conclusion that you wouldn't have come to before if you had thought about things more methodically, more systematically. And so the reason this applies here is because people, when they're consuming media, are often processing peripherally. Why? Because they might not be completely able to focus on a story, or they're scrolling quickly through a newsfeed. So if you're scrolling through a newsfeed or a social media feed, or if you're watching the news while you're cooking dinner or something like that, you're taking in information, but you're not able to really devote the resources cognitively to nitpick. And so you'll see something like Brian Kohberger arrested for the murder of 4 students, or you'll see something like this: among items taken from suspect, knives, guns. And automatically, when we're processing at the superficial level, which again, most of the time we're doing, we'll say, oh, okay, so they found the person who committed the crime and they have evidence. And we don't take it a step further. But if you actually stop and think, then you realize, oh, wait a minute, people get arrested all the time and it turns out they didn't commit a crime. Or wait a minute, we all have knives in our homes, but we haven't all killed somebody. A lot of knives in my kitchen. A lot of households have guns. And so we don't take that extra step to really think deeply about things a lot of the time when we're consuming media.
It sounds like you're telling me that we're just absorbing information, and in Mr. Kohberger's case, from the media, people may take bits and pieces, and that starts to create a level of knowledge or human bias.
We might feel like we know about something more than we do, yeah.
Are there other ways that that bias gets created?
Yes, and it looks like you advance to the next slide. So one thing that's relevant here too is listening to authority figures. So I mentioned that we're processing superficially a lot of the time, peripherally, and one readily available peripheral cue a lot of the time when it comes to this type of situation is hearing information from authority figures, people who have status or expertise, any kind of power, and we tend to listen more to people in those positions. And yes, you know, a lot of the time they have more knowledge, but there are big problems with this. One is that we assume that they're accurate. We forget that they're humans too, that they make mistakes too, that they have biases too. You know, like if I'm in charge of trying to make a community feel safe by, you know, arresting the right person for a crime, I have a motivation. I want to make sure, you know, I convince myself maybe that, you know, I've caught the right person. And, you know, if I'm in that position, doesn't make me less biased, right? We all have biases, all humans have biases. And so, and they also could be wrong. You know, like I said, people can get arrested for a crime when they didn't commit it. And what we found in research over many, many years, decades, is that if somebody has any kind of indicator of authority, even if it's something as minor as height, but certainly, you know, an occupational status, title, that people will take their words so far that they'll do things to contradict their own morals, you know, and they'll be influenced in areas beyond the person's expertise, like a doctor influencing you in your relationships or something that's totally irrelevant. And so we take it a little bit too far. And in the case of Moscow and Latah County, it's a really small community, right? And so the authority figures are often going to be people who are known and well trusted. And, you know, so that makes this effect even potentially more problematic. And, you know, as you know, Chief Fry, the chief of the police at the time, had said that he was certain that he arrested the right suspect and he didn't have any doubts. And so the community would say, okay, well, the chief of police is sure, so then I can be sure too. But like I said, you know, we can't assume, and there's no trial that had taken place yet. And so we can't assume that that's accurate information, but we tend to take that a little bit too much at face value.
The example that you gave of the police chief speaking out and offering what he thinks about a case, is that something that creates more bias in the minds of the Latah County residents that heard that?
Yeah, I mean, they're familiar with him. They know him to be an authority figure. You know, they may know him personally or trust him personally. And so, yeah, somebody outside of Latah County, they'll still be affected by his authority status, but maybe not as much, right? And then he also has power over people in that community, and that seems to carry some weight when it comes to this type of influence. And then also, you know, the president of University of Idaho saying, you know, we can feel safe now, you know, they found the person. It sounds very conclusive when there hadn't been a trial yet. And so another authority figure is pretty major in an area like Latah because so much is centered around the university.
Are there other ways that you found that create bias?
Yes, if you don't mind advancing to the next slide. This is the phenomenon that goes back maybe a century. We've been studying this in so many different contexts, tons and tons of research on this phenomenon called classical conditioning. And it's basically when we make associations between things and it causes us to have reactions that we didn't have before. Like, for example, if your alarm clock, we don't really have alarm clocks that much anymore, but if your alarm sound on your phone, if that's what you use, wakes you up this morning and you have kind of a negative response to it, it might be because you associated it with waking up before you wanted to. Before, I know I always try to choose a sound that I don't have an aversion to, but then it doesn't take long before now I have a negative reaction. So you make this connection, right? But if that same tone was used every time a loved one texted me, then I wouldn't develop an aversion. I might develop a favorable reaction.
So classical conditioning is when we develop a response to a stimulus. It could be a sound, it could be any stimulus at all, including a person, because we've connected them with something that it has been paired with, especially repeated pairings. So in this particular case, if the defendant's name is seen throughout media and social media a lot, or his image is shown alongside things that are aversive, negative words, things like terror, murder, evil, or alongside known killers, alongside details of the murder, alongside information about, tragic consequences, things that make us feel bad. What happens is it doesn't take that many pairings, and then his name alone, which was once neutral, because most people wouldn't have known him, becomes conditioned, and it evokes those same kinds of feelings. And they've done studies like this where they can make this happen within minutes. If I could take a picture of any of you, or multiple pictures of any of you, show those interspersed with pictures of other people, and at the same time present words, consciously or not consciously, that say things like terror and evil, and at the end of the study, I can ask people, what do you think of this person? And the rating will be lower. And so if you get that exposure a lot, like in Laytow, where people are getting a lot of media exposure and also social media exposure and having a lot of discussions and attending, vigils, and they're really being exposed to kind of all these emotional reactions. If they're thinking about him at the same time, they can't help but make that connection, even if they don't think he's guilty.
Let me make sure I understand how big this is, how far-reaching this is. We've been with this case pending for a year and a half, and there's been, suffice to say, a lot of media coverage. There's a lot of pictures of Mr. Kohberger in the media. Do you mean that when we walk into trial and the room's full of potential jurors, there's going to be a great majority of them that before we sit down are going to have a feeling of bias against Mr. Kohberger?
Yeah, I do. And you've seen the pictures, these ominous headlines, and that connection can't help but be made.
This all the way that bias gets created, or do you have another one?
I have one more. As far as things that happen largely while the publicity is coming in and you're getting exposed to it. And it's sort of a category of a lot of different influences that are emotional and motivational. And this one I think is especially relevant to, sourcing people out of Laytow County to be jurors. So the media played a role in inducing some emotions like it does. It likes to attract attention, things like fear and anger and sympathy and empathy. But in that community, people are going to have those emotions anyway from everything that's going on. But if the media uses phrases like killer on the loose, everybody stay vigilant, make sure you report all suspicious activity, then they're arousing that even more. And so what happens is when we have emotions like that, they filter in how we process information. Just like when you're angry, you're more likely to remember things that have made you angry in the past than things that have made you happy. And when you're angry, you're also more likely to have kind of an agenda with new information coming in. And so, for example, and this is something that could stay with somebody, this distorted information processing could stay with somebody and could get, there could be a resurgence during a trial where it keeps affecting somebody as they are reminded of their emotions. Because, they've associated moods with different judgments of guilt. Like, for example, if you're angrier, you tend to be more punitive and you want retribution. And in fact, in one study, they associated anger of mock jurors during a trial with support for imposing a death sentence for somebody. And they, when they were angry, they were less likely to pay attention to defense arguments. So people aren't trying to be biased. It's just that when we're in moods, those moods filter how we process information, how we take it in. And, I think I may have mentioned this already, but there's also kind of an emotional, motivational component to feel like the person who committed the crime is under arrest. It is the right person. I think I mentioned it as, being a motivation by the police, but the community has this motivation too in Laytow, because they were living in fear during all these weeks where they were trying to find somebody to arrest. And somebody was arrested and people could take a sigh of relief. But that sigh of relief assumes that he's guilty. And so we have this coping mechanism, basically, where we want to get rid of these negative emotions. And one way to do that is to feel like, oh, well, if he committed a crime and he's under arrest, then I can feel safe now. And so that's something that could come into play too if you live within the region where the event occurred.
And that's because of the fear that was associated with
any of the emotions really could potentially distort information processing. That last point relevant to fear, but a lot of research on how anger influences judgments and how sympathy for victims, empathy for victims influences judgments. And certainly if you are in Layton and attended vigils or offered social support, that you're really getting a lot of that empathy and sympathy as well, or if you're exposed to the personal media stories about what happened.
So I think I understand the ways that the human bias just gets bigger and more solid in a person. What happens if we seat a Layton County jury and those biases aren't there? What happens as we put on the trial and evidence is presented?
Yeah, well, I mentioned this one can get carried through the trial, this idea of motivational and emotional sources. But there are other things that can happen during trial too that kind of exacerbate the problem. And one of these is confirmation bias. So this has to do with us wanting to confirm our expectations of things. And one of the most fundamental human needs we have is a need for predictability. You don't want to walk into this courtroom and feel like you have no idea what's going to happen. That's uncomfortable. We want to feel like we know what's going to happen. And we know how people are going to behave. And so part of this need for predictability is that it causes us to distort reality a little bit. And so in one way that this does this is through the confirmation bias, which is once we develop an expectation of something, once we decide that this is true, this is the case, or the defendant is guilty or not guilty, or the defendant lives a certain lifestyle or behaves a certain way, or then once we decide something, everything goes through that filter. I talked about an emotional filter. This is a cognitive filter that we actually process information differently based on what we expect to see and hear. It's just like if you're going to meet up with a friend and you think somebody called your name, you expected it, and so it made you hear it even when it didn't happen. And if somebody does call your name, you hear it more readily. So we're kind of tuned in. And so the processes I mentioned here, this filtering can happen via 3 different processes. One is selective attention. So if I'm a juror and I have expectations about Mr. Kohberger, and it doesn't have to be just that he's guilty, but it could be expectations about him as a person. If I have expectations coming in and I'm getting all this new evidence during trial, going through that filter and paying attention to information that backs up my idea. Well, I had this idea that he's a bad guy, and this information backs that up, so I pay extra attention to that. And then they talked about something where he was kind to someone, and I really have to pay much attention to it. So we have this filter, and then we process information too in a distorted manner. We actually will change the information to fit in with what we think. It's just a way of our minds simplifying our worlds. And while these processes all help us not be overloaded cognitively, they distort what we take in. So we have to be aware of them. And recall is distorted as well. So, a trial takes place over a long period of time, potentially, and somebody has to remember a lot of information. And if they have distorted recall that's consistent with their expectations before coming in, that's obviously problematic.
Is that the only thing that happens when we have new information at trial?
No, I have a couple other things that I'd like to talk about. And the first one is belief perseverance, which is really a direct consequence of the confirmation bias. So it's just like it sounds. This is the tendency for our beliefs to persevere, even in the face of contradictory evidence. Confirmation bias supplies us with this filter. And because we have this filter, if somebody gives us all these facts that go against what we think, logically, we should just change our minds. A lot of the time we don't. In fact, there's some evidence to suggest that sometimes we even cling more closely to our beliefs. And anyone who's looked at anything on social media has probably seen evidence of this, where somebody has a strong belief about something and then somebody provides actual facts that contradict it. And then instead of saying, oh, you're right, I see your point. Of course, that can happen sometimes. The general tendency is for people to still stick with their beliefs anyway because they formed them. When you're in the process of forming your beliefs, that's different. But once you form something, it tends to stick. It's the same thing with stereotypes. You know, somebody has an assumption that elderly people are bad drivers, and they see a whole bunch of evidence suggesting otherwise, and even research studies and things like that. Then they no, I still think elderly people are bad drivers. So that's belief perseverance. And in some cases, people will even double down. Again, social media, they might even get more aggressively in line with their initial opinion after seeing evidence to the contrary. So this is one reason that's directly aligned with confirmation bias.
It sounds like they can work together when somebody already has a bias. They've already made decisions about.
Yeah, really any expectation or decision or judgment, even if you don't know that you have it. You know, I heard the phrase of growing legs. Well, there's a famous social influence researcher who used that same phrase with decision making. Like once you've decided something, your decision grows legs of its own. And so now it's not just the normal information necessary that for any rational person, because we all kind of have this tendency to be irrational in situations like this, but it ends up causing us to distort reality a little bit and need a lot more evidence now than we should to change our minds.
What else impacts getting new information during the course of the trial?
Well, if you advance to the next slide, I want to mention a little bit about cognitive dissonance. And cognitive dissonance is an uncomfortable feeling we have when we have like an inner clash, like an inner hypocrisy. You know, like if I'm religious, but I don't adhere to one thing about my religion, and there's this inner clash, and we don't like that feeling, and we like to reduce it, minimize it, prevent it. So why is that relevant here? Well, if somebody lives in Latah County, they might have a dissonance experience because if they start during trial to believe that, oh, maybe the defendant is innocent, you know, maybe he shouldn't be convicted, that belief might be battling another belief about loyalty to their community because they know the community wants closure. You know, they know that the community wants him to be guilty. They know the community wants to feel safe. And so they have this inner clash. And what happens when we have this inner clash, lots of things can happen. But one thing that could happen is we could distort reality. That's another reason for kind of being a little bit less accurate when taking in information. So if I'm if I'm a juror from Latah County, and I'm starting to kind of think, oh, you know, maybe he didn't do it. There might be part of my brain convincing me that no, he's guilty because of this inner clash. I want to get rid of the clash.
Is that because of the loyalty a person would feel to Latah County, to their community?
I think that's a big part of it. And there could be other reasons with regard to community connections that could create that clash too.
Like a concern that they might be known,
yeah,
who they are as a juror.
A concern that they might be known. You know, they're you know, this kind of picturing yourself sort of coming back to your community with the news that you were involved in a process that actually you know, acquitted somebody, for example, and you know, and having to face people in your community, which is something I touch on later a little bit too.
All right, should we move forward?
Yeah.
All right. I know the court's going to want to know, can we fix this?
Sure.
Can we get our jurors in here and tell them, don't bring your bias in? Can we fix this? What do you think, knowing what you know about human bias?
I would love that to be the case. You know, I just don't see that as feasible when bringing jurors out of Latah County. And I can tell you some problems with all the methods that people try to use. It's just, you know, if you look at the research, which there are limitations to these. And so one of them, of course, is juror selection. Let's try to find people, for example, who haven't been exposed to publicity. So there are problems with that. Can you recount all of the publicity that you've been exposed to? No. You know, if I asked you to tell me about all of the interactions you had with people over the course of a week, you're going to have forgotten some, right? But doesn't mean they're not going to be affecting you. You know, so maybe when I was at the grocery store, the person checking me out had a negative expression on their face, and I didn't recount that to you, but maybe that memory is there and it's buried. And when I go back in the grocery store, I'm you know, a little colder to them. And another possibility too is that retrieval cues can make some of these unconscious memories actually become conscious. And maybe they affect us at that level. You know, so if I'm a juror and I'm sitting in and hearing all of this evidence, something might remind me, oh yeah, and I remember they found this information, and maybe it's something that's not admissible, but now it's affecting me. And I didn't report that I knew that because I didn't remember that I knew it until something cued that up. And so that's a retrieval cue, is basically something that reminds you of what you know and can't articulate yet, or maybe don't have knowledge about it at a conscious level. And so there's a problem with that, you know, picking people who haven't been as exposed to a case. And of course, in LATAW, we talked about the saturation of media. It'd be hard to find somebody to even say that, but if they say that, I don't know if that really would be something we could rely on as being totally correct. And then this is something I focus a lot of my research on, and it's bias. So there's a lot of research on how we overestimate ourselves. You know, we have overconfidence. We tend to rate ourselves as better than average, like better than average in intelligence. There's one study where the vast majority of people rated themselves as better than average drivers, you know, but we can't all be better than average. It included people who had gotten into multiple car accidents. You know, so while people might be thinking that they're making an accurate assessment of themselves, when they're asked, hey, do you have any bias, you know, for or against the defendant? Do you have any, you know, or are you capable of setting aside your bias? People probably often believe that they can set that bias aside. Because it's in line with all of this research that we know about how we tend to overestimate ourselves. So they're going to say they're less biased than they are. That's been shown over and over again in a lot of settings. And by the way, the people who are the most biased have the most distortion when they're estimating their bias in at least some cases that they've studied so far. That's some research I've done too. And then also they're going to be biased about how much bias they have. That's called the bias blind spot, which has been studied too. So I might acknowledge that other people might be biased, but well, I won't be biased, and I'll be capable of setting it aside. So that's one process, you know, jury selection that we would hope would work, but there are a lot of drawbacks to it. So I wouldn't rely on that.
Do you think that it's less likely to work in a situation like this with the amount of negative media coverage that has been going on for a long time?
Yeah, I mean, if you ask somebody from LATAW County to forget everything that they've heard about the case, forget all the discussions they've had, forget all of the media they've been exposed to, forget all the emotions that they've experienced, you know, set all that aside. I mean, can you really do that? Can you unhear things and unfeel things for an extended period of time to be objective? That's quite an undertaking. So yeah, I think that's problematic.
You mentioned extended period of time. This trial is projected to take 3 full months. Is that what you mean by extended period of time?
Yeah, really. The longer it is, the more potentially distortion there can be because your decision has grown legs and things are getting filtered through filters. And then emotional things can carry a little bit more longevity. So yeah, so I wouldn't expect it to just go away if it's a long trial by any means, but I'd expect to see it in a short or long.
Is there anything else that can be attempted that might or might not work?
Yeah, my next slide is on instructions. You know what? And of course, you know, people who would want to try to give instructions to jurors to be unbiased. And like I said, people overestimate their ability to do this. They don't even think they're that biased to begin with. And the first step to not being influenced by bias is to acknowledge that you have bias. So there's already an obstacle there. And then you have to have the motivation to not be biased. And I hope jurors have that. You also have to have the cognitive capacity to be unbiased. And that's where we run into a lot of problems because their cognitive capacity is going to be occupied by serving as a juror, paying attention to information. They don't have time to spend 80% of their mind, you know, trying not to be biased and catching all the bias. And in fact, there's research that suggests that when we try to suppress thoughts, that we can think about them even more as soon as we let our guard down, which is very soon because you have to think about other things at some point. You know, so if I try not to think about something like an argument I had with somebody or somebody tries not to think about cigarettes, but they're trying to quit smoking. They could do that for a really short amount of time. But as soon as they think about something else, their mind gets flooded with those thoughts. Because in order for you to not think about something, you have to think about it so that you can catch those thoughts. And that process is automatic. Now, most of what I've been talking about today is unconscious, automatic processing, and that's why it's so hard to control. And with regard to instructions to disregard information, whether it's something that people learned pre-trial or something they learned during trial that turns out to be inadmissible, the research shows that those instructions typically don't work, and sometimes they can backfire, partly because of this thought suppression rebound effect. And then there could be other reasons too, like people not wanting to be told how to think. And I mentioned too that, it applies to emotional information too. So factual and emotional pretrial publicity would still have influence, even if people say, don't let this affect you. I wouldn't assume that works at all, unfortunately.
How about jury deliberation? Will that work if you have a juror in there who's going to maybe accidentally bring something in or interpret something based on something they'd heard before, or they remembered something over the course of trial? Will the other jurors push it out, help them not to think about that? Will the group overcome that bias?
Yeah, so we would hope that you get a bunch of people together who are trying to be objective, for them to sort of correct each other. And while some of that might happen, what the research has shown is if some people are exposed to pretrial publicity and some aren't, that can spread. Because you can't expect a juror to remember where they learned things. Like maybe they have information about DNA evidence and some of it came from trial and some of it didn't. And how do you disentangle that? That's really, really hard to do. And so they might spread it unintentionally. It might be spread intentionally too. But even if we're assuming perfect jurors here, it might spread unintentionally and then sort of contaminate the jurors during discussion. And then there's also this phenomenon we've been studying for a long time called group polarization, which is when you get a group of people and if they're leaning towards a particular opinion, when they discuss a topic, that opinion gets stronger and stronger the more they discuss it. Another thing you could see potentially on social media, like groups that, are invested in a particular issue. And so if the group is leaning towards negative judgments about Mr. Kohberger or judgments of guilt or anything, even a little bit, then discussions could actually make it worse and worse over time. It could get polarized. So I don't anticipate that discussions would fix the problem. In fact, I would expect it to exacerbate the problem, and that might be why in that meta-analysis I talked about, the effect of pretrial publicity was stronger when it came to group judgments, verdicts versus individual judgments of guilt.
Based on your years of teaching human bias and your extensive study of human bias, do you have an opinion about whether the extensive pretrial publicity has impacted the Latah County jury pool?
I do. I think it would be so hard to be a member of that community and be able to come in and be objective, arguably impossible. So we don't have a known method for undoing things, and the things have been done. They've felt the emotions, they've seen the publicity, they've had the discussions, they've been to the vigils, and even if they want to be as objective as possible, and even if we disregard some of the limitations I talked about before, research has not uncovered a way to undo this after it's there. And so the recommended best practice by the vast majority of researchers on this topic is find people who don't have that information, restrict that information in the first place. Find people who don't have that information. And the same goes for that emotional experience and investment and so on. Utilize jurors who've had less exposure, they have less reason for prejudgment, less motivation to find the defendant guilty. It doesn't affect them, their feelings of safety, the community. They don't have to worry about reporting back, and other people maybe ostracizing them if they didn't make the judgment that was expected or wanted. And so my recommendation would be to find a community to recruit jurors from that's as far removed from Latah as possible, physically and psychologically.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you, but if you hold on just a minute,
I think Ms. Katie might.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Ms. Beatty.
Your Honor. In any jurisdiction where there's been a tremendous amount of pretrial publicity, at least some of these biases would apply to a prospective jury pool, correct?
Yeah.
And the best thing, if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, for this trial would be to have a jury pool with the largest percentage of jurors who hadn't formed an opinion on this case already. Would that be fair to say?
I mean, you need, I can't speak to percentages. You need somehow to find enough people to serve on the jury who have not been exposed. Now, this is a high profile case, so we know the exposure is all over the state, and of course, this is part of it. But if you can have less exposure, you have less bias.
In a case like this, where there's been so much exposure across all counties, are there unique challenges in selecting a jury that would apply anywhere?
So, well, I mentioned some unique things about Latah County and emotional investment in the community, concern for community members, and, you know, having felt that fear and wanting, you know, the defendant to be guilty so that they could resolve the fear and anger. So, you know, there are all those emotional and social connections. And of course, Dr. Edelman's report, which will come up later, shows that a lot of people who live in Latah County are connected in some way to the university or the police involved in the case. So they actually, you know people or they lived in Latah County. And so those kinds of things make, because it's such a small community, make Latah a unique experience.
And so you've reviewed Dr. Edelman's survey.
I have.
So does it sound correct that 75% of folks in Latah County are not affiliated with the university?
I don't recall his percentages.
Okay.
So offhand, I'd have to see the report. I could look at it if you'd like.
Okay. And I should be more precise. I believe the question was, are you or a family member a student or employee at the University of Idaho in Moscow? And the percentage of folks who responded no was 75%. Does that sound right?
I couldn't tell you without seeing it. Sorry, I don't remember.
Would it surprise you to find out that 60% of Latah County residents who were surveyed reported that they did not feel higher levels of stress or anxiety during the hunt for the killer in this case?
I don't know. I don't know what percentage I would have estimated. I just would have estimated it to be higher in Latah.
Okay. So is one strategy that the court could use in any jurisdiction, whether the trial stays in Latah County or moves to Ada County, would bringing in a larger jury pool alleviate some of these concerns across any jurisdiction?
Well, if we're talking about Latah County, you know, a lot of the things that I mentioned were not in the survey. So, you know, there are emotions I mentioned that weren't assessed during the survey, impressions of Mr. Kohberger that weren't in the survey. So it could be that 90% of people think he's a bad guy, but they don't think he's guilty. And then that still could influence judgments. So it's really hard to answer that question without, you know, I didn't make the survey, and even if I did, there'd be a lot of things that I would miss too, you know, so I can't make that determination about, you said maybe you can restate it and I can.
No, I appreciate the answer. Thank you. Now, I guess the last question I'll ask you is, would you be surprised to find out that in the survey, when jurors were asked, potential jurors who were responding to the survey were asked what their opinion is of Brian Kohberger, the highest percentage of prospective jurors that were surveyed who had no opinion of Mr. Kohberger were Latah County survey respondents? Would that surprise you?
That they have no opinion about whether he is guilty.
I think the question is just, do you have an opinion of Mr. Kohberger?
Well, it's a high profile case that had a lot of coverage, and the percentages are so high that people who have an opinion, I imagine, I don't have those in front of me, but in statistics, we call that a ceiling effect, when all the percentages are high and you can't really see differences. So I don't know if we're talking, I don't know what numbers you're looking at, but I don't know if that applies or not in this particular case without seeing it.
Thank you. I have further questions.
Ms. Taylor?
Yes.
Just a few questions for you. Your focus is on human bias, is that right? Okay. And you talked to us about media exposure and how that forms bias. Are bias and forming an opinion, you're willing to say, different things?
Bias can come from lots of things, one of which is an opinion that was formed, and then bias can shape another opinion that gets formed, if that answers your question.
It does, thank you. You talked to us a little bit earlier about how that bias gets formed. And then you told us sometimes we won't be able to spit out our entire bias or what we looked at to form bias. Is there a danger in a case like this, where there's been a lot of media coverage, that somehow we seat a jury, but they start remembering things they read in the paper and trying to make the evidence fit into that filter?
Oh yeah, of course. So Dr. Edelman's report, I remember, said that people didn't list everything that they recalled, but when they were prompted to ask about to indicate whether they remembered specific things, then they remembered a whole bunch of things. The same thing would happen during a trial, right? Those retrieval cues, anything that reminds you of something. So our minds have kind of an association network. All of our memories are sort of connected in some way. You could just mention the word white, and maybe I think of snow. So our memories can come up from so many things that I would be surprised if there weren't some memories rekindled.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Thanks, Ms. Taylor. Any more questions?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. And you may this witness be excused?
She makes.
All right. And no objection to that.
No,
all right.
you're
Okay. Thank you. You're free to stay. You're free to stay or leave. All right. Thank you very much. That was very interesting. Thank you.
Very interesting. We'll go ahead and pause it right there. I don't, when it comes to this witness number 2 here, I think she basically is saying everything I've been saying about Christy G's stance on it, that there's so much, and kind of also like when I was talking about the tight-knit community, the old tradition, the public pressure for a conviction to get a plea deal. I think she just did a great job breaking it all down, and honestly, you can use it in so many other cases out there when it comes to public pressure.
Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's just, I don't know. But the gag order causes so much speculation, which causes a lot of negativity around the case and around Kohberger. And that's the big problem with the gag order, because I'm beginning to think, what do they have in the gag order? What could be in there? I don't know. They've already admitted they don't have video. They've already admitted there was no stalking. There's no video of the car. So they have a burglary charge, which means he has to have gone into the house unlawfully at night. And who do they have? They have DM saying bushy eyebrows and somehow athletically built or something like that. I don't understand what they could have under seal, but maybe they do. I don't know.
What could there be? If Ann Taylor's still asking for discovery a couple days before the deadline for the state, what in the hell could they have? That's understood.
What has just gotten my curiosity from the beginning is this DoorDash driver. The DoorDash driver is the only individual in the PCA who is not identified by gender, initials, name. Everybody else with the, you've got the private ride share. His name was in there. They whited it out. We learned what it was by looking at the Pennsylvania papers, Commonwealth versus Kohberger. You have the everyone else, even the medical examiner, name redacted. The DoorDash, but we know that it was in the PCA. It's just that they've redacted it. My question is, with this DoorDash driver, why wasn't a warrant issued for DoorDash's documents until December, something like December 7th or so? To me, that it's almost as though they were at the property at the same time, because we know from the PCA that suspect vehicle 1 was still in motion up to 4:04, although the PCA says the crimes began at 4 o'clock. So if this DoorDash delivery is just happening at 4, how is it that the two of them didn't cross paths?
I totally agree.
Yeah, I mean, there's just, yeah.
You know, Nina, there's just something about the DoorDash driver. It's like got my ulcer going. You know, when I look at this case.
I totally agree. I mean, I think that, you know, the DoorDash driver probably didn't think anything about it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, he probably just thought it was one of them's boyfriend coming in or something like that, you know. But I also based that on what I said about him getting Xana when she bent over to get the DoorDash, you know, is because they would pretty much have to be there at the exact time.
Benita, this is what gets me. All right, this is literally, we have 2 people identified in the PCA as being the last that we know of to have seen the victims alive. We have the private the private driver who supposedly dropped them off.
He's already sus, though. He's already sus because he's stating he was a neighbor 1,200 feet away.
Right.
You know, that's not true.
So CJ, we have that individual who has seen last to see the victims alive, from what we know. Then we have this DoorDash driver who's making a delivery at about the time the crimes are occurring. But there's so little information. And then why didn't the police know that there had been a delivery at 4 o'clock?
Okay.
Right? I mean,
yeah, okay. Because see, the wording for that one got me too, because if you'll notice when in the PCA, it was like affirmative, definite that, you know, the reason they thought Xana was on TikTok was from the forensic of her phone, right?
Right.
Okay. But when they talked about the DoorDash, it said something, was it apparently, or it would appear that Xana, you know, it didn't say that they found the DoorDash order in her phone due to forensics.
Right. Nina, and what to quote Mr. Payne, if I could, it was Xana received.
Yes.
It doesn't say, did Xana pick it up? Did she place it? Did she go outside? Did she have any interactions with the door?
I mean, if they've got the forensics of her phone, it should say, hey, guess what? At 2:43, she ordered blah, 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 you know, and in no way does it say it definitively like it does TikTok.
Right, Nina. Yeah. And also, wouldn't there be a photograph? Like my knowledge of, I've ordered food. They'll send you a picture of your food on your. So it should not be the last thing on her phone or one of the last things or on her computer. There's just something that isn't adding up about this.
No, but see, and that's the reason I don't think she placed it, because they probably did take a picture, but it wouldn't go to her phone. It would go to the person that ordered the food.
So you're because of course with the PCA makes you think that Brian Kohberger, the clad in black guy, left through the kitchen door, but there's no evidence to show that. All entries to the house regarding point of entry and point of exit are open for discussion. Could have gone through, as CJ says, on the 3rd floor, could have walked in through the front door, as I think you're arguing, Nina, could have gone through one of the windows, could have entered left through the slider. We don't know any of those details.
See, that's the reason that I say that they arrived together, is because, I mean, that's the only way. You know, there is a reason that we do not know anything about the DoorDash.
I feel the same way.
Anything that held in secret, you know, I mean, and that could just be me speculating or whatever, but I honestly believe, with it being that close in the time, is that they delivered it, and when she bent over to pick it up, sharp blade to the neck, and he led her through the house.
Yeah, it's just and I think I'm older than a lot older than, but in my experience, when things are hidden by authority,
Exactly.
it's not for a good reason. It's not never for a good reason, and there was no reason for them to hide a photograph of suspect vehicle 1. CJ, we've had so many discussions on this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why? And now we find out through the PCA there was a witness. Where's the artist's rendition of this mass unaliver escaping in this car, possibly with occupants, that wasn't going all over the place the day after, or 2 days after, a couple of days after? Why has the public never seen a photograph of suspect vehicle 1? I cannot think of one logical conclusion why you would hide that.
Well, I mean, and you can go all the way to the beginning of the person that was the real neighbor that lived 1,200 steps from Kohberger, that brought up Kohberger to Ellie first about him researching his ancestry, and that dude left the country.
That's suspicious.
Yeah, I remember that. The guy took off. He went to, would he go to China, or where'd he go?
Yeah, I'm no, not China. It was I think it was an Arab country.
Oh my goodness.
But
so yeah, he's the one who talked about the DNA.
He's the neighbor that was 1,200. I can't even remember his name. That's how long ago it was.
CJ, are you talking about the neighbor that
the
Mr.
real
Kohberger's dad had spoken with, had said, my son, he's new to the community, if you can, maybe take him under.
Yeah.
That invited him to a party in Moscow.
Yeah, he's the one that went on walks with Kohberger a few times. Yeah, that same guy. And he's the one that brought up Kohberger's name to the police first. It wasn't the officer. The reason the officers came and found Kohberger's car and spotted it was because of this dude. This dude leaves the country, is allowed to leave the country the same time that all the students are allowed to go home. Hello. And then all of a sudden they take EG and make him the neighbor. They get rid of the dude that actually said the real statement and morph that into Eric's statement of, Kohberger. So right there, I mean, who's to say that? I mean, listen, like, doesn't Eric have as much motive too? Come on, man. You're a 30-year-old dude, damn near, and you just had a baby a month ago, according to when that crime took place. You had a baby a month before that, and your wife is cool with you going around driving at 2, 3 in the morning, dropping hot ass college girls off.
But
who's to say that this dude wasn't trying to push up on one of their females, and they were like, "Bro, I'm gonna tell your wife."
But see, I'm gonna be honest. I would hope that he was vetted, because him doing that was paid for through Sober Sisters, and so I would hope that Sober Sisters, since he had been doing it for so many years, that he was vetted.
Think about it. Look, think about how much these Uber drivers are vetted. They're not.
Right.
You hear cases all the time about this Uber driver did this to this person, or this happened to an Uber driver. Either way. But specifically to the drivers, shit ain't vetted nowadays.
This is true.
There's so much, ever since COVID, ever since 2019, 2020, businesses are scrambling for employees. They're not, every business is damn near understaffed and has been from COVID. So when it comes to the process, it's like, hey, we got somebody else that, there's a connection here. His wife works at Moscow PD. Oh, hell yeah. Like,
yeah.
I could see them looking past it, just because how many people let's be honest, how many people in that small town are going to volunteer late nights just to drop off drunk college people? Not very many, I would imagine. And if there is, you're either you got a really kind heart and you're doing something for the community, or you're a creepy ass MF and you're doing it for another reason.
Well, now he didn't do it volunteer. He actually got paid for it.
Yeah, I know. What I'm saying is when it comes to like that kind of activity,
Yeah.
you're getting paid for it, but really you're volunteering your time. I mean, that's a crazy ass time to be going out there doing work when you got a baby at home that's a month old. I worked a third shift when I first had my daughter, and we barely even until I started working a daytime job. It was I was gone all the time at night, sleeping during the day. It was after that first couple of months, I quit that job because I wasn't getting enough time with my daughter when she was.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's like, um, I don't know. It's just for them to morph somebody else's witness statement into what he was saying when he doesn't even have a residence and never has had a residence in Washington. There ain't no way you're 1,200 steps away. There ain't no way that you're a neighbor, and there ain't no way that EG is going to stumble across Brian Kohberger's car parked back all the way in that parking lot. You're not just driving by. I was there. I went and parked in the same spots that he would park at. You don't just see that from the side of the road driving by. You have to go in that parking lot. So it's just the statements alone are all suspicious. Why would they want to, like what you guys are saying? Why would law enforcement want to cover up something that maybe law enforcement might have been involved in? I don't know. Maybe it had to do with somebody that was married to somebody that was working at the law enforcement.
Well, speaking of vetting, it just, to me, in looking at this case, and again, I'm giving my opinion here, we're all giving our opinions here. We're going to qualify that, but it didn't seem like there was a heck of a lot of vetting going on of the usual suspects. Because who are the usual suspects when there's a savage, vicious attack like we've seen here? Like you said, CJ, very eloquently, that this was a crime of passion. This wasn't something that was, at arm's length. But they were clearing people within days. All of the people with access, the last ones to see them, the ones that maybe, ex-boyfriends, friends that might have had a grudge at that age. People take offense at all different little things. Oh, you didn't like my Instagram post. They just started the process of clearing. And in my mind, my opinion, anyone who had any connection at all to U of I just don't think they were looked at close enough from what we know, because you don't start saying, oh, we think that they have no involvement at this time, like Lanier did many times and got up, and they were clearing person after person after person after person.
Well, not that they were clearing, they wanted to make sure it was people we don't feel are involved. And I don't think they checked anything. I don't think they vetted anybody. I don't think they checked anybody. I think they were just going off of what was told and whatever narrative was being pushed to them, because I really feel like Moscow did not lead the investigation. I feel like the University of Idaho led the investigation, because I felt like the University of Idaho used those counseling services that they sent out right away before police even showed up. They sent them out to the frats and sororities, and they wanted to make sure that they controlled the information, because that was the only way that they could control the investigation.
I agree. That's a great point, CJ. Look at the term frozen shock phase. Does anyone know a 19 or a 20-year-old that would say, as an experiment, I dropped the term. Yeah, I went into a frozen shock phase to my niece, who's like older, and they're like, what? It's not. right, that would come out of the mouth of a 19 or a 20-year-old. I agree with you. It sounds like something that a counselor might have said.
And what's the police going to do? The police are going to, hey, look, Dylan talked to Miss Betty. Okay, now she doesn't want to talk to you, but we can Miss Betty, she already let Dylan know, hey, whatever you tell me, I have to pass it on to the investigators. We can give you what, the paper from Miss Betty of what the statement was, but Dylan doesn't want to talk to you. They're not comfortable. It's just like when they started sending everybody home. Who in the F does that?
Right.
Well, I mean, you got to consider too that going back to the whole, that fifth person that went to the hospital, right? Who's to say that it wasn't Dylan that went to the hospital and they interviewed her in the hospital, and the nurses and everybody's the ones that came up with this frozen shock phase and all this.
I mean, it could be too, but when you hear from Mr. Green, like before Mr. Green even came out with his book, I felt that they were already out there controlling the narrative. When we read his book and he says himself that they set up a crisis team and they sent out teams to the different fraternities and sororities, that was confirmation right there to me. You controlled the narrative. Period.
Well, you had sussed that very early on in this case, because I recall an early show where you did say, why is he telling them to go home on Monday? What was it, the 14th? For Thanksgiving break. First and foremost, who are you to determine that these students who might have heard or seen or know something should go home and not remain in town and assist the police department with finding this maniac who's on the loose? It was 10 days, 11 days before Thanksgiving. I remember you kind of pointed that out and I said, my gosh, that's true. And then to learn from his book, which I haven't read, CJ, but I've been told that members of the University of Idaho were in the police department war rooms when they're discussing.
Yeah.
They got daily briefings.
What were they doing in there?
That's why Mr. Green was using the press conferences, and he was taking the FBI's place instead. He wanted the camera time. He was loving it. He wanted to pretend like he was balling, but come on, that just elevates his stature in that community and in that region.
Right.
Just by being up on camera. Yeah. Right.
What the expert witness just said here. You're seeing him up there. And Dr. Edelman, part one, that portion that so many people have talked about, that when the prosecutor got on and said, now we want you to make sure that you disseminate the PCA, you disseminate it, it'll be unsealed in a few days. He's standing there with Green literally looking over his shoulder. To me, it just was such a powerful image of that. You have the prosecutor who swore out the criminal complaint, attaching the PCA to it, saying, now, when you get this PCA in a couple of days, ladies and gentlemen, we want you to just disseminate it to everybody. And there's Scott Green looking over. It's like, who's running the show here?
Mm-hmm. Yep, the university, period. And shout out to this last witness, because, I mean, that right there, that testimony, I'm gonna record it separately and save it, and probably post it too, because honestly, I see myself going back even in other cases to use that, because I feel like that's what it is. That's what I try and explain when it comes to the small community and, traditions and pressures and all those things. It's right there. It's elevated in those communities with everything that she's talking about.
The bias is real.
Yeah, it is.
Especially I especially liked what you said about how, that level of fear that the community would have gone through before hearing that somebody had been arrested. It's almost as if to some extent, they're also like victims that could end up on a jury, because they felt that fear of there not being an arrest yet, and they felt that relief of, okay, they found somebody. I mean, it's emotional for them because they must have been
The
terrified.
monster's gone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
and when you listen to like what James was telling us way back then, who's to say the person that isn't going with the narrative, something doesn't get twisted in their favor after this is done as well.
Right, and that's what this witness talked about. And I know, CJ, you made a point of this, that then they got to go back into their community and being ostracized. Yeah. This community, it's not just, you both this dynamite points about the fear that for that 6 weeks this monster was on the loose, but they're also right there as the media is now converging on the small towns. They're seeing the mattresses being pulled out of that home and driven through the streets of Moscow and Latah County. They're actually witnessing the police chief pulling up a U-Haul truck and seeing, this is all happening in their backyard. Ada County doesn't have this investment. She really, she opened up my mind to so many things that regarding this bias that I think now we're going to get driven home here with the third expert witness, Dr. Edelman here.
Yeah, that will be next. And it's true. Like, I don't know. I'm going to have to clip this one by itself because, man, it was, if anybody has any questions, she breaks it down real good. And when you see a lot of, this is why we're here. This is why we talk true crime, because there's a lot of stuff that gets pushed in a certain narrative. And it's like, hey, maybe 100 years ago, 50 years ago, 20 years ago, you were able to pull this kind of shit on people, but it's a different day. And it's exactly what's taken place. And that's what's taken place all these years too, is exactly what she's talking about. It's just now with the age of social media and information, we don't have to take it anymore. So,
well, I think that it's our responsibility as citizens. A lot of time, and I was so hard. I was, with Nina. When you're talking, I think we've all been attacked because we were all, I think, open-minded to what our Constitution says here, which is you are innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That, Jolie, that's a high standard, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's a high standard to meet. And
it's the highest standard, yeah.
We have people from the day that PCA was released, or from the day that his name was, he's guilty. And you were attacked. If you, well, wait a second here, how possibly could there just be one side? How could he have done this 4 o'clock to 4:25 when the PCA says the car was in motion until 4:04, and then again at 4:20? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah. He didn't drop a ton of DNA. He didn't take a ton of DNA with him.
And even if, the PCA doesn't have to be beyond a reasonable doubt, but it has to have enough to arrest him only. To keep him in, that was what the preliminary hearing was for, but they indicted him with the grand jury. But the PCA itself, I question how a judge could have signed off on that.
I know. It was Megan Marshall. She signed off. Quite frankly,
and then she did.
I don't know if the preliminary hearing would have made much difference, because she was going to sit in front of it, and it probably would have been closed to the public.
Yeah, I just question it, because there's so many contradictions. If you read it once, it sounds okay, but if you dissect it, forget it.
100%, Yoli. It's when you dissect it that he puts towns in different states. He calls
it's sloppy. It's sloppy and rushed.
Yep.
It's like he had a way to put it together. Yeah, because when you have to rely on Nunez body cam to see there was a dog, to me, that's right there. It's not like you filled out the report in the paper and then you could have edited it later on. No,
here's a question.
That says that you didn't know this stuff until the day or two prior.
And here's a question. What about Nunez's camera when they entered Madison Mogen's room and seeing that knife sheath? He didn't think to ask about that, because when he went into that room, it was later on that it was pointed out
Right.
to him it was there. And then it's Jay coming and saying, oh, it was placed or it was dropped, you know. So is it under the mattress? Is it beside her? Is it under? It's like that story seems a little sus to me. My opinion on it.
It's where Kaylee's left hand would have been, as far as what I know. So, and most people hold something with their right. So I mean, it's good questions, and I just
Can I ask a stupid question?
no. What's up?
What's anybody's opinion of the PCA being under seal and that being exactly what is labeled Exhibit A?
Right. I think that's sketch as hell too.
Okay. Here's what my opinion is that it was Exhibit A to the complaint, because the criminal complaint, there was 4 things that appear on the docket on the 29th of December 2022. Item number 1, PCA. Item number 2, criminal complaint referencing the PCA, signed and sworn to by Bill Thompson, asking for Brian Kohberger's arrest. Item number 3, we find the order of probable cause. Item number 4, the warrant for Mr. Kohberger's arrest. So I think that was meant to be Exhibit A to the complaint, because if you look at what is in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania versus Kohberger paperwork, his statement there is much different. There's a lot more information that he's asking the Pennsylvania State Police to obtain from Mr. Kohberger.
See, because I've said the whole time that I felt like the PCA was under seal.
I don't think so.
It is a sketch as hell. I've never. When do you see Exhibit A?
Up at the top, it says Exhibit A. Instead, I mean, you know, and I went through and I looked at, you know, all the PCAs and stuff for the state of Idaho, you know, researching them and everything. And none of them say Exhibit A. They're all typed out like, you know, really nice and neat, and, you know, got the letterhead and all that on there. And, you know, that just looks like what it is, Exhibit A.
Yeah, they cross their T's and dot their I's.
The other thing is that it's referred to as an affidavit, but I don't think it's an affidavit, Yoli. You don't have. I'm saying this under oath. You don't have the notarization seal at the end.
No, I think it's just his opinion.
Yeah.
Well, it also says, the thing that it says is, I declare under the penalty of perjury, and he signs it. So he's declared under the penalty of perjury. So, you know, that makes it.
But plausible deniability, you can sign a paper saying, when I'm being shown everything, I can sign a paper and say, to my knowledge, this is true. And then when I get on the witness stand, I could say, no, this is not the case. And it's like, well,
the other thing too that does lend itself toward being that this is the PCA is that at the end, page 18, the last thing he asks for is, I'm asking for a warrant to be issued for his arrest. That's the purpose of that document. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess, in my take on it is that the PCA is so vague, they could say they meant something else when they meant this. And it's just so open to wiggle room.
Oh yeah. No doubt, Yoli.
It's they only allowed a few individuals to know the information. Everything else was a movie set, and everybody else can have plausible deniability. I guarantee it, when this trial starts happening, well, it's this person's responsibility to do this, and I was just told this, and it's going to be a lot of what was projected or told or shown.
And especially when you have multiple agencies that were investigating this case, you know, the Idaho State Police, the FBI.
Not Laptop County. I still cannot figure out why they didn't call
the sheriff.
County in.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, the sheriffs.
Was it because, theory again, was it because the chief of police knew he was going to be running for sheriff and maybe there was some bad blood there? But you would think you'd go up the food chain. You start, okay, this is a town. It's in Laptop County. Boom, we call the Laptop County Sheriff's Department in. Then we go to the Idaho State Police, and then we go up the chain to Department of Justice, FBI. I cannot for the life of me figure out why Lattaw County Sheriff's Department
Because
had no involvement.
because you were going to be running for sheriff, and you didn't want the sheriff to get any hooray, hip hop, hurrah. You didn't want him to get any celebration.
Good point.
I mean,
See, I guess
look what Fry did. I mean, I called it damn near 2 years ago, almost. Year and a half ago, that dude was going to step down. Then December last year, I said Dollinger's going to be the new captain.
You called that too.
Yeah, look what Fry's doing, and who's Fry will beat anybody.
That's such a good point, that he knew he didn't want him to get any dirt on him. So is he doing the best for the investigation then, or making personal interests come in?
Lanier was the one that was doing a lot of the talking. Fry, he was up there in the press conferences. He didn't know nothing, and you could tell when he was answering questions. He didn't really know nothing. He didn't even know how many people were outside the house. He couldn't even give you a general answer.
Well, I think that there was a memo that was released somewhere. Perhaps it was in the media that they got it through a Freedom of Information Act. The mayor writing to Fry and say, "Dude, you need to address this. You need to be out there. We're being." Anybody remember seeing that?
I don't know. I don't remember, but it makes sense because it took him forever to have a press conference.
Then I wonder, CJ, Lanier was there. He was there. You see photographs of him out front, right, of the house. Not Fry. Fry wasn't there initially. In my mind, I've wondered, what if Lanier would have led this investigation?
Why didn't he? That's my question the whole time. He said he drove up and saw that they couldn't handle it, and that's when he started reaching out to the other agencies. Why wasn't his name on that Exhibit A? Why wasn't he running the investigation? He's one of the most decorated Moscow PD officers there, the most experienced, the most knowledgeable. Most of the MPD's experience is just a couple years average. Right. So you're looking at like, dude, you should have been the one. What manager or assistant manager says, let the busboy clean up the restaurant? Nobody. No, you're not going to do it. So when you show up and you're the one that's contacting these other agencies to come help, what it is it's a bunch of officers that were used to doing noise complaints in this awesome underage alcohol bust program, which, come on, 2/3 of your students are underage.
Right.
So you're going to win no matter what. And all of a sudden, some real shit took place in your town, and you didn't know what the hell to do.
My theory on that, again, my theory, no facts, is that Lanier was not from Moscow. Right? He was maybe an outsider. He came from another town.
I don't like outsiders.
Right. Took the position with Moscow, probably thinking, hey, I'm going to build up my retirement in a few years. And then bam, this happens. So I don't even know if he graduated from the University of Idaho. Everybody else does, down to Judge.
So Maury is the one that got the Magna Axiom Scholarship, right?
Who?
Maury, is that his name? Mowery?
I think, yeah, you said Maury. The one who was on the stand in one of the recent hearings.
Yeah. He's the one that in 2019, Magna Axiom Forensics, he got chosen to take the Magna Axiom Forensics courses.
Yeah, but look at how many Moscow PD get to go to those FBI.
But why not choose him instead of Payne?
Because
I guess that's true of a lot of people.
Right. Well, you have a theory, CJ. Right.
There had to be people backing up, going, "Yo, I don't want no part of this." Yeah. No, for real. I'm for real. Like, you had to have people go, "Yo." Even that's why I feel like the FBI has been at odds with ISP and MPD all the way back in December of 2022, because I feel like the FBI was going, what the fuck are they doing? And you got some of these officers that are real, like, about the right thing, and they're going, I don't want to put my foot in this. And then you got, like the little scrappy do ready to fight everybody, and he's like, I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it. It's that culture that where they're buddy, they pat each other on the backs, they all rank up together, and everybody gets money.
CJ, you bring up another really good point here. Because of the absolute ironclad hold on everything about this case. I mean, you have to really look at the documents so closely to get some kernels of information, and it's there in some cases. How do we know that Detective Payne was the first lead detective in this case? We don't know. Maybe somebody else was the lead detective at first, retired. Somebody retired, I think, in mid-December, who was a detective.
Maybe not right away, but pretty damn close. I mean, if it wasn't 5 minutes, I'm guessing at least 45 would be somebody. You don't, when it's that kind of crime, and that doesn't typically take place, you don't leave it for the busboy.
Yeah.
Because they ruin things. You don't even allow people to go in there at a certain point because you don't want them to F up the investigation. Because
Shoot, if I'd been the whole police department, I'd have handed it over to the FBI and washed my hands of it.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I would have said done.
Yeah, but then you can't control it.
Right. He can't control it, and he comes across like somebody who wants to have control, but he doesn't have the skill set.
Yeah, just look up cars for us and DNA. That's it. And that's what a lot of these communities do that are shady as hell, is they will, here, you know what, we don't want you to take over the whole thing, so we're just going to invite you for a little nugget of it, and then that's where we'll keep you.
And unfortunately the FBI can't just take over, they have to be invited.
Right. Yeah. And they can only do what they're invited for unless it gets to a point where they take it over. Yeah.
Right.
They just keep them at bay,
Yeah.
And
what about this point that was made at a hearing? I forget the one that it is off the top of my head. A slip that Ashley Jennings stated about the federal grand jury. Was I hearing that, or do you guys remember?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Okay.
There's two things. One is, I don't know if it was a slip up, but I think the FBI in their investigation, they either did federal subpoenas.
Yes.
Because they used a grand jury to investigate.
Yes.
But on the other hand, I'm not so sure if they were using the grand jury to investigate or if they were trying to get Brian Kohberger on this federal stalking law. And they were subpoenaing certain information. And in the federal rules, you don't need a warrant to search certain electronic information. I don't know the details of that, but I know that for certain things you can subpoena it if it's a federal grand jury. I really don't know what she was referring to, whether it was a grand jury that was just helping with the investigation, helping the FBI with an investigation, because from what I've learned, they sometimes do that, but it's rare. Or if they were investigating Brian Kohberger for stalking, the federal stalking law, and they didn't indict him, obviously, but they would be, the grand jury would be subpoenaing records for that. And if they were electronic records, that even makes more sense because you don't need a search warrant for certain ones.
Yoli, let me ask you this question. Okay, so how does federal jurisdiction attach? Is it the stalking laws that you're talking about because he supposedly crossed state lines, or how?
Yeah, it's a federal stalking law. I forget the number, but it was designed for abuse victims. When they have they're being stalked by their ex-husbands or whatever across state lines.
but it applies to anything. It's even applied to trafficking cases. If they're stalking children across state lines, or so there is that federal stalking law. And if they were trying to say that he was stalking one of the girls, if it's online, that also could be federal jurisdiction if it's stalking online, or if it's crossing state lines to stalk. And they tried to say that the 12 pings where he was in Moscow, that was the conclusion in the affidavit, was that that they wanted this information because they wanted to determine if he was stalking. But that's not for them to determine. It's not for Payne to determine whether or not Brian Kohberger was stalking.
He certainly made that sort of, threw that out there, and then he ran with it, didn't they?
Yeah. So I'm not really sure what subpoena, in what capacity she was talking about the federal grand jury subpoenas. I'm not sure. It's either they were using it to investigate the case, or they're using it because they wanted to indict him on federal stalking charges. And I don't know.
And she wouldn't have thrown that out if it didn't have to do with, with this case. Like, she's not going to talk about a federal.
No, it has to do with this case. Yeah.
Something else, right? So it had to have some connection for this case for her to slip up like that as she did. Maybe.
And I believe it had to do with the timeline of the case, because about when certain materials were received by law enforcement, because it had to do with the timing. Like, when did they receive this information that was subpoenaed by the federal grand jury? And, even though they may have been investigating something else, like the stalking, maybe it's relevant. It can be used. I don't know exactly, but those are my thoughts on the federal grand jury. I think there was one, and I'm not sure if it was for investigative purposes or if it was for actually trying to get him on the federal stalking charges.
From the way I understood it was trying to get the charges, and the federal grand jury wouldn't indict.
That's possible. Yeah, that's what I think. That's really what I think, but I don't know for sure. But that's what I think. So then they went to they were going to have a state case and a federal case against him, and it just turns out it's a state case.
Right. And so, as the old saying goes, I think when the feds have something against you, you're done, right? So a grand jury, what's the old saying, that a grand jury will indict a ham sandwich because it's a prosecutor, and the defense isn't allowed in there. People can't bring in their own attorneys or witnesses. So if that's the case, what does that tell us? If a federal grand jury wouldn't indict him on something.
Right.
And they needed the photo.
They needed the photo, right?
Well, they needed evidence that he was going to the house, or that he was.
Just give us the picture of the car,
Well, I think the way that I understood it with the stalking was that they couldn't indict on the stalking. And Yoli, correct me if I'm wrong, but something about it couldn't be stalking because the person that he was supposed to be stalking has to have a case of reasonable fear. And that in this case, they were having to use the word surveil.
Yeah. I'm not sure. You might be right. But I believe that the person has to have a reasonable fear. And I'm not sure if that's why Steve Goncalves brought that up, that Caleb thought she was being stalked, because he wanted to sort of nudge it into that, category of having a reasonable fear of being stalked. I don't know. I thought about that later, and I thought maybe that's why Steve Goncalves said
Even
that.
The vape shop guy had said that.
Oh, the vape shop guy said that too. Yeah.
Or what about Mr. G coming out and saying that BK supposedly touched his internet?
Right. Yeah. Connected to the Wi-Fi.
Maybe that came out.
Yeah. See, all of these things that I think that that were coming out is because of this stalking, and perhaps the federal grand jury was investigating under the federal stalking statute. But I don't know
that to
But
be.
it makes me feel like LE lied to the parents about what they had and what they did.
Oh, yeah. I
Because
mean,
why would Steve make that comment, and
exactly.
where have we seen that he connected? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But
Like,
see, I've wondered too, as far as like touching on the Wi-Fi, and this is, I went to a webinar about the digital forensics and stuff like that, and they talked about like the GPS on your car that like when it updates and stuff like that, that maybe it can touch someone's Wi-Fi just by doing location. That it's not that your actual phone touched the Wi-Fi. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I didn't think his vehicle had that.
Oh, does it not?
I thought it was because we looked up the VIN. Oh my gosh, when did we look
Or
up the
maybe
VIN?
Google. Okay, maybe it was Google GPS or something like that. But but
Oh,
that when
right.
the maps update, that they will touch Wi-Fi's.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh
I just,
man, everybody should lock down their Wi-Fi then, because you definitely don't want some criminal touching your Wi-Fi, because
Well,
next thing you know that you're connected to their crime.
I don't think it actually. I don't see.
Yeah.
That's the thing about it is I don't think it actually means that like I touch CJ's Wi-Fi. I just
I
think
thought
that
it was
it's like
satellites.
using it just to update the satellite or something. You know what I'm saying?
well, he's an IT guy, isn't he? So wouldn't he know that? I mean, unlike you've taken
You
courses.
should.
I've taken no courses. I have absolutely no clue whatsoever. But I mean, if Mr. G is an IT guru, why make that type of a statement if it's not true?
Because I feel like that's what he was told.
That's what he was.
Probably that it makes
Bill
sense.
Thompson was like, we even have him connected to the Wi-Fi,
and
it
that
was
they thought they were going to get him.
right.
Yeah,
A plea deal.
And then the disappointment with the car up in Oregon, and now all of a sudden, FBI says you need to look at Mr. Kohberger, page 1 of the October 25th, 2022 order. 2023 order clearly says that. FBI says you need to look at Brian Kohberger when they were doing the family tree. Be curious to see if they get any further discovery regarding that family tree. And do you think, Yoli, that there could be some sort of a constitutional challenge
to the IGG?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think so. Well, the thing is a lot of time is spent talking about the DNA on the knife sheath. But the trash. We need. I mean, in the PCA, it's so vague. It just says DNA from the residents, the trash from the residents, which we got DNA from the father, or DNA from somebody who is not excluded to be the son. I mean, the way it's worded is just really, really bad. And I did a
It
video.
looks like it could be the father.
Yeah, I did a video on it on my channel. It's just so, and they switch up the words. They say suspect DNA. I don't know. That one paragraph. It's at the end, toward the end. That one paragraph is so confusing that I'm thinking to myself, okay, what kind of DNA did you get from the father, and what did you get it from? Was it a wrapper? Was it toilet paper? What was it? Was it blood? Was it semen?
Why couldn't you get Kohbergers? Why'd you have to get Daddy's from the
Yeah,
garbage?
it doesn't make
Kohberger
sense.
was there too.
Because they put his in the neighbors.
But you can't tell. Listen, if you're following him like that, you're gonna tell me he didn't stop at a Sbarro. He didn't go to a Taco Bell. He didn't get a cup, a big gulp from the gas station. He
was running around with gloves on.
Oh man.
Well, here's the thing, and they say, I don't know where this came from the FBI surveillance or something, that he was putting trash in the neighbor's trash can, but the PCA says they got the trash from the residents.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, I don't see any paperwork that says that they were surveilling him and that they found that he was putting trash in the neighbor's trash can.
Right, because if you're surveilling him, you have him on video putting the trash in the
exactly
in the other, and if you can get the trash from dads, you can get the trash from neighbors too. Come on.
Right.
It's the trash can. It's public property when it's out there.
And another point, speaking of what happened in Pennsylvania, why didn't they have their body cams on when they had all of these? It sounds like it was a massive penetration to capture this wanted person that committed these horrendous crimes. Not one of those cops had a body cam on. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you want to be protected.
You're taking suspect vehicle 1. You're taking him into custody. You're going through the house, and there is no body cam footage.
I'm wondering. I don't know. It makes me, because like you look at the PA, search warrant, and they're like, "Yo, we're just doing this because of what Idaho gave us."
Yeah.
We want to make that clear. And so, yeah, I'm wondering if maybe that had something to do with it, because they were like, "Look, but still, you would want at least one of your, even if it's your commanding officer, you would want at least one officer to have a camera. So that way, if dad says, if something did go wrong when you're trying to apprehend him and something happened to him in the process, you would think that you would want some kind of video body cam proof to be like, no, this is not the way that Mr. Kohberger is saying this went down. This is how it went down based off.
Or what if he would have made an incriminating statement? Oh, you got me. I did it. Right?
I mean,
that's right.
Yeah. Right.
It stands to reason that at least one would have body cam on. You're going into a private residence in the middle of the night to secure a person who, right, DJ, it did seem like they were distancing themselves. They had no beef with Mr. Kohberger. You're going in, you're arresting someone for 5 felony counts, including first degree unalivings times 4 across the country.
Right.
For your personal safety, you're not going to have a body cam on.
Yeah, you don't think he might not come back at you?
But here's the thing: they arrested him under the fugitive statute. They had him as a fugitive, escaping justice that he fled. And I did a video on that too. They arrested him as a fugitive, and I don't know why they did that, because they already had a valid arrest warrant from Idaho that they could enforce in Pennsylvania for the murder, but instead they used the fugitive statute so that they could go in there in the evening, early morning hours, and crack down, break windows, and do what they did under the fugitive statute, because that's when you need the additional probable cause if you're going to effectuate a warrant in the early morning hours. So it's just I have so many questions. Why did they do that? And they said they did it based on what was told to them by LE, Idaho State Police.
ISP, not Moscow PD. I mean,
both.
Yeah, sounds like a certain party might have exaggerated things, Yoli.
Oh yeah, I mean, he didn't flee because the charges weren't against him until they didn't get the arrest warrant until December 29th. And he left December 15th. So he wasn't fleeing from a warrant.
And how many people leave college campus to go home?
Exactly. He was going home. Mm-hmm. And so they did it like that. And they basically said that one of the reporters at the press conference at the Pennsylvania press conference asked about was there force used? Did you break any windows? And the person leading the press conference said, based on the videos afterward, it does appear that there was force used. There was multiple windows broken and multiple doors broken.
You could see the front door from the day after when that what's his face went up and knocked on that parent's door, wanting to see.
And then they said they wanted to do it safely. They wanted to arrest him safely. That's why they did it that way. No, I'm sorry. You have people banging on your door in the wee hours of the morning and breaking windows. You know what that's going to cause? That's going to cause somebody to get their gun out.
Right.
Good point.
Right.
And I don't care what anybody says. I think that in and of itself is a constitutional violation of not only Brian Kohberger's rights, but of the parents' rights. But you know, I'm not. I mean, that's just my opinion right now. I don't know all the circumstances, but based on what I do know, and there may be a lot that I don't know, but that's just insane. And he has a criminal complaint for as a fugitive in Pennsylvania.
Wow.
I don't even know if I've never heard anybody bring that up. Reach out to them and let them know. You know what I'm saying? Because you're right. Like, I'm sorry if I'm hearing a bunch of windows and shit being broken in my house. Damn straight, I'm grabbing.
Well, the Pennsylvania, that would be a Pennsylvania issue, right? The Pennsylvania attorney, he put out a letter a press release on behalf of the parents. So yeah, I think that's a great point that CJ has. Nobody's ever raised that before, not that I'm aware of.
I did a video if you want to look at my videos.
Definitely.
I'm not promoting anything. I'm just saying that it's better explained in my video because I can't remember now what I said.
No, we'll have a show on it again. Trust me, 'cause I'm going to be having more of these.
It's commercial zone. It's unbelievable to me when you really look at what it is and that complaint is still it's a police complaint, and I don't know the difference between a criminal complaint, police complaint, or what, but they call it a police complaint. Is filed. It hasn't been disposed of under the fugitive arrest warrant. And if you read the statute has a whole bunch that he was fleeing from, justice. And when they asked in the press conference, they asked the guy that was talking in the press conference. They asked him, "Well, were you aware that Mr. Kohberger was stopped twice by law enforcement on the way to Pennsylvania?" And he said, "Well, I will defer that to his attorney, his public defender here." Okay, yeah, he was stopped twice and he complied each time. What, were they trying to stop him to see if he would flee?
And within minutes of each other, Yoli.
I know it's like they were trying to do, in my mind, it's like they stopped him and he complied. So they said, okay, now do it again, because this time he's going to know that, oh shit, they looked him up and and they did it again and he complied. He didn't flee. Okay. And talk about wanting to start something, going in the middle of the night like that, breaking windows and doors in the wee hours of the night. Are you kidding me? They just wanted to start something. It seems like that's not a safe way to do it. And when they arrested the list killer, I know that's a different jurisdiction. They arrested him outside in public in the front of the storefront.
Right.
And they knew he had done certain things,
Yeah.
So it's just beyond me.
Yeah, it's not like he was going to leave. If you've got eyes on that house, there's only, one door in, one door out. He's not going to be able to flee anywhere or go anywhere, right? So why not wait until the morning when he comes out to throw out his garbage in the next, or whatever. He's going to come out of that house.
The shock and awe,
Yeah, why don't they
Bush used it,
when he's putting the garbage in the neighbor's house, when the PCA says that they got the garbage from the residents.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why couldn't she take a cup from a gas station? To say that was the only time he disposed of trash the whole time he was there, you're out of your damn mind. I'm sure he went through a gas station, and did not even bring him in and ask him for his DNA.
It's maddening.
One person that we do know who spoke with him, we just don't know when, where, and what the context was Brett Payne. Mm-hmm. That came out in one of the documents that, number one, Pennsylvania State Police did not have body cam footage on during the arrest, and number two, that Brett Payne interviewed Mr. Kohberger. So we don't know. There's only two possibilities, either before or after the arrest, right? Brilliant. So if it was before the arrest, what was it for? If it was after the arrest, was it the only possible way possibly that I could see this happening was when they were in the car with him. They were transporting him to the Monroe County Jail. So perhaps, okay, Payne, we got him in the car. Let me talk to him. Maybe that's when, and then when Brian he's just in the confusion of just what happened. seen his parents probably, scared to death. He might have maybe spoke with him before he said, "Hey, I got to shut my mouth."
Yeah, and I mean, what if his dad would have pulled out a gun and said, "What the hell's going on?"
Right.
Or the mom. What about the mom? I mean, what if there was all this she thinks somebody's breaking in and she pulls out a gun, a rifle, and shoots.
Well,
and then they're going to say, "Oh, there was shooting from inside the house."
Yeah, there was a big shooter. Oh, well, we do know, Yoli, to that point, we do know from the inventory from Pennsylvania that there was a firearm or two.
Right.
And my theory is, that's not Brian's. My theory was that belonged to the parents. They're up in. If you've been to the Poconos, that's deer. People hunt. The Deer Hunter, a movie that was out back in the 70s. Yes. That's where it was supposed to be. So maybe I know it wasn't a rifle, but maybe he's a gun owner. And you're right. What if he would have pulled that out and, pass a law, somebody comes in your house, you're entitled to protect your family. And then it would have been, it was a big shootout. Look at this.
It's just, and then in the press conference, they say that it was the safest thing to do. Really? Really?
They're telling everybody it's Angus beef and it's pork chop meat. That's what it is. They're telling everybody they got the Angus beef and nothing. It's all
not even beef.
It's the movie set. Let's create this situation and then show it off as the situation, so we don't have to show the real situation.
Hey, CJ, one thing that impressed me is you're probably the only investigator of this case who actually went to DeSales University. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
It's that, yeah. He's followed this case, Brian Kohberger's journey from DeSales to WSU. He's been in both places. When you were there, is DeSales in the Poconos Mountain, or have any mountains around it?
It's a lot of flat. I mean, it's hilly, very hilly, but it's more agricultural type land out there. One of the craziest things is, when you go to different universities, usually they're off of busy roads or major highways, or downtown. This university, I thought I was getting the wrong directions because I was driving out the country.
I remembered when you did that drive.
And it was out the country. I'm like, why am I going? And I even, I had to go through this one town, maybe just a few thousand population. And then I was at DeSales and I'm sitting there like, this is odd. I've never been to a university where there was this much agriculture around. Now, maybe that is, maybe they have a lot of programs with the university in agriculture or something like that. But yeah, it was wide out in the open, the last place. And it wasn't even that big of a campus. It's not even that big of a campus either. It almost seems like a community college out in the country. So it's not even that big. I was shocked. But when it comes to the mountains, no, I don't remember seeing a lot of mountains when I went to the college there. Just a lot of open fields and hilly. Contribution call out real quick. Tiffany, I want to say thank you for the $5 super chat. Keep being amazing. Thank you for streaming. Appreciate you. And thank you for coming in. We're checking out this. I don't know. This is a really interesting court hearing today. And where's, like Yoli brought up in the beginning, where's the experts for the prosecution? Because, man, these experts for the defense are just really coming out and hitting home runs.
Every one of them. But Bev Ark and Cy Ray and every one of them, nobody has gotten up there, in my opinion, and has embarrassed themselves, or where Judge didn't seem as though he was, really following them, or he was bored, just kind of, he seemed with each and every one, for them not to have a single expert, my opinion only, arrogance, just pure arrogance. You think you could argue against people who are experts in their fields?
It's crazy to me because up until a couple, a month or so, a little bit longer, he was the loose cannon in the courtroom. He was the one that'd be standing up, even if he's sitting in the visiting section. He's standing up, squeezing his papers, judge, just spazzing all the time. Even when he stood up there for an hour and a half, wasting the court's time arguing the questionnaire for the jury selection.
See, you bring up just a Carl Sandburg once said, if the law's on your side, you argue the law. If the facts are on your side, you argue the facts. If neither are, you stand up, you pound your fist on the table and yell like hell. That's sort of like what this feels like.
That's all he was doing.
Yep.
That's all he was doing. I mean, come on. When I thought it was the most classic moment in a trial where you got Bill Thompson complaining that the questionnaire is putting out false information or information that's sensitive to jury selection. And then they play the press conference when they arrested Kohberger of him telling to go share it with all the peoples.
That's why, that's why I say this issue of the change of venue is probably one of the most hotly contested and parts of this, because this all came out of the change of venue. What's he do? He meets with Ann Taylor on the 21st of March. The next day, he submits the paperwork alleging that they violated the non-dissemination order by doing surveys, when he himself, on February 8th, he filed a motion opposing change of venue because it was non-specific and it was premature. So Ann Taylor's out there doing her job, trying to get this information. Oh, judge, look, they violated. We've had these people come forward, and Detective Brett Payne over here happened to put together the reports of what happened, for these unsolicited phone calls. This all came out at COV, and I think that, I'm really appreciative to be on the panel today, because it seems like it's been a long journey from when you first started this channel and focused, you covered this case, and to see your many predictions come to fruition, who was going to be the police, who was going to, he's going to retire, he's going to run for Laptop County Sheriff, this one's going to be the new, you called it all.
I don't know. I still feel like that person lived at Queen Road Apartments.
You just read my mind. I was thinking of your prediction.
I still feel it, and I feel like they were able to bounce when everybody else bounced, because if you're going to commit that crime, you're going to try and get away with it, and you have a free out to leave the state or the country. Why wouldn't you?
From an opinion leader, right? From our last expert witness, you have Green, who is the head of the university, basically dictating witnesses. Yeah, you should go home and spend time with your parents. Don't be around here to speak with, law enforcement. When he should have said the opposite. Here's the services. We'll do this, but please stay here.
And see who's acting nervous as hell, because they're going to act nervous as hell when they go back to mom and dad's house, and then mom and dad's going to be like, "What's wrong, son?" Nothing, just this stuff that happened, and it's going to seem normal. The thing is, when you have somebody scoot in and scoot out the way that they did, and you have nobody on your tail, come on. It's like, you want that person to stick around. You want to see who changes their story. You want to see who acts nervous. You want to see all these things that stick out to help you figure out, where to go in the investigation. And they just let it all, because I really feel like they found out that it had to do something, and it does come back to the university.
Oh yeah. I just, that's my gut, my personal opinion, just that.
What if it was the What if it was the private? I'm not. This is speculation, but think about it. What if it was the private driver? The university? Do you think the university would exist anymore? I doubt it. I doubt it.
Look at how many no reports that are, if you look at the complaints, and for some fairly, just seems like serious things. Oh, Moscow PD went out. No complaint taken. And no complaint taken. I'll tell you why that's being done, in my opinion, is to make that town seem safer than what it is.
Yeah, you keep
students, right?
You minimize the negative calls. I mean, you go to just they were setting records for the EMS fire department, the response calls, and when there's no reports, there's no. It's like middle schools that try and hide bullying.
Bullying. I was just thinking of that.
Bullying takes place, but they minimize it. They minimize it so that they can continue to get more funding each year. Oh, guess what? We had a record number of response calls. We need even double the funding that we got last year for next year. It's this rank up, pat each other on the back, because if you follow us and go with us this way, then you will not only get achievements, but you'll also get paid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Rosenthal even said in the little promotion video a couple years ago, where Moscow's trying to recruit police officers. If you want to come, I knew that you could rank up quick here. If you want to come to some place that you can rank up quick, come to Moscow.
Yes, doesn't matter if you have the experience, skills, knowledge, and abilities. It's just that you can rank up quick and you can be assigned things that you wouldn't get assigned for 10 years somewhere else, because you gotta work your way up.
That's where all the connections to the FBI training programs come from. And then you got officers that can literally feel safe going around and taking photos of females' licenses.
What about that?
On your personal phone?
They had just, you remember, CJ, the body cam, where that call was actually to the frat house the off-campus frat house around the corner. He didn't take anyone's photograph. That's the call. The call went there. And then he decides, with his x-ray vision and hearing, that there's a boom box at 11:22. So he's going to walk around. And then he says, oh, well, we knocked at the front door. You didn't answer. No, you didn't. It's on body cam. You walked right straight to the back. There was no knock at the front door for anybody. Takes her picture. Who walks out? What's his face? The other kid walks out. Zip ties on his wrist. No questions asked. Didn't even ask his name. As a matter of fact, they didn't ask his name the first time he answered the door, and admitted that there were no owners in the house. So we're here having this loud party that caused this noise complaint, and for you to respond, they didn't even ask his name.
They didn't even know if he had a warrant.
Right. And he's just basically admitting to you, none of the residents are here, and we're having this loud raging party where there's probably, possibly underage drinking and who knows what else. They're sure not having cookies and milk, studying for the algebra test on Monday, and didn't even ask his name. But he takes her photograph of her driver's license.
On his personal phone.
On his personal phone.
Who says he didn't have something to do with it?
Well, where was he, as a matter
of fact? You know what I'm saying?
Where was he? Oh.
Who says he didn't have something to do with it?
What's his alibi? Was he in Paris on vacation? Was he in... No, he's... How many feet away is Van Field to the front of... to Queen Road? How many feet, CJ? You were there.
Not much.
Right.
15 steps. And like you look at that kind of activity right there, Sarah Birchmore, that's, Rosie's been covering that one. Hello, it's an officer that staged a crime scene because she was going to say something.
What's curious? What's curious to me is He was just retained. He was hired the summer of 2022. He was a very, very new police officer. He was a homegrown, and he's, ties to the Christ Church and everything else.
Yeah.
But then he wasn't on the MPD roster for a while, and then he came back. So it's like, well, did he have to go out on leave or something like that? Did he have to have, medical or whatever? And then he's back on. And I'm not making any, because I don't know, but what about the Brady Giglio officer? Who is it? Why don't we ever hear the mainstream media ever? Like we just heard this witness who talked about all of this negative connotations with the name of Mr. Kohberger. Why isn't it was a Brady Giglio? Who's the Brady Giglio? Who's the Brady Giglio? Never. It was reported when it came out. It was March of 2023 that it was disclosed. Birds chirping.
It's like, shout out to this to the veterans and everybody that's out there protecting our country. Thank you for their service. The national media couldn't even discuss the year anniversary of our exit and how all that stuff went down. So I just want to say a special shout out to the veterans again, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Because without you, we wouldn't be safe over here. There's so many, it's just ridiculous. And I hope, when this is all said and done, I really hope, and I really feel like it's going to, no matter what. I don't think anybody's going to have a choice. I think it's going to really expose a lot of the way things have been kind of handled throughout this country when it comes to certain investigations and certain people that have power that feel that they can do whatever the hell they want and there's no repercussions.
Well, it's funny you bring that up, CJ. Not funny, actually quite tragic. Because what have we heard? We've heard that Ms. Taylor was able to assist a former a client who's one of the central law enforcement officers actually committed perjury on the stand. So what do we hear? Oh, she got him off. It was like technicality. Perjury is not a technicality, but it's there. How can they not be afraid of committing perjury? How?
Plausible deniability. The less you know, the easier you can say, I didn't know. That's what it's plausible deniability all over this. I mean, Bill Thompson's used it multiple times in these court hearings. Plausible deniability. Well, we didn't know everything that FBI had, and we don't have access to it all, but we're just, we're going off of.
That was such a silly argument to make. I look at it sort of like, if you own a business and you outsource, like you were saying before, the vetting, maybe you outsource your human resources to a labor or somewhere else to do the vetting for you. You're still responsible, who you let in your doors. So if they decided to outsource part of their investigation to anyone, he should have figured that the moment that decision was made, that defense would want that information in discovery. As a matter of fact, it should have been ready to go. It took how many hearings did we see before finally the defense got that IGG? Some of it, not all of it. That was after the in-camera inspection by His Honor, and then he submitted the order saying, okay, you'll turn over this stuff. But the people in Family Tree, they're sort of like they're informants, not in the necessary way that we think of informants. He brought his argument, but it's December of 2023. That Family Tree investigation had to have happened a year before at least. And you're telling me she had to work that hard, have that many hearings to get any of that discovery. I don't understand that.
I've been saying it for over a year. They're going to say that they can't get that information from the FBI. The FBI is not going to come out and say, Latah County's bullshitting. Okay, they're not going to come out and say that. Just like you have some content creators out there saying that they work with the FBI and they know the FBI is not going to come out and say, no, we don't work with this person. But I guarantee it, in the office, they're like, this guy's a damn fool. And the people that believe this shit are fools too. They're not going to come out and say it. So Bill Thompson is in a good spot because he can literally say, look, we told you this over a year ago that this happened in another case. This is one of those things where they can't disclose how they obtained the information based off of, secret investigative tactics and tools. They don't want that out in the public, so we're just not going to be able to give that to you. And I think that's what's going to happen. They're like, look, that's what they've been banking on this whole time. When in reality, I feel like they took the tip and ran with it, just like they did Oregon. They took the tip, ran with it, and they've been waiting, and they already know that there's nothing there. So they're going to use these tactics that they're using this whole time to drag it out because they just want the public opinion, and they're hoping that the public opinion is going to convict him. And if they don't, then they're just going to wipe their hands clean anyway and said, well, we think that he's the person anyway. So
Right.
sorry.
And the judge got it wrong by dismissing the charges. Jury got it wrong by
Yeah,
finding
it's
him
always somebody else. It's gaslighting to the fullest.
gaslighting.
To
Gaslighting.
the
That's
fullest.
that 100%. And he was pushing for that October 20, knowing what that report said, that it said, look at this man. They knew that they would not be able to get that discovery to the defense, but it's the defense that's dragging things out.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. And they're letting everybody see, they're letting everybody see. That's why I'm saying I feel like Bill Thompson's going to retire before this trial even takes place, because he's going to be like, shit, man, that's not going to look good on my record.
He's 30 years in, he's
Yeah.
30 years, and then going back to that last witness who said they have voted him in for 3 decades. He is basically the face of law enforcement in Latah County. So you could see where if he's standing up and saying, Chief of Police, we're sure that this is the guy. He hadn't even had the trial yet. We're sure that this is the guy. Him standing up, make sure this PCA, this pristine piece of paper, we want you to make sure that you share it with everybody. What are the people of Latah who have been through this trauma already, been to the vigils? I didn't even think about that, but you were at the vigil. It was probably very emotional, right? For the 1 year, CJ. There were others that were held closer to the time when they had to have been just in shock. And this is the jury pool.
Yeah, I'm almost guessing that he's going to blame it on health, and he's going to see where it's going.
Right.
The beginning of the year, he's going to see like where it's going after these deadlines go by and Ann Taylor's doing her thing, and he's going to sit there and see the loss that he's going to take, and he's just going to exit like Urban Meyer does with any other football college that he coaches. He coaches for a few years and then says, health reasons. Nobody can say, no, that you left because of this, or you're a pussy, or any of this other. No, I left because of health reasons. And then somebody else takes over and trust us, Latah County, no fault of this person's own, but, they were thrown into the wolves, and they had an uphill battle, and, there's going to be an excuse, deflection, and they're just going to move on like it never even happened.
Right.
Because that's what they want.
That it destroy this person's life,
Right.
his family's life.
He's from PA. He's from the East Coast. They don't like East Coasters.
I bet you. They just basically
They do.
say, look at this guy over here.
That's why you don't even tell people. That's why when people are moving to Idaho, you got people telling you to change your plates as soon as possible.
Maybe that's why he kept getting stopped.
Seriously, like that's how bad it is. They tell you, if you're going to move here, get your plates changed if you don't want people to side eye you.
Oh, and he changed his plates in November because he wanted. No, he didn't. It was his birthday in November.
Yeah.
And that's when your license tags expire, on the month of your birthday. It's like they spin everything in a certain way that, and then they hide all the evidence, and people they jump on this MSN narrative. And if it weren't people like you, CJ, and Rosie and Yoli, and I've tried to, do my part, trying to get what the actual facts are. But I listened to that witness who said, but when their opinion's made, even if you present the facts, they still will not budge. They still will not budge.
And that's why I worry about Christy G, because if Brian Kohberger is found not guilty based off of real evidence, she ain't gonna accept that, and she's farther away from justice in her own soul, because it's just like somebody that struggles. You know what I'm saying? You don't when you're trying to get past something that you're struggling with, you don't tie your success past the struggle to something else or someone else. You just don't.
Right. They don't.
You don't, because if that fails, then you fail, and that's the bad situation. That I think not. Because she just wants justice for her daughter and her friends.
She wants to know. I mean,
right? And she's going off of what Bill Thompson was spewing. So, but at the same time, you gotta think with an open mind too, regardless.
But I mean, like you're saying, her entire sense of closure is completely dependent on one person, and it's
him
just
being dead.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of it all, she unfortunately probably find that won't even really help.
Rosie, I don't know how it is. And they've got a private attorney, right? They have a private attorney who's supposed to be helping them navigate their way through this. They have the prosecutor, they have the victims, services. Why did they think a trial would be brought, given what the sentencing possibly could be, less than a year? Who didn't say to them, look, these types of cases, you're going to have to, just be patient, because they take 3 to 4 years to try, and they're wanting a trial in October of last year without the salary.
I understand what you mean. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but it's almost like something's been promised to them, or like, because it isn't actually something somebody you would expect would say by that point, that and I think that actually they have mentioned it once or twice in interviews, that justice takes time. But I think that they're relying very much on what the prosecution is putting out there, and they also kind of have this attitude of the defense is stalling. So they think that extension of time is coming from what they perceive to be the perpetrator. They're not necessarily seeing it as a process of justice. They're seeing it as stalling, which is adding to the frustration. And it's not that they see it as something formal. They see it as a tactic. And I mean, in their state of grief, I feel like, they can't help it.
Yes, good. But Rosie, what just continues to baffle me is, how could Mr. G go from, I need to see the evidence, I have to see the evidence for myself, and say that he hadn't been given any of the evidence, as he did during that Brian Enton very long interview that the family did right about the 1 year mark. How does he go from that to now he goes in about face and, oh, he's the guy. Not only is he the guy, but he deserves the ultimate penalty. I can't figure it out. CJ, Rosie, what do you guys think? Why? How does he make that 360? To go from, we need an alpha male from Moscow Police Department, to step up and do something here, to, oh, I can't wait until this is over because I want to take out. And I think he was speaking about the detective, Payne, for a steak dinner when this is all over.
Honestly, I think that it's partly from getting worn down, especially if you're two parents of a single victim and you don't agree on whether the evidence is relevant or not. I think that can also cause a lot of turmoil, like amongst each other, and it's something that is drawing out and it's taking long. And I think that with a lot of victims, they get almost exhausted, if that makes sense. And maybe it
Yeah,
just
that's why I feel like Steve G has kind of gone down the similar path that Christie has already been down, because he used to be the one that thought outside the box, and now he's almost getting to the point where he's agreeing with Christie. And I really feel, I mean, let's be honest, like if I had a wife and we were in that similar situation, you're married for a reason in the first place, because you want to take care of each other. Maybe you might give a little bit of what you think, because you know how hard your wife is taking it.
Oh yeah. Oh, you wouldn't wish this on your worst enemy. I mean, this is what they're you can't even imagine the pain of the daughter. She's at home, and I'm going to go back to Moscow. I'm going to show my friend my new car, and then there's some talk that she had a test also that she needed to take on Monday. You never see her again. The shock and the pain and the sorrow that they must go through day in and day out. This is absolutely the worst thing that could ever. They say, when you lose a parent, you're called an orphan. When you lose a spouse, you're called a widow or a widow. There's no term for when you lose a child, because it is unnatural. You're supposed to live, right? You're supposed to. Your life's supposed to go before, and people will throw themselves in front of trains for their kids, and you can't imagine. But
it's a situation where it's either he loses his wife, because I mean, think about it. Like, that's gonna, if you have two different viewpoints like that, like they did when they did like not the last documentary, but the other one, where they sat down and they asked Steve and Christie both the same question, and she was all about it, and he was like, I want to see where the evidence takes, that right there. And so what I mean is, like, with what he's been saying recently, the last month or two, to me, it's like he probably realizes there's got to be a lot of turmoil. You see how she is with how it's BK. Can you imagine the conversations where they could be sitting at the dinner table and she's like, why don't you think it's him? It's him. What is your problem? And he's, dude, I don't want to lose my wife, man. Like, I don't know if this dude did it or not, but I don't want to lose my wife over this. So if that means that I gotta, stand up and kind of go along with it, so it makes less turmoil between us, I'm trying to keep my wife. And so I can see a spouse of a partner doing that, just because it's like, look, I don't know for sure. I'm just going off of what I'm told.
Right.
It's already, creating this. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like he's just, and he has to, as a husband, he's got to stand up for his wife no matter what.
Sounds reasonable. And, let's face it, his wife is probably, means so much. He's seen her cry. He's seen the pain that she's in. She gave birth to this child, and Kohberger's nobody to him.
No, he needs his wife.
I think people do move in and out of, like, sort of a defeated feeling when they're grieving as well, and they move in and out of denial and stuff. So maybe it is sometimes kind of normal to change as well, because you're trying to just, like, cope with what's happening, with that added dimension of what CJ was talking about, in the home.
In the home, yeah.
I mean, you don't see too many people like we have Steve G. Not only come out with information, but a lot of the questions when all this stuff was being investigated in the beginning. Yeah. And so to me, it makes me feel like he's just trying to make sure that him and his wife stay together, you know, because I don't know if I feel like if he wasn't going along with it, I mean, I can't imagine all the stress in between
On top of
already.
everything else, he reminds you of a father that was, protective of Kaylee. He was protective of her. He did come out, I think, in an interview, correct me if I'm wrong, and said that, his job was to protect the child, and he couldn't protect her from this. And so that has to hurt him as a man. But don't you want to know who did this? And make sure that even if you don't care about Kohberger, you don't know Kohberger, you don't care about him, but the person who did this is on the loose and maybe enjoying, on a beach somewhere. I don't.
Yeah, but we heard the witness here, that we just watched, and she was saying that when you hear you Bill Thompson and Fry and all these people are coming up to you telling you all these things, you're
right. Right.
That's exactly what she was bringing up, and I feel that's what took place. So we'll go ahead and get to this next one. This is Dr. Edelman, right?
It is Dr. Edelman and his PowerPoints Part 2.
All right, PowerPoints Part 2. All right, we'll get to this one. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you. Please hit like if you haven't yet, and we'll get into this PowerPoints. I like pictures.
Okay, next witness.
Next witness is Dr. Brian Edelman.
Okay. Dr. Edelman. All right, welcome back. Please raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do. All right, thank you, sir. Please have a seat, and then please state your name and spell your last.
You're gonna speak slow today, I promise. So Brian Edelman, Edelman.
Sir, go ahead. Stand up.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Edelman, I see that you brought some things to council table with you.
I did.
What do you have?
It's just a copy of my presentation.
Your PowerPoint presentation? Yeah. Okay. And is that face down? Perfect. Will you let me know if you need to flip it over to refresh your memory?
I can tell you the second you start, I won't be able to see anything, so I'm gonna need it.
Okay. Your Honor, counsel, then I'll ask if he can leave his PowerPoint presentation face up so he can help us understand this testimony. No objection to that.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
All right, let's start with your background.
Going back how far? Let me try.
Well, let's start with what you do right now and then work backwards and forwards. How about that?
Okay. I'm a trial consultant. So in that capacity, I'm often in the courtroom doing jury selections and assisting with that, running juror questionnaires, helping attorneys craft oral voir dire questions. And I also do pretrial research. So that's focus groups and mock trials. And then I also do post-trial interviews and do a lot of presentations and writing in terms of trying to educate or help the legal community. And then I also serve as an expert witness in this capacity. And in that scenario, I'm often focusing on pretrial publicity, the impact of pretrial publicity, and whether or not a defendant's due process rights may have been undermined by media coverage. And I also do post-conviction work, which kind of ties into that, where I might be brought in to look at a case to see if there was a lot of media coverage and whether or not there should have been a change of venue or a request for a change of venue, and looking at the adequacy of voir dire to uncover what jurors knew. So that's kind of reviewing the voir dire transcripts and use of challenges, that sort of thing.
How long have you been doing that work?
That part? Since I think the first one, maybe like 2011, 2012, something like that.
Where do you do that work? What company?
So all over the place. So all over the country in state and federal cases, Florida, Michigan, Washington, DC, Idaho, California, Texas, New York, a bunch of others. So quite a bit.
How were you educated to do the work that
So I have a background in social psychology. So a PhD in social psychology from the University of Nevada, Reno, which is a program that really focused on psychology and law. That's where the judicial college is, and something called the Grant Sawyer Center for Justice Studies. Am I going slow or I do it better? Okay. And while there, I worked at the Grant Sawyer Center for Justice Studies as well, and did research on the death penalty, so on pretrial release programs and the impact of media coverage, so kind of similar to this. And when I finished that, I went to England and got an LLM in international humanitarian law, and then came back here and started working at a trial consulting firm. I think I started in 2000, I want to say 2004, that sounds about right, 2000, I think. And then started my own or co-founded Trial Innovations, where I am now, with a business partner in 2011.
do you do any teaching about your
Teaching? So I do like CLE classes and things like that for bar associations. I've done it for public defenders, for district attorneys' offices. I've been like a visiting lecturer at like different law schools, at the ASTC, which is the American Society of Trial Consultants. Did classes on like trial consulting and change of venue. I think I've done one at APLS, which is like the American Psychology Association, a legal society. And I'm sure there's some others out there too. APE Aboda is one, and that might be more on like jury selection. That's like a legal organization.
Are you a member of any organizations, professional organizations specific to your work?
Currently, I don't think I normally I'm a member of ASTC, which is American Society of Trial Consultants, but I might have forgot to pay my dues this year, so maybe not.
Are you usually a member of that organization?
And same with APLS. That's
What's APLS again?
That's the American Psychology Association, and it's the legal society division. And then I also do for like the ASTC, I've been on like a committee that helps write some of the professional guidelines, particularly around change of venue.
And I understand you do consulting work. Do you testify as an expert?
Yes.
What states?
What states?
Roughly.
Okay. Kind of the ones I mentioned earlier. I'm sure there's more. So Florida, Michigan, California, Washington State, Washington, DC, Texas, Idaho. Wish I had a map in front of me right now. Tennessee, Georgia, Minnesota, and I'm sure there's others, but it's been a long time, so I've done a bunch of them. I probably have done over 100 that I've been retained on for in some capacity related to pretrial publicity in both state and federal cases.
I heard you mention Idaho. You've testified as an expert in Idaho, is that right?
I have.
How about in this case? Have you testified before in this case?
In this case, yes. I did.
All right.
Yes.
Last time we were here, we were talking about a survey that was in progress.
Yes.
So have you now completed your survey?
Yes. So I completed the survey in Latah County and then conducted several comparison surveys after that hearing in Ada County, Bannock County, and Canyon County.
Before we get to all of those, I'm going to start a PowerPoint presentation that you've provided for us today, so you can walk me through the process of what you do and how that works. Give me just one moment.
Sure. I'm going to flip this over then.
Thank you for that, for the patience. I think we have it now. Will you give us a present or an overview of what we're going to talk about today?
Yes. So the presentation is broken down into 3 parts. So the first part is just kind of a cursory review of some of the social science research, some of the basic general research, foundational research, and then research specific to pretrial publicity and juror decision-making. And then to get into the actual change of venue analysis, which focuses on the media coverage, so the extent and nature of the coverage, and in addition to whether or not that coverage has had any impact on the jury pool. So that really gets into the survey. And the last part gets into the unique challenges that cases like this pose when we talk about jury selection. So is what you're an effective remedy in cases like this, when there's been a lot of media coverage and people have a lot of knowledge about the case.
I heard you say cases like this. What do you mean?
Sorry, when I say what?
Cases like this.
Oh, cases that have a lot of media coverage. So in a normal case, like a car accident or something like that, people come in, they might have general attitudes about drinking and driving, but they don't have case-specific attitudes about this person that are well developed from information I know about the evidence and the person and so on. When you have a case like this, people come into the courtroom with case-specific attitudes that are well developed and based on, it could be emotional information, it could be evidence that they already have read, seen, or heard. So they have very well developed attitudes. So that's a unique thing because they're no longer blank slates when they're hearing evidence. They're confirming what they already know, as opposed to jurors who don't know anything and are learning and building attitudes and knowledge structures as they go.
All right, let's go to the background of why we do this, why this matters.
Yeah, so there's decades of research in general documenting the impact of pretrial publicity on decision making, and it kind of falls into 2 areas. So there's what we call field research, which is kind of similar to like a change of venue survey. So people are exposed to pretrial publicity in a naturally occurring setting. I read the newspaper, I watch it on the news or on the news when I'm cooking dinner, whatever it may be. And so we see natural exposure and we're able to assess the impact of that coverage on pretrial opinions. But there's some limitations to that. We can't really learn how pretrial publicity impacts decisions, and we can't really learn the types of pretrial publicity that are most impactful, and whether or not remedial measures like an admonition or voir dire mitigate the impact it has. That's where experimental research comes in, because it's a controlled setting and we can test things like what types of pretrial publicity are most prejudicial, how does pretrial publicity impact decisions, and things like do remedies work and so on.
Do you have an example to help me understand maybe the difference starting with field research?
Sure. So the one we're looking at here is one of the earlier pieces that was published, and it looked at 3 cases that were high-profile cases in California. One involved the murder of 2 police officers, I think it was in Yolo County, and then the murder of a dental hygienist from a prominent family. So it was the status of the victim was important in that. And then I believe the third one was a rape of a young girl. So the 3 cases, and they did surveys to assess the impact of that media coverage. And they learned a couple of interesting things. So they learned that people who consume news, whether they watch it on the news or they read the local paper, develop more case knowledge. So the more often I follow the news, the more likely I'm to have detailed information about that specific case. So there's the first relationship that we look at. And then the next thing is case knowledge impacts presumption of guilt. So people who have well-developed case knowledge, they've read a lot about it and they know a lot of detail, they're more likely to think the defendant is guilty. They're more likely to have an opinion about that. And that stands out as more important than a host of things. They looked at gender, education, attitudes towards the criminal justice system. And ultimately, case knowledge was 10 times more impactful, more important than attitudes like towards the criminal justice system. So it wasn't something like, I'm just a pro-conviction person who tends to favor the government and think people are guilty. It was far more important than that when it came to these attitudes and opinions they developed.
It sounds like the field research has been important in your profession.
Yes.
Fair to say?
Yeah.
Help me understand what experimental research is.
Yeah, so these are more, again, traditional studies where we are able to control. We can look to see, maybe we're testing to see what types of pretrial publicity are most impactful. Maybe we want to know if voir dire is an effective remedy at mitigating the influence or impact. An interesting study someone recently did was looking at the set aside question. And they were looking to see if you did something like normally what happens to jurors on the spot, it's just like, what do you know about the case? And it's kind of like on the spot, I need to think about it and try to recall everything from memory and spout it out right there. So the remedy was, what if the person was given time to write down everything they know and think about it? Think, can they really be fair? And then come back to them and then ask them again. So they were looking at that as a remedy. So that would be an example of an experiment. And like globally, what we find is exposure to pretrial publicity impacts perceptions of guilt, and it influences the defendant's credibility, likability, and sympathy towards the defendant as well. And overall, most of the research shows that judicial remedies are not effective. We talk about admonitions, so like the judge telling the jurors are not allowed to consider media coverage; they have to set that aside. Voir dire, kind of like I was mentioning before, those don't mitigate the impact of media coverage. Delay is another one. Sometimes there's a long delay between when someone reads the coverage and when they come and do the experiment to see if that mitigates the impact. So overall, those are the key findings and takeaways from the experimental research.
All right. You have a slide in here called, I'm not going to say this word correctly, Potower and Singer. What's this about? How is this important?
So this is, again, just an example of some of the research. So in this study, the researchers recruited people who had been excused for jury duty, so they were at the courthouse, and they were put into 2 different conditions. So in one condition, the experimental condition, they read an article, and that article contained information about the defendant. It was a criminal record. And it also included a retracted confession. So they were looking at something that was inadmissible. It wasn't going to come in, I believe, in the story. And the control group read the same article absent those 2 pieces. Didn't mention anything about the criminal past, criminal record, or the retracted confession. And what they found, if you go to the next slide, is that there was a significant effect. So those participants who are in the experimental condition, the ones who had been exposed to the background, the criminal background information and the retracted confession, were much more likely, I can tell I'm talking too fast, were much more likely to convict and perceive the defendant as guilty compared to the control group. So that was a significant effect.
That seems like a pretty high percentage. This is an experiment with 2 otherwise equal groups of people, some exposed to negative publicity and some not, and almost 30% of the people in that experimental group would have voted to convict just based on that difference alone.
So 28 percentage points higher. And again, it's a controlled study. So they're controlling for everything. So the only variable really that should be that's impacting is the fact that one group heard this negative prejudicial information, the other one didn't.
Seems like a high.
What's that?
That seems like a high amount.
Well, it's a significant find. It's statistically significant.
All right, let's talk about pretrial publicity.
Okay.
How does it impact information that you might get in trial?
Yeah, so we already heard about this a bit in terms of this selective process for filtering information. So the one that really is significant for me that stands out is the belief perseverance research. I'll tell you why. And like it was mentioned, so a common study would be someone would read an essay. For example, it might be an article about why risk-taking makes you a good firefighter, and people who are cautious that's not a good characteristic. And then someone else might read the exact opposite, where implying that cautious people are better firefighters than risk takers. And then they're asked to write an essay, and whichever one they read, they're more likely to write to support or write an essay that's consistent with what they read. And then later, when they're confronted with information that disconfirms whatever they had read and written, they're resistant to change. So we see that in our everyday lives quite a bit. And the thing that really is significant to think about is jurors who come in as a blank slate in a normal case, who haven't been exposed to media coverage, have no opinions or attitudes that are specific about the defendant, about the evidence, about guilt. And they're just processing evidence in a controlled setting through direct examination and cross-examination. The rules of evidence apply. So they're learning and they're developing opinions. They're considering the evidence for the first time. That's the ideal situation. In a high-profile case where jurors have been exposed to a lot of coverage and they end up serving, they already have well-developed attitudes about the defendant. So opinions of the defendant. They have well-developed attitudes about guilt, for example. And they have case knowledge that they've already been exposed to, not in a controlled setting. So maybe it's information in this case about cell tower data, or information about a vehicle being seen on video, or what the results of DNA tests are. And it's not under a controlled setting of direct examination and cross-examination, and another expert from the defense side where they weigh all that. It's in the context of a news story. There's editorial, there's public personalities, it's Nancy Grace, there's all this sensationalism around it. So they're being exposed to all that, but they're also getting the information, the evidence within that context that they're going to hear at trial. So when they hear that information, it's not new, and they're not considering it and weighing it as a blank slate. What they're doing is just activating the beliefs and the knowledge structures they have, and it's just confirming what they already know. So one side is just giving you the information I already have, which strengthens it, and it makes that information more accessible in memory and so on. And then the other side is giving information that is attempting to disconfirm what I already know and believe, and it's scrutinized in a very different way. They're much more likely to reject it, they're much less likely to attend it, to store it in long-term memory, and it's really shifting the burden. So now the burden, whether intentional or not, is shifted on the defendant to change that juror's mind. And that's what we see when we talk about a filter, like our knowledge is, our impressions serve as a filter for processing new information. So it's really important to think about putting yourself in the shoes of the juror and what the task is and what that's like when you already have all this information compared to a jury who doesn't have any of that.
Sounds like a tough road that can be created by a lot of media exposure.
Can be.
Can you tell us about any studies you know about how evidence might be evaluated?
Yeah, so this is just an example again. So in this particular piece, the researchers were looking at something called pre-decisional distortion. It's kind of like disconfirmation bias. So people were exposed to negative pretrial publicity or positive pretrial publicity about the defendant. And then there was delay. So I think it was like 5 days or something like that. And they watched a murder trial where a husband was accused of murdering his wife. And it was intentionally balanced. So it was kind of like a 50-50 split of guilty, not guilty. And what they found was that at each point in time, they would stop and do a case evaluation and assessment. And people hold the evidence to be consistent or supportive of whichever leader they had. So if they had started the case where they were supporting, they had been exposed to negative pretrial publicity, they would be supporting conviction, let's say the prosecution. So they didn't look at that evidence just for the probative value, but it anchored closer to it supports conviction. It's consistent with the belief I already have. And it was consistent like that throughout the entire study. Versus those who maybe had seen neutral pretrial publicity, you didn't see that. So people are more likely to consider the evidence primarily for the probative value.
How about when you've had a lot of pretrial coverage and then you have a lengthy trial? What do you know about a risk of confusing where you heard the information? By that, I mean bringing in something that you heard a long time ago that didn't sound
right. And think about it based on what you were saying. These studies we're talking about an effect that was discovered with maybe 1 or 2 articles, and it still had an impact. Case like this, you're talking about inundated with pretrial publicity over a significant amount of time, repeating information, and then new information that's sensational. And so it's constantly reactivating those memories and making those knowledge structures more accessible, both consciously and unconsciously. So those attitudes are even stronger. So you would expect to see an effect like this to be even more robust in a trial setting over the course of weeks, months, or whatever it is.
All right, let's talk about surveys and what you do.
Sure.
Tell me what you do when you want to do a survey.
What do I do?
Yeah.
Well, so there's two different phases. So I don't start with I'm going to do a survey. So when I'm first asked to look at this, the first thing I do is collect a newspaper coverage. And I try to take a conservative approach. So I take the papers that have significant circulation in the county, that are based in the county. So I'm not looking, for example, at a paper in Spokane or in Ada County. I'm just looking at the ones here. And I read that coverage and I make an assessment if there's extensive coverage and potentially prejudicial coverage. So what is the nature of the coverage? Does it include inadmissible content? Does it include a lot of detail about test results like DNA results and things like that? So conviction-prone evidence. Is it have presumption of guilt or guilt-oriented detail? For example, public officials making statements about a defendant's guilt, victim families talking about that, things like that. Emotional pretrial publicity, because we know from the research the most prejudicial types of media coverage is emotional pretrial publicity, inadmissible content, and information about the defendant's character. So those are three big ones. So really looking at that. In every case is different. So in some cases, it's all about the community impact, and there's candlelight vigils and memorials, and it just shocked the community. In bigger places, you don't see that as much, so it might be something very different. So it's always dependent on the case. If there is not a lot of coverage or it's very neutral and basic, I wouldn't recommend doing anything else. So it would just stop there. If it's extensive coverage or sensational coverage or something like that, we would move to this next step, which is doing a phone survey in the venue. Sometimes we do a comparison survey, sometimes we don't. Yeah.
All right. I think you told me a little bit about the analysis of the coverage, but will you again tell me what you're looking for specific to a county before you decide to do a survey?
I'm sorry, the main thing I'm looking for
when you're deciding whether or not to do a survey.
It really depends on the case, right? So every case is different. There's no like, I'm looking for X and is there or not. Every case is unique. Every case has, like, sometimes an example would be maybe this case went to trial 5 years ago and there was a conviction and then the conviction was thrown out. So really the unique thing there is exposure or knowledge that this person's been convicted is highly prejudicial. Sometimes there's a confession and we know from the research in the Supreme Court that confessions are considered one of the most prejudicial things that could be out there in terms of media coverage, that when we talk about change of venue. So maybe that's a factor. It always just depends on the case.
And do you look at the coverage to the local area you're talking about?
Yes.
What did you find for Latah County as far as coverage?
So just looking at the Moscow Pullman Daily News and the Idaho Argonaut, I found 240 articles going from 2022 to 2024, stopping in June. So I don't know what's been published since in terms of collecting the coverage. So that's the extent of the coverage in those two papers. I believe I also provided the Lewiston Daily, I think it is, or the Tribune, is that right? As well, because in the survey, a lot of people mentioned they read that paper. So I put that in there as well and turned that over. And I think that was like another 200 articles or something like that.
Do you know the total number of newspaper articles you collected from those three papers between the dates of November 13th, 2022 and June?
Yeah, so approximately 441.
Now you've provided this chart and you have Mr. Kohberger's name highlighted at the bottom of this.
Yeah.
What's significant about this chart that you've presented?
So one of the tricky things is always what is a lot of coverage. So there's no decision that I'm aware of where it says if you have X number of articles, that's considered sufficient for a change of venue. So what I did was I pulled cases where the population or the county where the case was initially venued were between 27,500 and 62,000. I did that because we fall somewhere in there. We're at like 32,500, I believe, 18 or over here. So I was just trying to look for a range of cases to get a decent sample size and look to see how many articles were published in those cases and what the median was. So it's not impacted by extremes. And what I found was these 16 cases that fall within that range. And the median number of articles in those 16 cases was 85. And in those 16, there were 12 change of venues granted in that case. And if you look at those which had more than 80 articles, should be 85 median, it's 78%. And Kohberger would fall at the bottom right now because he's at 444. And I think, is it Daybell would have been, I think there was approximately 200 and change in that one. I know that one was recently moved to Ada County.
And these are articles from the 3 newspapers only, not talking about any other source of media.
Just the 3 papers.
Okay. Let's talk about how much media coverage there is. It's not just these 3 newspapers, is that right?
Right. So I did an analysis of the coverage that's in the declaration, which is more of a qualitative analysis. So I'm not going to go through that because that would be pretty laborious. So what I have here is looking at kind of consistent, some of the television coverage and some of the information that's been spread through more informal channels, such as social media.
What did you find?
Yes. So again, like this is really looking at what people are seeing on social media and through informal communication networks. And the reason I did that is because it's a small county, and in small counties, people talk. So people are more likely to know, rumors and speculation because people know the victims, they know the defendant, or someone's worked with somebody who knows the defendant or victim. So from my experience, you have a lot of information disseminated through informal communication channels and through social media in high profile cases.
Did you find that in this case?
I did. There was quite a bit.
What are we seeing on this slide?
So this is just an example. I went on Facebook and just did one search, which was just the search term was Moscow murders to see what would come up. And this is what we would call a results page, essentially. So if you hit play, you can see the extent of content that's out there from groups that are just talking about this case and sharing information and discussing what they think happened, and videos and posts, which may include anything from influencers and podcasters to sharing traditional news stories through local newspapers or television stories. But there's quite a bit. And again, this is just one search.
It looks like you did a screen capture so that you could show the results from one search term.
Yes, this is me just scrolling through the search engine results page from that one search term. And what you're seeing is a combination of everything. And then if you click on the tabs like posts or groups, you would see other categories. What's remarkable is the number of groups that have been created discussing this case. Some of them local, some of them national, with, some of them have hundreds or thousands of members, others have hundreds of thousands of members. So this case has captured the public's attention.
We'll just keep scrolling for a minute. I think this goes on a little bit.
Sure. These are all groups that you're looking at right now. So these are just Facebook groups that have been created talking about this case. These are videos.
And these all popped up from that one search term.
I don't think we need to advertise all these, honestly.
Okay.
We've been trying to protect from this kind of stuff.
Your Honor,
I'm aware of it. I don't look at it. I don't read it. We know it's there.
May we take a brief break, Your Honor?
Sure.
Go off the record.
All right, sorry about that. I had to get the kitty. Come here. Come here. All right, sorry about that. I had to get. Okay. Nope, stay put. Let's see, where did it start over again? Is it still? Whoa, we're still on break. Holy crap. Did it start over again? Whoa. Hold on a minute. I know, baby. Hold on. I don't see. Hold on. Hold on. Here. No, I don't. The stream ended. No, kitty. No. She's loving chords right now. The stream ended and there's nothing new. Yeah, but that break, let's see. That break lasted 50. That break has been going on for 50 minutes. So 50 minutes ago, yeah, it just cut off. See, I'll go back to this. See, this is where they were talking.
Seems like a high.
What's that?
That seems like a high amount.
Well, it's a significant fine. It's statistically significant.
So this is where they started to take a break 60 minutes ago. And it just sat here the whole time. And then, let's see, the last 40 seconds, and then you'll see it cut off. So I don't know what that means. Yeah, watch, it'll just cut off.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, like right in the middle, like, should we just take a break? Okay.
She said, can we just take a short break?
Yeah.
Maybe they broke for lunch and they decided not to tell anybody.
I don't know.
He sounded, I don't know.
60 minutes.
He sounded a little annoyed.
Yeah,
we don't need to publicize all these channels we're trying to avoid. And then she said, judge maybe take a break. That comment didn't sound like somebody that's leaning toward moving the venue. That's just me. That was just my initial thought. I hope because of his comment of we're trying to avoid
Yeah.
right? As opposed to this is what the reality is. Whether we want to avoid that or not, this is it.
I'm wondering, yeah, but it's been 50, 60 minutes though. It makes me wonder, was there a lot more stuff maybe she's showing him stuff so it's not on screen?
Well, it's also, isn't it noontime or after in
Yes.
Idaho? And they've been going since 9 o'clock this morning.
But wouldn't he say that though, where we'll take a break for lunch?
Well, maybe, yeah, you think that he would, but maybe as they were, hey, look at the time, maybe we should break for lunch.
Yeah, but I think they would say something. It's almost like he got mad
Mm-hmm.
and maybe she had a lot more, or I should say he had a lot more to show that was similar to what they were just showing.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
I don't know. It's weird. I would just, why wouldn't he say, hey, we're going to take a lunch. We'll be right back. There's no secret for that. That's not a secret.
No. Strange. I don't know. It's
so
just really.
Some channels have part 2. I don't know what the part 2 would be.
Would that have been the second witness?
I don't see the next one up. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot. I'm just seeing.
This is a live channel, right, CJ? I mean, this is it.
It would be live if it was live.
Right.
Yeah, I'm hitting refresh lunch break. So Brian Benton says lunch break now in Kohberger, change of venue. First part after lunch won't be streamed. Judge concerned about putting some of the social media posts on the stream could bias potential jurors watching. I'm meeting that can solve this now to talk. They've been in court. So that's we're not going to have a part 2. So that's what's going on. Is it's basically a mixture of what we were saying. Number 1, they took a lunch, and number 2, they're showing more stuff that the judge does not want being shown on stream. Brian Etten said first part after lunch won't be streamed. So that's going to be it until, I don't know. Gosh, man, are they going to let the next one be streamed? This almost
very strange.
This okay. So you remember so when this is weird right here. Okay, so when we were first watching the second witness, or no, it was the first one, and we were having questions in the back chat about if they're going to try and stop these from being streamed in the future. Then all of a sudden, Judge has a little conniption about certain stuff being streamed. Does that just give him? They're bringing. Look, we'll change the venue, but we can't have it streamed. Is that what it's going to be? Like,
I don't.
You know what I'm saying? Like, because right now if he took it that way, he could literally be in a position where he was like, look, I don't want you to sneak anything up on me like you just did. He already brought it up to Ann Taylor in the past about, hey, I don't want you to be putting stuff up there don't worry, Judge, we're not going to do that. I can even show you before the next court hearing what we'll show, and then this and that. So it makes me wonder, is this going to be like an argument for him to not have the rest of the court hearings streamed, not necessarily the trial, but the court.
By saying you didn't give, yeah, I know what you mean.
I've already warned you in the past, Ann. You just did it to me again today. How can I think that any of these other court hearings you're not going to do?
Well, here's what I'd like to kind of get your opinion on. Back when the the state filed that, remember March 22nd, 2024, they filed their motion to stop the survey process from continuing, asserting it was a violation of the amended non-dissemination order, which the judge ultimately found it was not, and that's why the survey process continued. But then Mr. Kohberger filed his motion to set aside that order, a violation of his due process privileges.
Yep.
So if this is what she's showing, she's not showing any discovery that's under seal here. She's not throwing up their motions that the judge, a ton of motions he's filed under seal in this case. She is showing what is in the public arena here. That's all she's doing.
It's weird because, yes, and it's weird because I don't know if Judge understands that this is not covered by the protective order, although I mean by the gag order, although he's probably thinking, I don't know what he's thinking, unless he's thinking that by showing this they're perpetuating the media coverage in a hearing, which I don't know.
It's, he's darned if he does, he's darned if he doesn't. When he first filed the motion for change of venue, she had said, I'd like to have a hearing by the end of April. This was January 30th. This is the motion that's before the court right now. January 30th, the 8th of February, the state came back with their opposition saying, well, there's, this is premature. There's no supporting details. All right. So they go out and they start the survey. Then he interferes with the survey process. Wonder what that, what that meant out in the community when they found out that the judge stopped the survey because a couple of people complained to apparently the Laptop County prosecutor. Oh, we're just going to overlook all of that after what the last expert testified to. And so now they're going to use this as an excuse to close all the rest of the hearings on top of the mountain of evidence that he keeps granting protective orders on. When the state cuts and pastes its same 5 misnumbered reasons. That's my opinion. But if you look at what they have filed, it's reason number 1, 2, 2, 3, and 4. So either these two prosecutors are without any just misnumbering all 5 of their reasons, or they're cutting it and pasting it at each time. Judge has not one time called them out for that. That's my opinion. I'm giving it as First Amendment, as a freedom of speech, and as a podcaster, because the First Amendment has taken a beating in this case. And if we're not concerned about it, we need to start being concerned.
This ain't good.
Well, that's weird. I mean, it's almost like, okay, just take it off the screen and have a sidebar.
Let me go back to it. Because I was in the middle of...
I couldn't even see it.
I was in the middle of getting her fed and playing with her for a second. Come here. Because she's like having this phase right now. She just loves cords. Come here. And that's not good. That's not good for my profession. Come here. I saw he was scrolling on Facebook groups. But what? I mean, did you guys see, like...
I just saw that there were boxes of podcasts or something.
He started out with that film. I forget which mainstream media put it out, but they have a guy who looks almost like Brian. I don't know if it's an AI impression, but it looks just like him, Oscar, and with the terminology. And then he started to scroll the Facebook posts. Some are nationally, some are these groups. But it's what's available out there.
This is so strange. I'm
trying to find it.
Then we don't get to hear what Dr. Edelman has to say.
No, we don't hear the rest of it now.
No.
And everybody who's in the courtroom got kicked out, right?
What the heck? Did they just remove it?
What?
Well, I mean, they remove it.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Here we go. Hold on.
Oh.
Right here. Okay, here we go.
So what I have here is looking at kind of consistent, some of the television coverage and some of the information that's been spread through more informal channels, such as social media.
What did you find?
Yes. So again, like this is really looking at what people are seeing on social media and through informal communication networks. And the reason I did that is because it's a small county, and in small counties, people talk. So people are more likely to know, rumors and speculation because people know the victims, they know the defendant, or someone's worked with somebody who knows the defendant or victim. So from my experience, you have a lot of information disseminated through informal communication channels and through social media in high profile cases.
Did you find that in this case?
I did. There was quite a bit.
What are we seeing on this slide?
So this is just an example. I went on Facebook and just did one search, which was just the search term was Moscow murders, to see what would come up. And this is what we would call a results page, essentially. So if you hit play, you can see the extent of.
So a lot of Facebook groups, I get where Judge is coming from, because then potential jurors could see the title of that Facebook group and go specifically look out that Facebook group, and perception can be swayed in either direction. I mean, depending on what group it is, I can see that. Okay, you got, so that's Perez Hilton, isn't that media? That's a Facebook group, something, a YouTuber, crime. Hey, Crime and Theories. Shout out Crime and Theories. Radar Online, Sarasota Private Eye, True Crime.
But why didn't he put a stop to it right there?
Oh, did you just see Emma?
Who?
Emma and Demi. Yeah, those two. Yeah, they came up on the screen. A lot of social media. There's a little football in there. Thought I saw NFL logo. Local news.
Ooh.
Chanley Painter from Court TV. Local news. Hidden Killer podcast. Big Country News Connection. So it's a mixture. I'd say 2/3 is unavailable. I'd say 2/3 is social media content creators. The other is local. But when it comes to there's nothing up on Judge's YouTube page. So
that's it.
I mean, it's, oh my gosh.
So this means everybody who's in there, including the G family, are kicked out. Brian Ensign's kicked out. Anybody else who might have been there from the public or the media, kicked out. And they're going to continue the hearing this afternoon, presumably, as a closed hearing. And we're not going to hear Dr. Edelman's. And who knows if the order is going to be under seal or part of it.
That's what I'm afraid of now. I mean, I have to.
Well, how can the order to change venue be under seal? I mean, it's either going to get changed or not. I mean, wouldn't that have to be public?
Maybe. How many times, Yoli, I've looked at documents and I've said, how does he make a ruling about future attachments to discovery, saying that they would be under seal without him ever saying it? It's never one time, like when they say, and same thing with Judge Marshall, we have to now weigh the Sixth Amendment privileges with the public's right to the public has never won one time that argument that the public needs to and should have. And I go back to 51 gigabytes of information. You're telling me that in that entire mountain of documents, there's not a stop sign, a photo of a stop sign, or a portion of a video, or a document that could be redacted. Every piece of it is under seal because it will, number one, number two, number three, number four, the cut and paste reasons that they give every time. I've never heard of a judge make a ruling on something that wasn't in front of him before. Yoli, have you? With that
I can think of. I know. Because the judge usually doesn't get all the discovery unless there's a dispute.
Right. So how can he make a ruling that future attachments, and I blame both sides. Kohberger's wrong here too, as far as I'm concerned. because the defense asked for this. All future
Yeah.
attacks to discovery will be under seal. Oh, Judge grants that. He hasn't
That's-
seen what future attachments are.
Yeah.
How can you make a
That's
ruling?
what I was going to say, you know, that I got to call it like it is. And as much as I have praised Dan Taylor for doing a stellar job, in my opinion, this was that was a mistake.
Yeah.
That was a mistake. And
Well,
it's, I mean, we already knew how Judge felt in the beginning before we even knew if cameras were going to be allowed or not, because he was saying it from the beginning. And that's why after he was like, you know what, we're going to, you know, he made a YouTube page. We're going to be the ones in control.
You
We're
did.
not gonna
No,
you know, and we were like, sweet, thank you. At least because, you know, the defense and the prosecution, both of them didn't want cameras.
they didn't. No, it was
Yeah,
actually,
so-
that was a defense motion to remove cameras from the courtroom.
It's
That was
so
a Brian,
weird.
it wasn't the state. That was a Brian Kohberger motion,
Yeah.
which is, it's one of the times where you see the two sides agreeing on something.
Yeah,
Then-
neither one of them.
They came in and said, yeah, we agree, especially when witnesses are testifying or things of this nature, to protect their privacy. But that was a BK motion. And if they would have gotten, if Ann Taylor would have gotten her way, there would be no cameras in the courtroom at all. And that's where Judge said, he said, okay, we're going to do the Judge channel. We're going to do it on Latah County. Remember I distinctly recall you, CJ, where you would say, why are they zooming in on Mr. Kohberger?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
remember
it
that
was-
too.
He used to put up coffee cups to cover
Right
Mr.
here.
Kohberger.
Yep.
I
was so impressed.
I haven't used it in a long time. I even forgot I had it.
There it is. That's what he
Yeah.
would do. He said, okay, if these, you know, bozos from mainstream media are not going to listen to Judge, I will listen to Judge. And it was, you know, he would cover Mr. Kohberger. He said, do you believe this? They're violating this. The coffee cup has returned. Yes.
Yeah, I forgot
Wow.
about that. Yeah, and man, you know how he was from the beginning, even though I didn't, you know, there was other court hearings in the beginning where he was kind of warning her, you know, I don't want you, hey, you know, before we even get there, I don't want you to, don't worry, Judge, I'm not gonna, you know, this and that. And so it was always odd to me back then. Why would you need to get a warning or whatever? But this right here, you know, their Facebook groups, you know that this is live streamed to, you don't even have to have a YouTube account. You can just have the app and watch it. That right there, you would have to think, because he asked her, do you know everything that he's going to present? And she said yes.
Yeah.
She said yes. It makes me wonder, how did you not see this? Was this an intern fuck up? Something. Because it doesn't, that right there, it's kind of like, I'm going to compare that move to the DoorDash case out route. You know what I'm saying? Like, how can you be so effective like Batman inside, but on the outside you're like Joe Dirt? And that was a Joe Dirt move.
Well, you know, I'm just,
Oh,
I guess
be an intern, right?
I guess speaking about it in open court is one thing, but I guess showing it is what. But he waited a long time before he cut it off. Didn't he?
He did. He gave her a lot. And at first, my thought process was, this is, you know, they're not violating the non-dissemination order because this is out in the public. They're not.
Yeah.
But then come to think of it, if the judge has told you in the past, and you know this is a sensitive area, and he's trying
specifics too. Specific.
Right.
Yeah, because in other words, if they put this up there on the hearing, they're perpetuating what they're trying to prevent.
Right.
Right. That's
and
true.
so
Oh,
and
man.
so
it's
so,
a Joe Dirt. It's a Joe Dirt thing, man.
So but you know, also I wonder if this judge really looks at what's going to be presented. I mean, he doesn't seem to go through everything.
100%. He didn't. I mean,
what's going on?
Look at how many hundreds of pages she turned over. You know,
I just got a notification.
What does it say?
I think It's back on. Hold on.
No way.
Yeah, hold on. Yes, it is.
Thank you,
God,
Judge.
okay.
Judge. Thank you.
Oh, holy crap. Hold on. Here we go. Is it muted?
Okay, we are back on camera. Sorry for the.
Brian Enton, you live. Oh, thank God it's back on. I was freaked out here.
Another misinformation.
I was freaked out.
Disruption about that, but we're going forward now. Okay, Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I attempt to share my screen?
Yes.
Oh,
Wow.
huh? Okay, this is a
Right back
weird.
there, and let's talk about community attitude survey.
This
What
is
is
a
that?
weird day. This is a weird day.
Well, it's a survey designed to estimate opinions and experiences in greater populations, which in this case are the prospective jurors in Latah County.
Is there a specific way you set up to do a survey?
Yes, of course.
Can you tell us about it?
Sure. So a lot of the design and structure of these surveys is based on some of the guidelines, professional guidelines from APOR, which is the American Association of Public Opinion Research, and the ASTC, which is the American Society of Trial Consultants, and also 40 years of people doing this. So the way it works is we randomly select people through a random digit dialing approach. So it's a probability sample. Everybody has a known chance of being included. And the first section is a screener to assess to make sure people are jury eligible. So we have to live in the county, have a driver's license, or be registered to vote, be 18 and over, and so on. And then they're introduced to the survey. There's an introduction actually at the beginning, even before they answer a question, or they're told why they're being called. We're calling to get their opinions about an upcoming trial, and that their opinions are important because they were selected as a representative, household or whatever in the community. And then after they go through that screening process, they're instructed that there's no right or wrong answers to any of the questions. They can always report that they have no opinion or they don't know, and everything will remain anonymous. So the first few questions try to measures just basic criminal justice attitudes to get them familiar with the process, familiar with the survey, answering questions. And then they're introduced to the actual case, the case recognition question. And then if they know about the case, they continue and are asked prejudgment questions, open-ended questions to assess some key opinions, then case knowledge questions, which are recognition questions. And then they go into the demographic section, which is how they consume media. And yeah.
You mentioned two organizations, and I think earlier you mentioned that you were regularly a member of those organizations. Do they help set standards for how surveys should take place?
They do.
And tell me a little bit more about the introduction. Why do you do that?
The first introduction or the instruction after that? They get to the skin on screener.
The introduction and then the instruction.
Yeah, well, you're trying to encourage people to participate to increase response rates, right? So you're told again why you're calling. It's not a sales call. We're calling to get the opinions of people in your community and why. So it's not just random. So they understand it's about an upcoming trial. We don't tell them what trial because that would clearly lead to potential response bias. And they're encouraged to continue participating because they represent their community. They were selected randomly. And then there's efforts to increase response rates by we do callbacks. So everybody, each number is called up to 3 times at different times of the day. So if somebody maybe is at work, you still have a chance of being included in the survey. There's soft conversion techniques. So if somebody's kind of on the fence, like maybe they're like, maybe I'm busy, can you call me back? We try to find out when can we call you back so we can talk to them later, just to encourage them to participate and not drop off. So all of that stuff is done to increase response rates as best we can. And that's all starts with the introduction. And then the follow-up introduction or instruction kind of is similar. It explains there's no right or wrong answers. They're not forced to say yes or no. They can say no opinion, I don't know. They can refuse to answer the question, all of those things.
Can they answer some questions and not others if that's what they want to do?
Absolutely. That's called a refusal. So they might say, I don't feel comfortable answering that question, or I'm not going to answer that.
All right. So you did a community attitude survey in this case. Did you only look at Lake County?
No.
What counties did you look at?
So we looked at 4 different counties overall. So we looked at Ada County, Bannock County, Canyon County, and Lake County.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit later about the 3 comparative counties. But for now, can you walk us through your high-level findings for Lake County and Ada County?
Sure. So I think high level, you can see case recognition is very high. And it's also high in Ada County. It's 93% there. It's almost everyone in Lake County, 98%, which is similar to what I saw in the George Floyd case, where it was 99%. So this is extremely high. They're pretty much the same. And it's not just a passing familiarity with the case. It's not that they recognize it but don't know much. You can see people in Lake County reported that they followed the case somewhat or very closely. Almost 70% are closely following this case. And again, that means they're actively looking for information, passively consuming information, talking about it. So it's a big deal in this community. And there's a presumption of guilt. The burden has shifted. So 67% believe Brian Kohberger is guilty of murder, and 25% reported that he's definitely guilty. So these are strong opinions. And 51% reported what I call a fixed opinion, where they reported that Kohberger would have a difficult time convincing them that he's not guilty. So the burden of proof is shifted on the defendant to prove his innocence. And that's undermines due process. That's not how our system is designed to work. And also on the question of sentence, you can see that 52% believe that he should be sentenced to death.
When I look at this slide and I look at the prejudgment, guilty of murder, and am I using that term right? Prejudgment means somebody's decided before we ever get anywhere near trial that Mr. Kohberger is guilty of murder. When I look at those numbers, it's higher in Ada County. And it's not a secret to anybody in this room that our argument is to move this case to Ada County. Does this seem counterintuitive when I look at the prejudgment rate and it's higher percentage-wise in Ada County?
Yeah, so first of all, in my mind, it's 2 questions. One is, should the case be moved? Not where, it's should the case be moved? Has the presumption of innocence been undermined based on the reasonable likelihood standard, which is less than the preponderance of the evidence? So second question is where? In a case like this, you're going to see high case recognition and high prejudgment everywhere. They're essentially the same in terms of 67%, 68%. But when you look at case recognition and size, population size, you'll find that in Ada County, there's about 16 times more people in that county that have not prejudged, if you do the math. So yes, those numbers look the same for those who recognize the case, but there's a much larger swath of people who haven't prejudged. And it's not just prejudgment that matters. So that's one variable you look at, but it's not just that. There's a host of other things. Extent of case knowledge, connections to the case, been exposed to rumors. There's all these other factors that play in. It's not just one item, it's the totality of the findings, not just one question.
When I move to the other slide, what am I seeing on this slide?
So these are instances just to show how invested people in this community are. So almost 80%, 79% have talked about this case online or in person. And that's where information is spread. So even those who may not closely follow the news are learning about it from their neighbors, from their coworkers, from family, from social media, and all of that. So information is being spread through those channels as well. And you do see big differences there when you're looking at Ada County. It's much lower because they're less invested in this case. It wasn't a shocking incident that occurred in their own community. You see that 32% have watched a show, for example, that Netflix or Paramount show or Dateline or something about the case. Almost 40%, 39% personally experienced high levels of stress, anxiety, or fear during the search for the killer while they were here. So that's very high. And then 45% know someone else who has. And if you look at those together, it's actually about 63% have either personally experienced fear or know someone who has during that search. And that shows like the impact it had on them. And you'll see it later in some of the opens where people talk about, I was scared to walk outside. They're running to their car from work because they don't feel safe. They can see the house from their office. One person mentions that their wife was scared to go to the supermarket. People talk about they locked their doors for the first time. So it just shows the personal fear and impact this case created in this community that you do not see in large communities.
I have a follow-up question for you on this slide. The statistics that you show us show that the incident of looking at things on social media and Netflix and regular primetime news shows is higher in Latah County. And that correlates to the sampling of things you showed us a few moments ago, just your sample of what's out there on social media, on Netflix, and that sort of thing. Is that right? It's higher in Latah County?
It is higher in Latah County. Now, when you say correlates, like I didn't do a statistical analysis, I would say that's the stuff, the content out there. That's what it looks like if you just do a search and you're following it. And on the anxiety question, that number for Ada County is about 32%. So it's much lower.
Looking at this slide, what does it mean with these differences we're seeing in numbers?
Well, to me, again, it shows personal connection, the personal experience. In a big county, there might be a sensational crime, but you don't see people feeling that way. Because crime is unfortunately frequent, and they might be something else that captures their attention, or there's so much going on. It's not shocking. Here, this is something when people talk about, again, there's an idyllic community where everyone felt safe, and this person took it away from us. It was like shattering this sense of security and safety that we have. And everybody experienced it. And my guess is a lot of people can probably reflect on where they were when they learned this and how it impacted them personally. So it's very unique.
What are we looking at on this slide?
I think you skipped a slide. Yeah.
Okay.
Is this one that starts with lived or know someone who lived?
Yes.
Okay. So again, this comes back to personal connections. So 78% of survey respondents either lived or know someone who lived in Moscow when the murders occurred, compared to 20% in Ada County. And that's not surprising because if you look at the size of Latah County, it's about 32,500 people over the age of 18, compared to about 406,000 in Ada County. And I think it's like 66% of Latah County is in Moscow, so it's a huge percentage. So it's not shocking that people were here or know somebody who was here when it occurred. And a large number of people are students or employees of the university. It's a quarter of the sample. I ran across one citation where it was like 36%, so it's even higher, much lower in Ada County. And you can see 40% of people have visited a home or walked by it where this crime occurred. And again, if you look at some of the opens, somebody talks about seeing the house from their office window. So it's a constant reminder of this awful thing that happened. These are things, again, that jurors coming into that courtroom will see. It's like, indicators in the community of what impacted them. People may be fearful of people know they're on the jury and all those things because it's such a small community and people are so invested. And you can see that 22% of the respondents actually work or know someone who work for a law enforcement agency involved in the investigation. 22% compared to just 4% in Ada County. So again, direct connections to this case.
And those direct connections, those are things that a Latah County juror would bring in. Is that right?
Yes, and that's where we see these big differences in national cases like this. This is typically what you see when the entire state is saturated with coverage. Everybody's going to know about it and have opinions to some degree, but it doesn't necessarily have personal connection. That's why cases like the Oklahoma City bombing case was moved. I mean, that was a national case. Everybody knew about it, but they still moved it because of the personal connections.
Now advance to the slide. What are we seeing on this slide?
Well, this goes back to case knowledge. So we talked earlier in the day about how case knowledge and impacts prejudgment and how we have this belief perseverance. So people develop these more complex schema and case knowledge. They're more resistant to change. And you can see almost 80% of people in Latah County were familiar with at least 5 of the 9 media items we tested in the survey, almost 80%, and 52% knew 7 out of the 9, or at least 7 of those items. So they have a lot of case knowledge here. It's quite high.
While we're here, I'm talking about the media items. Did you test on every media item you could find?
No.
Did you have to select a certain number so that you could do the survey?
What I do is I read all of the media coverage that is local, those local newspapers, and I'm pulling items that stand out, that are repeated quite a bit. So there's like multiple references to certain things and things that are inadmissible, prejudicial, things that are likely to have create bias and have an impact.
All right. I want to talk a little bit more about how you set up the survey. What are we seeing?
So this should kind of give you an indication of the flow of the survey. So this is the what I call the case recognition question. And it's developed by reading a lot of the coverage and seeing how the case is commonly described in the language in the newspaper and TV to construct a case recognition item to try to trigger a memory. So if someone answers yes to this question, question 2A, they then go to the prejudgment question. If somebody answers no, we give them a little more information to see if that triggers a memory. If that does trigger a memory, then they go to the prejudgment question. And if not, they go to the demographic question. So we always have 2 case recognition questions. That's the recommendation, again, in the ASTC professional guidelines. We usually pick up 1% to 2% when we do that in most surveys.
Does this question come after your earlier questions to get them to take your survey, the introduction and information questions?
Yes, it's actually even deeper. So you get the introduction. First, you get why we're calling, and then you go through screen of questions, and then you're given an instruction about you. There's no right or wrong answers. You can always say, I don't know. I can always refuse. Your answers are anonymous. Then they answer, I think, 3 or 4 general criminal justice questions, and then they get to this question.
When you say the prejudgment question, are you talking about the media items stuff? Is that the same thing you're talking about?
Prejudgment is whether or not you believe a defendant's guilty of whatever the crime is. This is before any of the media items. You would never put those media items and then ask if you think they're guilty, because then you'll create response effects. Like maybe they didn't know that item and you just gave them prejudicial information, and now I think he's guilty because you just told me he confessed, or whatever thing it is. Like, you wouldn't want to do that.
Is that why the survey is designed that way?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about some of the survey results. Walk us through what we're seeing here.
Okay, so again, the data suggests that this case has captured the community's attention. This is not a case where people have moved on. Almost everyone in the community recognizes this case. You're at 98% recognition rate. And it's not just a passive familiarity. People are closely following the case. 29% are following it very closely. 39% are following it somewhat closely. So you're basically at 60% closely following this case, which is quite high.
All right, what are we seeing on this slide?
So this is one of the ways we test the validity of our survey. So we talked again, when we talk about the research, we know that people who closely follow a case, people who have a lot of case knowledge, are more likely to believe a defendant is guilty. So one of the things we would expect is to find a similar relationship in our survey, which indicates validity. So, and that's what we find. So whether or not people are closely following this case is significantly related to bias. So if people are following it very closely, within that group, the guilt rate is 84%, and somewhat closely it's 73%. Just kind of looking at it combined, you're at basically 77% of people who are following it somewhat or very closely believe the defendant's guilty of murder. So the more you follow it, the more likely you're to be exposed to prejudicial content, the more likely you are to develop a complex memory and case knowledge, and more likely to have an opinion.
All right, what did you learn about prospective jurors who are talking to each other?
So one is the fact they are talking to each other, and we don't always see that. Sometimes that's 40%, 50%, or even less in terms of talking about a specific case. And you can see here, it's almost everyone. 88% of people who know about the case have talked about it either in person or online. That's quite high, and they're following it, seeing things on social media. They're watching, Netflix episodes or Paramount or whatever was on. They're seeing shows. They're seeing it in their news feeds. They're closely talking about it. In a small community, that's how information gets spread. It's what we call this informal communication network.
Did you have an opportunity in your survey to learn more about different rumors and things that are going around in Utah County?
I did. So we asked an open-ended question after the prejudgment question, and then it should be what they know about the case and their opinion. And we asked what rumors or theories they've heard in the community to see if they're regurgitating some of the stuff that's been in the newspaper, on social media, the idea, again, of informal communication networks. In smaller communities, you tend to get a lot of like, well, I knew somebody who knew this person, or personal connections, and information gets spread that way. And that's what we saw here. There's a lot of references to things that, the defendant committed a murder in Oregon, like speculation, no evidence of that. It's just something they heard, that he talked about committing the perfect murder on a paper, or that he hates women and he had trouble at the university he goes to with women, and people who worked with him had problems. He stalked her because she didn't respond to him. People were looking at Reddit comments or Reddit posts he had made and from years back, all that kind of stuff. And then references to him, having obsession with some of the victims, ritual animal killings. And these are just a couple examples. Like you'll see that stuff everywhere, but the amount you see in Latah County is much higher. Like, if you go through comments in Ada County, you'll find some too. You can find examples, and I'm sure if you go to Bannock and Canyon, you're going to see them because the case has gotten so much attention, but not to the degree you have here. And given the size of the community, it's much more significant.
Did you record and document all of these comments in the actual survey report?
Yes.
Okay. And that's something that we provided to the court, and the state has no objection, so the court can read the full scope of the rumors from Latah County residents on his own time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Some fun light reading.
All right. What did you learn about Latah County residents that were related to Moscow, specific Moscow connections?
Well, this is kind of the unique nature of this too, that I see in cases like natural disasters, like wildfires is a good example, where it's this like collective trauma everybody goes through. So you can see 76% of residents here lived or knew someone who lived in Moscow at the time of the murders. So they either are here, the loved one is here, and it creates anxiety, right? So I think it was like almost 40% of students left during Thanksgiving, didn't come back because they were scared for their safety. And you see that in the other questions. So asking about if people experience stress, anxiety, or fear during that search, and you can see 39% reported that they personally did, and another 45% reported that someone they know. And if you look at those, it's called a crosstab. And the question is, did you or someone you know? It jumps up to 63%. So a large percentage of people were anxious and scared about their own personal safety or the safety of someone they know and care about.
Tell me about the open question about people's sense of security. Did people respond to that?
So one of the questions we ask is, how did this crime impact your community? And if I do this in a big county and I ask this, or big venue, federal case, you get a lot of, it didn't, or not much, or, I didn't live near it, so not me, or something like that. You get a lot of that. And I'm sure there's some of that here too. If you look at different venues, Ada County probably has a lot of that, and Bannock. What really stood out to me was this shattering our sense of innocence, right? This is an innocent town, and no crimes or horrible things ever happened here. And this guy took it away from us. We had this idyllic, safe community, and this person destroyed it. This crime destroyed it. And they talk about people, they never locked their cars before, their homes. I think one person said, like, he didn't even have a house to his key when he bought it, or a key to his house. That makes more sense. And suddenly people are locking doors because they're fearful. People are scared to go to their cars. Again, someone mentioned like you could see the house from their office, and students and staff would run to their car to be safe. People's partners were scared to go to the grocery store. And there were tons of comments about that. This idea that we have a safe community and it's never going to be the same. It's lost. It's like our sense of safety and security, this special place, this tiny little place that's a bubble from all the bad stuff in the world. And then this thing happened.
The comments that you depicted in this slide, is that all of them, or are there others for the court to take a look at?
There's plenty. On top of reading the other stuff, feel free to read all those opens.
Okay. What about the connection to the house where this happened? What did we learn?
Well, I think it's comes to this direct and indirect connections to this case, which makes it unique in Latah County, which you don't see everywhere, is 40% of residents who know about the case, which is pretty much everyone, have either visited the home where the crime occurred or walked by. And so there is this constant reminder of this awful thing in their daily lives. And also you see a large percentage of people are students or employees at the university, or connected to it, the investigation itself. 22% were connected to the criminal investigation. And then 25% were either students or employees at the university. And we know, if you look at it, like the university is a big employer in this community. And when all of these students leave, it has an impact on the economy. Over 60% of the county is made up of people who live in Moscow. And if you look at some of the data, it indicates about 36% of people in this county are either students or employees at the university. So even higher than we saw in the survey.
All right. I want to talk about the prejudgment question. What did you learn?
So this question is one of the indicators of undermining the presumption of innocence. So I look at it, I'm always looking, when I think about due process, is the presumption of innocence. And you see when it shifts to a presumption of guilt. So in this case, 67% of prospective jurors who recognize the case believe Brian Kohberger is guilty of murder, and 25% have a strong opinion on that. So if you think about it, given the high recognition rate here, if 100 jurors walked into this room during voir dire, 66% of them already think he's guilty before they've heard any evidence.
And that's just the prejudgment question. That's not talking about the other factors that you talked about, media awareness, case connection to the community, things like that.
No, that's just looking at everyone. And if you start looking at things like, well, do they know a lot of detail? That prejudgment jumps up to over 80%. Do they closely follow it? Jumps up to 70%, whatever it is. So that's just looking at the entire set. Start looking at other things, that prejudgment gets even higher.
You've talked about what you've defined as a fixed opinion or a fixed presumption of guilt. What did you find about that?
Yes, so the question I ask is basically based off, I'm going to start talking selective now. Based off of what you've read, seen, or heard, would the defendant have a difficult time convincing you that he's not guilty? So burden of proof shifting on the defendant. I think I mentioned this last time, but that question was developed by a judge in Tennessee. And what you were seeing was they would ask jurors, what do you know about the case? And they would tell them some information or minimize what they know. And then the question was, do you think he's guilty? And maybe they'd say yes. And then they'd say, but I can be fair and impartial. I can set it aside. I think I can do it. And then the follow-up was, well, would he have a difficult time convincing you that he's not guilty? And they, oh yeah, I can't change my mind. So it's just much more effective. I find it's more likely to be correlated with these other indicators of bias. So it seems to be more of a valid question. And when I did it, you see basically 51% indicated a strong opinion that would shift the burden of proof onto the defendant. And again, if you look at our analysis of 100 jurors walking in, that would be 50 out of 100 would fall into that category.
They can't change their mind.
Well, I'm sure you can get them to say they can be fair because I see it all the time. But this doesn't mean they can't. We heard a lot about that earlier today. Yeah.
All right. And did you ask similar questions, prejudgment for guilt, I guess prejudgment for the sentence?
Yes, so because this is a capital case, I did ask whether or not which sentence do they believe the jury should select if he's convicted. And you can see 52% reported that he should get the death penalty based off of what they've read, seen, or heard, whereas just 23.5 or 24% reported that he should get life.
Did you ask a fixed question about the penalty?
Yes, so I asked the same fixed opinion question, and you find that 51% believe that the sentence should be death and that he couldn't convince them that it should be life. Only 19% reported that the defendant would not have a difficult time convincing them that he should get a life sentence.
This is a small community. What did you learn about the impact of this case on this small community and the pressure of a juror in Latah County to do this?
So one of the things I wanted to look at, because it's a small community and people know everyone, and the pressure when coming in and out of this courthouse on a day-to-day basis, when it's been inundated with journalists, and my guess is people can figure out who's on the jury by who's not picking their kids up at school and talking to neighbors and all that. Is there pressure? Do the jurors ever feel pressure like there has to be a certain outcome? How would the community react if he's not convicted, if he's found not guilty? And there was quite a bit of strong comments and a range of themes from people would basically kill him to they burn the courthouse down or assume that the jury failed or that he would have to prove that he was not guilty. Again, shifting the burden. So it's like, I can't imagine that happening because they have so much evidence against him. We would be dumbfounded. Like how could he not be guilty given the amount of evidence? Several would be on the hunt for him to make sure he gets what's coming to him. And then just emotional stuff about it would be devastating to the community. Other people talked about the fear if he didn't do it, well, who did? Like that means this person's still among us, who creates the same stress and fear and anxiety that people had before. So this community needs closure. And you have to imagine what that's like for a jury for months on end, in and out of this courtroom in this tiny community and trying to explain to their neighbors, what they did and why. And that shifts the burden again back onto the defendants.
The comments that you've captured in this PowerPoint slide, is this all?
No, these are just a few examples.
Plenty more for the court to read?
Yeah.
Did you ask these open questions in the comparative counties too?
Yes, it's the same question as in all the counties.
Were the other counties as high of rate in these kinds of answers? Did they have a similar kind of answer as Latah County potential jurors did?
No. And now you can read through it and you will find answers that people would be angry and upset because you're talking to hundreds of people and you're going to get those. But they're much less strong. They're much more, no opinion. They wouldn't have an impact, things like that you see in other places. Very few people in Latah County have that.
All right. I think we have a couple of slides on the questions that were in the survey. I think we know those.
Yes. So these are our case recognition questions, we call them, or I call them recognition items, I guess. So we do ask an open-ended question. What have you read, seen, or heard about the case? We'll get into that, but that's the typical question you ask in jury selection. And people answer that, but they often use minimization language or unable to recall everything. So we ask later on these case recognition items to see if they're familiar with widely reported media items. And if you look at the professional guidelines, this is what's recommended. So we first ask an open-ended question, and then later we follow up with these closed-ended questions.
What did you learn when you did that in this survey with Latah?
So I'm not going to go through all of them, but we learned that people are familiar with many items that have been widely reported in the media. And you don't always see that. Sometimes case recognition is high, but people don't know a lot of detail. Maybe they know a few items or recognition rates are 40, 50%. But what we found here are people have well-developed attitudes and opinions and have been recall a lot of prejudicial content. So in Latah County, you can see that 79% were familiar with at least 5 of the 9 media items. and 52% knew 7 or more of the media items that we tested, over half.
And you tested on 9, is that right? 9.
Yeah, up to 9.
And I think you mentioned, but I think your chart's going to explain to me why more media items, more media recognition items correlate with the prejudgment question of guilt.
Yeah, and this goes back to validity of the survey, right? We know from earlier research that case knowledge is correlated with prejudgment, and that's exactly what we found. So the more people know, the more case knowledge, the stronger their opinions, the more likely they are to have developed a perception of guilt. So people who are familiar with 5 or 6 items, you can see it's 66% guilt rate, and for 7, it's 82%. So jumps up quite a bit. So the more case knowledge you have, the more likely you are to believe guilty. And you see the same thing with that, I call it that fixed opinion question. That's significantly related to case knowledge as well. So the number of people who said that he would have a difficult time changing their mind is essentially 66%. If they know 7 or more items.
Let's talk about the specific items that were known, just a few of them. We won't go through all of them. What did you learn?
So these are just going through a few that we tested, and you can see high recognition rates and significantly related to prejudgment. So whether or not people know that a knife sheath was found on the bed next to one of the victims, 81% of survey respondents in Latah County knew that detail. And you can see it's significantly related to bias. So if you knew that, 72% of people who knew that item believe he's guilty, and 55% reported that he would have a difficult time convincing them otherwise.
What about another media item?
What about what?
Another media item?
So the next one is whether or not they knew that DNA was found on the knife sheath, that there was a match for the defendant. And you can see that 67% know that detail. And if you know it, it's highly prejudicial. So 75% of people who know that item believe that he's guilty, and 60% reported a fixed opinion.
How about a vehicle recording?
So this one, whether or not Brian Kohberger owns the same type of car recorded on the video driving in the neighborhood where the killings occurred. This was a widely reported media item. So 86% of people know that detail. And 82% of those who do know that believe he's guilty. Quite high.
How about the cell phone tower media item?
So on that one, you see a case recognition rate of, or item recognition rate of 79%. 79% of survey respondents knew that detail. And if you knew that, 72% of them believe that the defendant's guilty.
How about the media item studies?
So this would go down to like a misinformation, I'll call it an inaccurate detail that was widely reported that the defendant had stalked one of the victims. And you can see recognition rate currently at 45% when the survey was done. And 81% of people who knew that detail reported that he's guilty.
How about following on social media?
I believe this is the last one. You can see whether or not he was essentially following them on social media. 45% recognition rate, and 79% of those who know that believe he's guilty. And these are all statistically significant findings.
Let's talk about some of the comparative counties that you surveyed, and if you can give me a high level of your key findings in those cases.
Sure. So now, in my mind, this shows significant bias, that there's a reasonable likelihood that the due process has been undermined in the sense that there's a presumption of guilt in this county. And the question is, if you were to move it, is sort of like, where would you move it? That's question 2.
We're on to the second part.
We're on to the second part now. That's where this comes. So you'll see recognition rates are high in these 3 counties we tested. So we tested Ada County because it's the biggest county in the state. It's about 406,000 people over the age of 18, and other high-profile cases have been moved there before recently. Canyon County we picked because I believe it's the 2nd largest county, and it is also near Ada County. So it's a big county. We picked that, and we picked Bannock County because it's just far away. And it had less media coverage. So we wanted to see if there was a possibility that people would have less case knowledge there. And you can see recognition rates vary from 90% to, from 84% to 93%. across those three counties. And you could see that in terms of how closely they followed it is less than we saw in Latah County. So Ada is 58, Canyon is 51, and Bannock is 46. Compared to Latah County, remember, it was 68%, much higher. The guilt rates are essentially the same, or it's a little higher in Bannock County. But because of the population size, there's a big difference. So again, you'll find about 16 times more people in Ada County who have not prejudged compared to here. And then similar in terms of the strength of opinion and difficulty in convincing them that he's not guilty, similar to what you see here. And sentence similar as well. So you're in the 49 to 57%. So these numbers are also high.
Where do you start to see differences that matter?
You start to see differences when you talk about personal connection. That's where the big differences come up. So remember we said that 79% of people in Ada County had talked about this case. Might be wrong, might have been higher. It's just 60% in Ada County, 50% in Canyon, and 51% in Bannock. So it's much lower. You'll see whether or not they've experienced high levels of stress. In Ada County, it's just 17%, and the other two counties, it's only 11%. It was 39% in the county here. And then whether or not they know someone who experienced higher levels of stress, we had 45% here. Here we're down to 24, 19, and 19. So you see big differences there in terms of the community connection, the personal connection. Their case.
What about the connections to Moscow that are unique to this area?
Yes, so just 20% in Ada County know someone who lived in Moscow. 15% in Canyon and 16% in Bannock, 78% in Latah County. Whether or not they were a student or employee in Latah County, that was 25%, and we're looking at 4% and 3%, much lower. Whether they visited the home or saw it, Latah County is 40%. Here we're down to 8%, 3%, 2%, much lower. Whether or not they knew someone who actually was involved in the investigation, in Latah County, that number was 22%, I believe. And in Ada County, it's just 4, Canyon is 2, Bannock is 2. So much lower when it comes to those type of connections, the personal connection, personal investment in the case.
What about the recognition of media items?
Yeah, so we had, I think it was 79% in Latah County knew at least 5 of those media items, and it drops to 65% in Ada, 52% in Canyon, 59% in Bannock. If they knew 7 or more, that was 52% in Latah County. It's just 42% in Ada, 27% in Canyon, and 29% in Bannock. So less case knowledge. And we know case knowledge comes back to belief perseverance, right? So the more you know, the more resistant your attitudes are to change, the more likely you are to attend to and process information consistent with what we know. New information about the DNA evidence, I already know about that. That's credible, I give that weight. So you're much more likely to see that in Latah County.
All right. I think you told us a little bit about the population size. And is that why you selected Ada was the population size?
So I'm not selecting anything. I'm just pointing out some possibilities. So I selected Ada County in terms of to do the survey because it's the largest county in the state. And, I think it was a Dalo case was moved there. So that they can take this case in. We know large counties, it's less of a big deal when the case moves there. It doesn't become the biggest story in that community. So I wanted to test Latah County. Pick Canyon because it's the second largest county, over 184,000 people. And then I picked Bannock because it's further away. It's quite far away, hundreds of miles from here, and it's in a different media zone. It does have some of the similarities of Latah County. So, for example, there's a university there that's the second largest employer. So there's a risk there. But 18% of the population is connected to that university. So there are those risks. And I think the problem there, while some of the numbers are good, it'll become a huge deal if that case is moved there. You're gonna have the media circus move from here to there, and it's gonna become, again, a huge story in that community. So there is risk if you choose a smaller venue that something like that will happen.
And that risk is tied specifically to the size of Bannock County?
Yes, smaller counties, you don't have stories like this regularly happening. So it's more likely to become a big deal in that county. And you could end up with significant bias between the time the case is moved and the time it goes to trial, because there might be an increase in media coverage there.
When we talk about the survey itself, was it only people who knew about the case that took the survey?
No. That explain to me what you mean by that.
Well, I'm looking at your slide here about people who, whether or not they know about the case, do they finish the survey? I think one of the things the state's criticized about is a non-response bias. So I want to understand if you can tell if that about how the survey works, this one and others.
Right. So first of all, one thing we do is we do comparison surveys in a host of different cases. So if you look at other cases we've done this on, if that were true, you would find that only people who know about the case take the survey in the comparison county as well, right? So you can see in Renfro, this was an Idaho case, in Kootenai County, 89% of survey respondents recognized the case that took the survey, that completed it. In Ada County, 67% of the people that completed the survey did not know about the case. So you would expect you wouldn't see that trend if people just say, oh, I don't know about this, I'm not going to take the survey, I have no opinion. In state of Tennessee, the Andrew Delkey, similar findings. So in Davidson County, 67% of people who completed the survey knew about the case. In Hamilton County, 84% of people who completed the survey did not know anything about the case. In United States v. James Cloud, which was in Washington, you can look at, we did 3 venues, and in Yakima, 55% of the people that completed the survey knew about the case. In Richland, 82% did not know about the case. In Spokane, 90% did not know about the case. What's unique and why you see high recognition rates across the surveys here is because it's a national case. And when we have national cases, you see high recognition rates all over. So this last one, the state of Minnesota, the Alexander King, was the George Floyd case. And you can see high recognition rates in all the counties, just like we see here. The reason is because there's a lot of media exposure everywhere. But it's not that people are hanging up because they don't want to take the survey. In fact, if you look at the call data, after they were told the case recognition question and described the case, only one person hung up out of the 1,200 people that completed the survey. We had one person who terminated the survey after being told what the survey was about. Everyone else.
All 4 counties?
All 4 counties, one person.
All right. We have talked quite a bit about the bias and the prejudicial media coverage and the difficulty, the impossibility that will have in seating a jury in Latah County. I want to talk a little bit about jury selection in cases that have a lot of publicity. Are you familiar with that?
Sure, yes.
All right. Why should we talk about this now? Why do we not want to just wait and try to pick a jury first?
Well, I think first of all, I've done a lot of jury selections. I'm sure you have, Your Honor, you have, I'm sure you all have. So we all know how the jury selection process works. So in a normal case, people do not have case-specific attitudes. And we know specific attitudes are predictive of behavior. So I might just have a general passing attitude towards something. I mentioned DUI, or it's like a contract dispute. Like, you can ask me questions. I don't have strong opinions. I don't know anything about the case. So they're not specific attitudes. So jury selection is effective in that scenario. It's fine. But when people have case-specific attitudes and case-specific knowledge, and I've heard information and evidence, even if it's coming into trial, I've heard it in the context of a news story. There's no rules of evidence that were applied. There was no cross-examination. There was no counter expert to refute what was said. It was just said by a public, speaker. He was on an editorial on a television station, on Nancy Grace. So it's very different. And then when I hear it as evidence, it's just confirming what I already know. It's not new, not processing it for the first time. So that's one of the big problems. So why you need to identify people that have that content and information. And there's challenges because of the way memory works. Recall is limited, and we'll get to that. But when you ask people, what do you know about the case? They are not able to give a full account of everything they know. So it's very hard to assess what people know. which makes it very difficult to exercise cause challenges and predicate challenges. And the other thing is just the nature of jury selection. It's very easy to rehabilitate a juror to get them to say they can be fair. It happens all the time. So a juror says that I had this experience, or I think I'm leaning towards one side, and it's so easy. We do it all the time to get a socially desirable response. You start with, well, the law requires everyone to be fair. Everybody has their own opinions, and that's okay. We're just asking you, can you follow the law? Can you follow the instructions? Can you deliberate? Can you be fair? And most people will say yes to that because they want to create a socially desirable response. They know what the right answer is. Give leading questions. In one study, they actually analyzed a transcript or 3 trials transcripts, and it was like 60% of the comments during voir dire were from attorneys and judges. Just 40% were from jurors, and 63% of the comments from jurors were one-word answers. And I see that in the post-conviction stuff I do when I analyze transcripts. It's 3 pages of indoctrination into what a juror is supposed to do, ending with a closed-ended answer, can you set it aside? That's not an indicator of what their ability to do. People can't just men in black flash heaping themselves and forget everything. It doesn't work that way.
I think we may have covered voir dire and honest disclosure with that, and I didn't advance the slide. Can you give us a case example or an example of this?
Sure. So this is an example of stealth juror. So a case like this, you're a stealth juror, there's a likelihood that people want to be on this case, right? It's a high profile case. It's going to be on TV. You're going to get a lot of attention. There might be a desire to see justice and you want to be involved in that. Well, how do you identify jurors like that? So this is an example case I worked on where it was a long time ago. It was in LA. There was this division in the police department called the Rampart Division, Rampart. And basically there were a number of corrupt police officers who were stealing drugs out of the evidence locker, shooting suspects and planting guns on them. It was these rogue police officers. And one of the people, his last name was Ovando, he had been shot by a police officer, this guy Perez, who then planted a gun on him and alleged that Ovando had shot at him. So he was convicted of attempted murder. He was paralyzed from the waist down. And then Perez got caught stealing drugs out of the locker room. So he confessed to all these things, and Ovando was released. He got like a $20 million settlement against LA County. Then he sued the public defender, claiming that, they should have figured this whole thing out and known that, there was a scandal and so on. And it won like $6 million in that case. And then later, when they looked, it turned out that one of the jurors on that case had been in a movie about the incident called Gang Wars. And when they were asked, has anybody have a connection to the case? She didn't raise her hand. But during the deliberations, she talked about stuff she knew. She talked about stuff that didn't come into trial, and it resulted in a mistrial. So that's just one example. There's other examples as well. But yeah, so that's one challenge you have in a case like that.
All right, recall and recognition. I think you're going to talk to us about how hard it is to ferret out what somebody knows.
So to me, this is one of the biggest challenges in high profile cases. So the question you ask on the juror questionnaire and open voir dire is, what have you read, seen, or heard about this case? That's the open-ended question you ask. That is what we call a recall question. And the cognitive task is, on the spot, I need to search my memory and see what's accessible and salient and what I can remember on the spot. And I'll tell you. And that's and then you usually followed up with, can you be fair and impartial? And what we find is people are not able to recall everything they know. And that information that they forgot to mention comes up later. So the common example is, tell me everything you know about a movie. I'm going to go with Star Wars. And you probably will tell me a lot because a lot of people have seen that movie or seen it a bunch of times. But if I asked you follow-up closed-ended questions, you'd find that you forgot to mention a whole bunch of things. Like maybe you didn't mention that Luke Skywalker was Darth Vader's son, right? And it was, do you remember that? Oh, of course I know that. I just forgot to mention it. So you see things like that. So the tricky thing is you can't ask people have you read, seen, or heard if the defendant was stalking one of the victims? Because now you're poisoning the well. What if they didn't mention that and they're open-ended? Doesn't mean they don't know it, because we know about 45% of the population here does know it. So you're in that position where you are trying to make an assessment if this juror can truly be fair and impartial without knowing what this juror actually knows about the case. And that's one of the biggest problems you have in high-profile cases that are not a problem in your run-of-the-mill typical case.
Have you seen that bear itself out in a real case?
I have. This was a case in Texas where we actually had community members come in during the venue hearing and treated them like mock jurors in a sense, and asked them what they knew about the case, and they told us. It was a big case at the time in Hidalgo County in Texas, and people told us what they knew, and then we asked, is that everything you know? And they'd say, yes, that's it. And because it's not real jury selection, we had the opportunity to demonstrate this whole problem. And we would say things like, well, did you know that he allegedly confessed? And then it would stimulate a memory, and the person would say, oh yeah, I did know that. He actually confessed twice at a monastery. So it triggered a memory. And then it was, well, is that everything else you know? Do you know anything else? And they'd say, no, that's it. And say, well, did you ever hear that he had committed another crime? And they say, oh yeah, that's right. He actually attacked another girl at a different church in a nearby town. And it was, well, is that everything you know? Take your time, search your memory. I think that's it. And then we do it again. And it was, well, did you know there was a cover up? Oh yeah, the Catholic Church covered it up and the police department, and it just demonstrated the problem. Now, that was fine in that little demonstration we did, but you could never do that in jury selection, because if you did that, you just poison that juror. If they don't know it, you just poison them. If they did know it, then you have to get rid of them, right? So you're in this impossible position in terms of trying to figure out if this juror can be truly fair and impartial when you don't know what they know.
Do we have a glimpse of how that works in Brian Kohberger's case based on the search warrant?
We do.
All right. How do we know? Tell me about that.
So we always use the open-ended question. What have you seen or heard about the case, and code it? And what we found is, on average, people reported 1.6 details when asked that open-ended question. So we know that's the average number of details they report. And then we compare that to the closed-ended questions later, those 9 media items, to see if there's additional items that they actually recognized that they failed to mention in the open. And what we found in this case was that 96% of survey respondents knew at least one of these media items that they failed to mention in the open. And on average, they recognized an additional 4.9 media items. So almost 5 out of the 9 failed to mention. And these are just some examples. So, someone said, what have you read, seen, or heard about this case? Just what has been on the TV and the papers. So that's minimization language. They use the word just. There's no specific detail. But later when we ask those closed-ended questions, that person knew all 9 of them. Another one is just what I've read and seen on the news and newspapers. Again, knew all 9. Read articles about the case, knew 8 of the 9. Just what I read in the papers, same as everyone else, 7 of the 9. So these are just a few examples, but this is what happens. This is what you see on juror questionnaires. This is what you see in voir dire. And I mentioned that, yeah, anyways, yeah.
And that's dangerous in this case because of the amount of prejudicial media coverage. Is that right?
It's dangerous in this case and in high profile cases. That's the unique problem they create. What's unusual in this one is, 1, it's in a small community, and 2, people here have very well developed schema and attitudes and case knowledge.
I think you have some specific examples of some of the media items tested about how many recognized an item that had not reported.
Yeah, so just to give it two examples to make the point. So this is the one we talked about, whether or not the defendant stalked one of the victims. Prejudicial, 45% of survey respondents recognize this item when we ask, have you read, seen, or heard it? But when we ask them the open-ended question, what have you read, seen, or heard about this case? Only 3% mentioned it on their own. So 3% of people reported this item, but 45% actually recognize it later on. And we know it's not only is it not true, but it's also prejudicial because 81% of people that know it have already judged the defendant as guilty. So it's really important to know who are the people in this panel that know that detail. So your choice is to just assume no one knows it because they didn't spontaneously mention it, or poison the well by asking the juror specifically, did you know that Brian Kohberger allegedly stalked the victim? So that's a difficult position to be in.
Let's look at one more example of how that worked.
So this is the one about the knife sheath, whether or not police found a knife sheath on the bed. So you probably want to know that. Well, 81% of people recognize that item later, but only 8% mentioned it when asked the open-ended question. So again, just demonstrating the problem. These are items that are correlated with bias. We know that there's a high rate of recognition in the community, but when you ask in jury selection, what have you read, seen, or heard about the case? Very few people mention it. This is what you see.
All right. The magic question, can you set it aside and be fair and impartial? Is that going to work?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Is this going to work? This question.
Yeah. So you want to, what is this a good question, bad question?
Will it work? Will it help
Will it
us?
work? What does work mean? I don't know if you think about that.
Help us find an impartial jury.
No, there's no data to suggest that this is a valid question. And just touching on the research again, what you would expect is people that know a lot about the case or been exposed to prejudicial pretrial publicity would be more likely to say they cannot be fair and impartial compared to people that do not know a lot about the case. And it's not, there's no significant relationship. People who know a lot of detail and have been exposed to prejudicial pretrial publicity are just as likely to say they can be fair and impartial as people who have not. And yeah, so there's no data to support that.
And do you have an example to tell us about?
So this is some research I did on this question to see how people respond to it. And so what I did was I went to a Facebook page that was about this documentary on HBO that got a lot of attention called The Jinx. The Jinx was about a person named Robert Durst who had been a suspect for multiple murders for his wife. He went to trial in Texas for murder, and then a good friend of his in California was killed, and he was suspected to be involved in that as well. What was unique, he was from a very wealthy family in New York, so it captured a lot of people's attention. And there was this mini-series on HBO. And at the end of it, they confront him with some evidence that would suggest he was involved with his friend Susan's murder. And he takes a break and he goes into the bathroom and he forgot that he was wearing a microphone, and he pretty much confesses. He says, of course I shot them all, or of course I killed them all. He's talking to himself. So it was a highly prejudicial documentary. And later on, he was charged with the murder of his friend. So what we did was we went to this Facebook page where people had made public statements about the defendant that were highly prejudicial. So this is just one example. Someone said, this is a true version or vision of a sociopath. I'm physically ill over the conclusion. I'm beside myself. I was overjoyed at the news that he was arrested. So if somebody said this in public about this case, I think we all agree that person probably can't be fair. You're publicly stating it to the world. You think he's a sociopath. So we recruited people that made these extreme comments on this page and went through a survey. And we asked if they knew about the case, whether they thought he was guilty, what they knew, and so on. You can see, as you'd expect, almost everybody we recruited who made these public statements reported that Robert Durst was guilty of murder, 92%. And reported strong opinion. 77% of the people we recruited said that he could not change their mind about his guilt. So almost everyone. And then we asked those closed-ended case recognition questions, and many of these are either inadmissible or very prejudicial. You know, that he was like a suspect in his wife's disappearance, probably not admissible in a different case. His murder trial in Texas, we asked several of these. And the confession, the captured confession, you see 100% knew that, which is considered like the most prejudicial thing that can be in the media, according to the Supreme Court. And so what we'd expect is that these people would say, I cannot be fair and impartial. There's so much bias that they're demonstrating. So we give them the magic instruction that you often see. This came from a transcript in a high-profile case where the court had explained the burden of proof and that the defendant's entitled to a fair and impartial trial, and that the law requires that you set aside everything you know and only rely on the evidence, common things you hear. And all these people who express all this public bias and all this vitriol and reported that he's guilty and you can't change their mind, by just saying that to them, magically report that they can be fair and impartial. 81% said they could be fair and impartial after hearing that instruction. And they gave open-ended responses as to why. And so this is our participant who mentioned that they were overjoyed by his arrest and they were physically ill, and that Robert just was a sociopath. Well, they, on a scale of yes, definitely to no, definitely not, they reported that they could definitely be fair and impartial. And they reported that I could start from the beginning and listen to all the information presented and follow the directions and wipe out everything that I know. I would need to be convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt. So that answer, if you see in a courtroom without knowing that this person was making public statements about the defendant being a sociopath, probably considered rehabilitated as a fair and impartial juror. But it demonstrates like a person like that should be answering that question no, but they don't. And even kind of going back to the Rideau case, which was recorded confession in the police station with the chief of police on one side and officers on the next, played in the media with music on it. It was highly prejudicial in a small town, and the Supreme Court ruled that threw out the conviction because of it. All the jurors in that case who saw that confession reported that they could be fair and impartial. They all sat on that trial. They all reported that they could be fair, and the Supreme Court didn't take that at face value because the content of the coverage was so prejudicial.
All right. Based on your years of experience, your education, all of the work that you do in general, and then specifically the work that you've done in this case, the survey, the hundreds of comments, do you have an opinion about this case and whether we can seat an impartial jury in Lake County?
I do.
What is your opinion?
So my opinion is, again, is based on whether or not there's a reasonable likelihood. So using that standard, which is less than the preponderance of the evidence, Lake County is a small venue, and the crime has been seared in the community's consciousness. People have been saturated with prejudicial coverage. Many people here have direct and indirect connections to this crime. People here demonstrated they experienced fear and stress, panic in this community. There's significant rumors and misinformation that have been spread and people have been exposed to in this community. There's a feeling of pressure to convince, I think, given the reaction that people think the community would have if he's acquitted, that's particularly concerning. We know from the data that jurors have closely followed the case, they've talked about it, they're familiar with prejudicial details. I think that the presumption of innocence has been undermined and presumption of guilt prevails in this community. And I think the pre-existing attitudes and opinions will influence how people process evidence. So even if the same information is presented at trial, there's a big difference in terms of jurors being exposed to that for the first time. I don't know about the DNA evidence. I don't know about the videos versus a juror being exposed to something that they already know, where they're just confirming what they already know. I already know about the DNA evidence. It's just triggering a memory of what I already recall. And I'm processing this information through that filter of it's consistent with what I believe and I already know. And it impacts how they see government witnesses and how they will view and evaluate defense witnesses. And I don't think voir dire is an effective remedy, given the research I've done, my experience doing jury selections, and the nature of how memory works. So taking all that combined, I think it's appropriate to change that.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Your Honor. And Dr. Edelman, hang tight if you should state mine.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Taylor. So this would be a good time to take a break.
A break?
And we'll come back at 3:20.
What? Another freaking break? Oh no. Oh no. Another break.
No,
It's not done. It's not done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm starving. I'm freaking hungry. I'm starving. I'm freaking hungry. Yeah. No, not happening. I need a freaking break. I got stuff I got to do. I was thinking I was already going to be live for Sebastian right now. No, that's not. I still got it. No, we'll see. I'm going to go ahead and put out a noti. Let me see here. You know what? I'm just going to be honest. I'll do. Let me think. Let me do 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern. Let me set it now. I'm just putting it through right now. So you'll have a notification pop up either right now or after you bounce. Now keep in mind I might bump it back a little bit. Because I got to get this stuff done. I got to get this stuff done before the night's over. So, all right, it's through. Night lights, video games, theories, latest updates. We'll be talking about all that stuff tonight. Come on back. 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern. Might be bumped back a little bit, just as a heads up. After about an hour and a half, I'll have a good idea of when we'll start it. So I'll update the time ahead of time if it needs updated. But I want to say thank you all for hanging out. Oh my gosh, 7 hours. 7 hours. I anticipated 2. That's what happens. I appreciate you guys, and we'll see you later tonight. Be safe. Oh, and I'm so starving. Get yourself some food. Get some rest. And come on back tonight. Appreciate you.
Supervisor know that I have a case report with an arrest attached.